intelligence data.
I've got that lightning inside me, son of a god. I'm like a titan that's rising on just your watch. I'm stepping in the fade. There is no time to waste. I've got that lightning inside me. This is how legends are made. This
everybody, and welcome to the final day of the King of the Sea 12 tournament. Today, with the semifinals and finals of the international stage, and I'm super hyped. I hope you are as well, to see which of the teams is actually going to claim the big cash prize pool that we put out there. And of course, at least for some teams, the most important aspect, the bragging rights. My name is Chrysanthus, and with me here today is, of course, the amazing Mr. Conway. Hello, Mr. Conway.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is fantastic to see you all here again. So many of you already so early. Yes, as Chrysanthus said, this promises to be a very, very great day. We had a fantastic qualifiers for the internationals yesterday, and the results were also really surprising. In fact, interestingly, right, among all the thousands of you who joined our prediction campaign yesterday, not one single person managed to predict all four finalist teams. That tells you a little bit about, what things happened, because of course we saw some first places get knocked out. EU first place team Rain got knocked out of the tournament yesterday. CIS first place team KISS got knocked out of the tournament again yesterday. In fact, all three CIS teams were knocked out, and we're left with one European team, one American team, and two Asian teams. So yes, it's exciting, and of course, all of these teams have already secured themselves a small part of the prize pool, even if they finish last today. And they've had a long trip to get here, so it's only fair. I'm excited.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm sure that none of these teams have that approach of like, oh, we already got something, so this is enough. No, this is the chance, right? They made it into the semifinals, and of course, now they want to get their hands on the trophy. So, it's going to be very, very fantastic. We can take a look, potentially, maybe let's take a look at the schedule so that you guys know what's going to happen today. So, of course, we will broadcast both of the semifinals. We'll start off with the EU representative, Oh Boy, against the winner from the Asian King of the Sea 12 tournament, Panzer IV. I hope you know them by now. They are, I think, they might be a little bit here in the favorite spot. Just if you think about like King of the Sea 11 international finals, they actually made it to the finals and only lost to Ban CV, and also were in the Warriors Championship, the Ryzen Warriors Championship that we had in December. So very consistent.
Yes.
And managed to get here as the only first place team from any of the clusters. So that's going to be a very, very tricky game for Oh Boy, but they looked very convincing yesterday as well. So this almost feels like, an early final, and we'll see who's going to go to the next round. And then the other semifinals that we have is FPM. We didn't get to see many games yesterday from the official broadcast, because we were broadcasting FPM versus 07. And in that match, 07 looked quite convincing in terms of like how they beat FPM. But then FPM just took the two other games and kicked 07 already out the door in the first set of matches, and then managed to move on. And now they are going to be up against Bonks, the NA second place team. So that's going to be also a very interesting match.
Yeah, and look, I have to say, we might have not seen much from FPM, but we have seen a lot of 07 over the years, and they've remained one of the best competitive teams in the world. And FPM having taken them down from a 1-0 like disadvantage is very impressive. And of course, the final of Bonks versus the match of Bonks versus Rain yesterday was absolutely nuts. Went to game 3, was super close, like up until the last 1-2 minutes, too close to call who was going to take it. So if you're interested, of course, the VODs for that are available on our YouTube and Twitch channel for your perusal. So go ahead and check those out. Today, the teams are going to be battling for this $30,000 prize pool. There will be $15,000 for the first place, $7,500 for the second, $5,000 for the third, and $2,500 for fourth place. This, of course, gets split amongst the team members. So there's pressures on, and we hope that this provides a little bit of incentive as well for the teams, because they have to suffer a little bit, because we have teams playing from Asia. We have teams playing from North America. Like one of our co-commentators, Bonksy, is actually in Los Angeles, right? And I think for him, it's something like 6 o'clock in the morning or something. And for the Asian players, it is already quite late, and the final will potentially go into the early hours of the morning for them. So give them mad props for coming here, showing the stamina to fight through all of the rounds of King of the Sea and make it to this point. And now they'll need your support, your cheers and chat to make sure that they have the energy to continue.
Yes. If you take a look at the schedule again, today is also, we have some additional things. We do have a break planned. So you can see here we have the match for the third place and the grand final. Of course, the first three sets of matches, so the semifinals and the match for the third place, are going to be best of threes. And the grand final is going to be a series of best of five. But in between the semifinals and the third place match, to give the teams also a little bit of a break, right? Because especially for the FPM versus Bonks match, it would be a bit harsh for them to like jump immediately into the next match. So we're going to have a little bit of a break, but to not have like a boring break, we have some things to show you from the development blog with some cool info that I think you will appreciate very much to see what else is coming to World of Warships in the foreseeable future. There are 2 new ships in there, and I can tell you that when we talked about this to our co-broadcasters that are going to be joining us later, they were very hyped, especially about one of these ships. So more I cannot say.
Yes, very hyped. I'm very hyped about it. Everybody is going to be hyped about it. It's going to be good times. What else can we talk about? Of course, today is the last day for you to get a King of the Sea 12 Twitch drop, which will grant you a mission, the completion of which will grant you one of those beautiful boxes right next to me. The mission is quite simple. You have a week to complete it, and the box will give you one of the 16 collection items for the King of the Sea collection. And remember, if you complete this collection, you will get a random tier 7 premium ship in a special premium ship container.
If you're concerned about, but I already have a lot of tier 7 ships, what if I draw a duplicate? Then your compensation will be in doubloons, and you can spend it on whatever you want in the game. So you're not losing out on anything.
Yes, these Twitch drops are available on the official World of Warships channel and on all of the other channels casting King of the Sea today. So you can watch wherever you like and still pick those up. And for those of you who haven't been able to complete the King of the Sea collection so far, I'm sure we're going to be able to revisit it in a future King of the Sea iteration. And for those of you who have completed it and now are sitting there going like, oh, but what do I get? I'm also sure that we can think of something suitably cool for you for future King of the Sea iterations. Now, what else do we want to talk about? Yes, predictions. So you will already see us rapidly and repeatedly spamming a link to a prediction campaign in chat. If you correctly predict the ranking of the final 4 teams, you can win some King of the Sea camouflages. The more spots you get correct, the more of those camouflages you will win. Please note that all of the predictions that you have entered into for this weekend and for last weekend will be credited to you in one big batch, sometime probably towards the end of next week or whenever Chrysanthus and me have recovered from this stream.
And because we have like a very, very long stream also coming up on Tuesday.
Yes.
So if you don't want to miss out on this, we have a special stream planned for Tuesday, the longest night of museum stream, which is, I think, in total, like, 16 hours?
It's something like this. 15, yes, I still don't know why.
Too long, in my opinion, but I'll just do hashtag blame Mr. Conway for this one. But the cool thing is, you will be able to see a lot of international museums. We'll have a lot of quizzes, Q&As with the museums, and you also can get a special Twitch drop. So just tune in on that day, and then I think after that stream is done, towards the end of the week, Conway and we will get to credit you these prizes. Because I just see it from Nikolai in Twitch chat. He is asking, you promised us a hint for the thing hidden in the dockyard. So we'll try to squeeze that in throughout the broadcast. And if we don't get to it, please remind us towards the end of the stream, because then we'll definitely show it where you can roughly find. Give you a hint.
We don't even have to show it. We can just
No, we're not going to show the bonus code, but we're going to show where you can find the hint.
Yes. We could just say that, but that would be enough. Just because also some other question: when can we expect the next King of the Sea? It will be towards the fall, probably in September. Okay, and with that, I think it is my time to bow out of the majority of this broadcast, because I am, of course, sitting here running all the things in the background and talking to you in chat and making sure the stream hopefully runs in a touchwood smooth manner today.
Just jinxed it.
I just jinxed it again. But we have other people here who know far more about World of Warships competitive gameplay than me, are far more attractive, and in this case also won a community poll for best hair during last King of the Sea weekend. So without further ado, let me introduce Private Penguin.
Hello, Pingu. Oh, I can't hear him.
You can't hear him?
Oh, sorry. I was muted.
This is oh god, this is great. It's like the first time that the Conway is sitting here. It's
It
like
wasn't
it's not us. We
me.
didn't push the wrong buttons.
He jinxed it for me as well, I guess.
Yes, that's just the Conway effect. It happens. It happens.
It happens. It happens. I just said, welcome. My name is Private Penguin. You can call me Pingu, of course. I am a German streamer on Twitch since 2015. I am commenting and casting tournaments in World of Warships since 2016, actually. And that is partly a reason why I became a German CC for World of Warships in 2017. And now I'm here, gladly and a little bit proud. And I'm super excited about the games today that we will see. I will be here to analyze them together with 2 other beautiful people. And I'm happy and I'm excited. Thanks
Yes.
for having me.
A pleasure. And chat, also let us know how you like the setup that we had for this King of the Sea with the different casters and commentators. But I think it was very great so far, and we'll just keep doing it today. So for those who don't know King of the Sea and what kind of format we're talking about, we'll just do this as a little bit of a reminder so that everybody's on the same page in terms of the setup that you will be able to see and potentially answer your questions about the ships you're not going to be able to see. So Pingu, let's maybe talk a little bit about the overall setup that the teams will be fielding here.
Of course. We do have a tournament in the form of a 9 versus 9 tier 10 ships. There's only 2 battleships allowed. There is no CV allowed. Every other ship class is allowed, of course. So there could be 9 DDs in total in one match, but we haven't seen that so far. Maybe today, I don't know. There is some ships being banned, actually. Just that you don't be confused about ships being missing. We have a global ban that was determined by the teams in advance. It is the Petropavlovsk. You've maybe seen the other tournaments in the past, and the Petropavlovsk was a really, really, really strong pick there. That got banned, so we won't see this ship. What about the other ships, Chrysanthus?
Yeah, so each of the teams gets the chance before the series to ban one ship blindly. So they don't know what the enemy team is going to ban. So you might actually see situations where Team A and Team B are banning the same ship. So we had this already before, and they cannot change their ban throughout the match. They can only do it as soon as they move on to the next stage. So for example, let's say Oh Boy would ban a ship, they would only get to change the ban then for the next series if they would make it into the finals. So just that this is clear. And there are certain ships that are also not allowed to be fielded. And these are usually ships that are either too new. So it depends on what kind of ship they are. If it's a special ship, the first 6 months after the introduction, it's not allowed to give people time to accumulate the resources and to get it. If it's a tech 2 ship, then the rule is that it has to be out of early access for at least a month. And then if the ships are not available at all currently for purchase, for example, let's say through the armory, then it's also not allowed to be brought because it would give the teams an unfair advantage. If they had that ship in the past, another team would not be able to get their hands on a ship. So it's kind of the reason behind this is to make sure they play on a level playing field, so to say. So if you have any questions, why, for example, a Thunderer or a Somers or a Smallland, for example, is not fielded, this is the answer. These ships are currently not available, so the teams cannot bring them. Yeah, then maybe let's take a look at the map pool. We have in total 7 maps that can be played. You can see them here, and we do have a map banning system, Pingu. So how does that work for teams?
Actually, both teams can, before the match starts, both teams can ban one map. Then Team A gets to pick one map first. The other team can pick the site they want to spawn at. Then Team B can pick the next map. Then Team A again can pick the spawn. And the third map will be a random generated map.
Exactly.
By a bot. Random picked map, not generated pick.
Oh, that would be very interesting. Like to have a randomly generated map. Oh, this is Conway. Write this down. Randomly generated map for the last match. I wish it would work this way. Of course, it doesn't work that way. There's a lot of work that goes into a map. But yeah, so this is how it works for best of threes. You will see best of threes for the first 3 sets of matches. The grand final will be a best of 5. So then teams will be able to pick 2 maps and ban one, and then it follows the same pattern. And the last one, if it goes to the 5th match, will be a randomly picked map. Great. Looking at how teams actually got here, if you missed it yesterday, so each of the servers that we have ran its own King of the Sea tournament, for example, in Europe, North America, CIS, and in Asia. And the best 3 teams qualified for this stage. If you manage to be the first place, you get preceded, and the 2nd and 3rd place teams from other clusters had to fight the chance to be basically up there against one of the first place. And this is what happened yesterday, right? And the crazy thing is that 3 out of 4 King of the Sea regional winners got kicked out by other teams from other servers. So we are now in a situation where we have from EU, Oh Boy as the 2nd place team versus Asia, the first place, the Asia first place team Vor. Then we have from the NA cluster Bonks as the 2nd place team fighting against the 2nd place team FPM. It looks like the 2nd place teams have something to make up for, feeling like they lost the regionals, but they want to take the internationals off of the other teams. So that should be very fun to watch. Let's then take a look at the first match that we're going to see today. It is the EU team Oh Boy versus Asia team Vor. And I think Mr. Combi just gave me something. It will come here. And before we talk about the specifics of this match, let's bring in our 2 actual casters that talk about the games when the games are up. So let me introduce to you Sea Raptor and StatsBloke. Hello, both of you. Of course, once more, a big shout out to Sea Raptor being up so early with the broadcasting from America. Sea Raptor, how are you doing today?
I made the same mistake. There we go. It's early still, kids. It's doing well. I mean, early for a Sunday, but we're here ready for some more action. Yesterday was well worth the time invested, given the games that we saw and the matches and just the pure craziness and fun. So yeah, I'm excited for more. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, thank you. And then, of course, we also have StatsBloke, kind of representing Europe here in the broadcast. Hello, Stats.
Got you. I'm not muted. Hi. Yes. No. So
great.
I wasn't going to go 3 for 3. No way. So excited to see these 4 last teams we have. It's been so dynamic this year with all these upsets that have been going on. We've only got 1 first place left. I heard you mention that earlier. Vor is the only first place team left from any of the regions. We've got 2 teams from 1 region. So that's going to be super interesting to see who goes through. And of course, not biased at all, but going to be rooting for Oh Boy all the way.
Okay, so this is a great moment because we are asking chat to make predictions. Who's going to be on top at the end of this broadcast, right? So I'll just ask Sea Raptor and StatsBloke to give me their team name, and I think I'm not going to be surprised. But let's hear it, StatsBloke. I think I heard there was a Oh Boy as an answer.
Yes, indeed. Oh boy.
So, Sea Raptor, what kind of answer will I get from you?
So, do you want the NA Homer answer or what I put on my survey when I filled out my little prediction survey? Which
the survey result. I mean, you can of course say that your heart is always beating for North America and the North American teams, but who would you put your money on?
And it is I actually picked Oh Boy on my survey. And honestly, some of that's because I looked at the bracket, right? I went, all right, so we're starting with Oh Boy and Vor, and I'm like, man, that's going to be a great match. But we watched Oh Boy yesterday. They looked so good. I was like, I think they can take this series, right? And then, okay, Bonks and FPM. All right, okay, so I think Bonks can win that one. So that would make an EU NA final, potentially, if I predicted correctly. And I was kind of like, man, Bonks looked good yesterday, but they were like a little desperate, come from behind wins, I got to put money on Oh Boy. So that was where my head was at, right? I mean, I'm going to root for my boys, but that's how I picked it.
Okay, and then Pingu, I'll get your answer too.
Oh, it's really hard because, I mean, I've seen the battle between Oh Boy and Rain, and I've seen Bonks beating Rain, and I don't know, Vor is such a strong team. Whoa. I personally think, can I say this? I think Vor will be the winner. Oh. And Oh Boy may be the second.
Interesting. I would have expected the EU pick.
No, second is not even possible. So Oh Boy can only be the third or the winner there against Vor. Oh, this is hard. If Oh Boy is losing, they will definitely make the third place. Definitely. If Oboy is winning, I think Oboy can beat Bonks.
So,
And
so what is your answer? This was not an answer. You can't wiggle your way out of this, not with me.
I think I have to go with Oboy then.
Okay. So we see a very, very strong Oboy focus here. They have been very impressive. But I think we'll see the Asian teams being very, very strong here. And yeah, of course, there's a prediction campaign running thanks to Slipchat running it in chat. And of course, we asked for who's going to win the first match, Land of Fire, Oboy, or Vor. And despite Vor being such a big player, and being out there, Oboy is leading currently with 2.2 million channel points against Vor with 1.3 million channel points. So that's an indication that I think we, of course, we have a lot of EU viewers here on the broadcast, but there seems to be a strong bias here towards Oboy, and I'm sure that Vor is sitting there like, we have been like in the last files of the King of the Sea Internationals. The other teams haven't. We are the first from our region. The other teams are not. And still people pick against us. They're going to do their very, very best to send Oboy home. Well, okay, Sea XII Stats Block, thank you very much for joining us here. Of course, we will send them back into the void, but get them back with the actual in-game commentary with the amazing casting from both of these guys. So thank you very much for joining us here, and then we'll hand over to you as soon as the teams are ready. Great, and that leaves Pingu and me to actually talk about the two teams, Oboy and Vor. We talked a little bit about Vor already. They have been in the International King of the Sea before, and they lost only against TWA or / BanCV, depending on how you remember this team. And now they are here as the only first place team from all of the regional servers. And then we have Oboy, pretty fresh. They participated in 2 King of the Sea tournaments before. Their goal was to be in the top 3. They definitely managed to do this. They're now the only remaining team. They're a German team. And they banned the Alexander Nevsky, while Vor banned the Kleber. I don't think we're surprised to see these 2 bans, Pingu, right?
Actually not, because we've seen a lot of EU teams playing with the Kleber, a Kleber-heavy setup. Using the speed and the accuracy of the guns on long range. I think Vor is not really in fear of the Kleber, but maybe in the potential the EU teams can bring with them. Banning the Alexander Nevsky from Oboy makes me think about being able to make use of a smoke train again. The reason for that could be that the Kleber is not longer an option, and they will go back to a more standardized tactic, the typical smoke train with maybe a gearing, maybe a Des Moines, or other ships with radar. We've seen that a lot of them in the past, almost in every match where no Kleber was allowed, to be honest. The Marceau is a good pick there, maybe for the early caps, especially on the maps we've seen right now in Land of Fire. That could also be really, really handful on the A cap.
Or a triple muscle. Because we've seen this yesterday. This is why I'm really eager to see this match. This is Land of Fire. It is actually Oboy's pick, and Vor is going to be in the Alpha spawn, so in the northern spawn. Yesterday we saw Vor do the triple muscle. I would call it like the Quack Choo Choo train.
Not the Wolf Pack.
No. It's
you
can call it the Quack Pack. I wouldn't call it the Wolf Pack. No, but it was very impressive to see how they managed to completely tear apart Smile Gaming here on this map. So I'm really curious to see what Oboy has to counter that potential strategy, because it worked out for Vor very, very nicely. The question is it going to work again? Are they going to field a little bit more of like a traditional strategy? Because back in that match, I think the Kleber was also banned for the entire series. So, yep, this should be a very interesting match. And Oboy has been very, very convincing, but against Vor, they will have to bring the very, very best. Do you have any special expectations for what Oboy might bring here? Any special ships, or rather like classic picks? Because this is one of the maps where you might see, like a Hindenburg, a Goliath, depending on certain positions. Oh, I just see the teams are actually jumping into battle. So who do you think is going to take this map, Pingu?
I think Oboy will take this map, actually.
Okay. I actually did put my channel points on Oh Boy as well, so I'll see whether Oh Boy can convert their own map pick into a point, or whether Vor is going to take it away. Let us know in chat, and with this, we'll hand over to the casters. Enjoy the match, and we will see you on the other side.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, worshippers of all ages, welcome to the final day of King of the Sea 12 as we bring you the international semifinals here for all the marbles. This is the game one of the series between VOR, the surviving champion of their bracket coming out of the Asia bracket. They will be taking on Oh Boy, the EU second place team. Spawning here in green from the north, we have Vor in Ohio, Kremlin, Double Des Moines, Moskva, Stalingrad, Triple Marceau. We've seen this from them before. Talk to me about Oh Boy stats.
Down the other end, Oh Boy in the red. They have Montana, Ohio, Hindenburg, Triple Moskva, Gearing, and Double Marceau to match the Triple Marceau on the other side. We've seen a lot of French destroyers over this tournament. And yesterday, we saw one team in particular using them to great effect. Let's see what they do. Of course, in today's match, Nevsky is one of the bands, so Oh Boy banned Nevsky, and Vor banned Kleber, so we're not going to be seeing any of those two ships, which probably explains the Marceaus.
Indeed. Now, we watched Vor execute Vor, wasn't it? Execute this tactic with the Triple Marceau rush to Land of Fire yesterday, I believe, was it not?
It's several teams. It's been a tactic that's been quite common on EU, actually, with the Marceaus or the Klebers rushing, using their speed, getting into a cap, and then either pushing or then using that speed to get to a different cap, and then that team usually ends up a few ticks ahead on the points because they can get to the caps first.
I did have a quick look at my notes. It was Vor. We watched them execute this exact same tactic from the south spawn yesterday against Smile. So if Oh Boy did their homework and went back and watched some videos, they probably kind of expected this.
Yep, 1 second.
I
just need to fix something on my overlay. 1 second.
Go right ahead. Now, I will say that that Vor is doing something a little different than we saw them from the north spawn. When they went south yesterday, they pushed a tremendous amount of force to the A side of the map, and they capped C, they pulled the Marceaus out, they rotated the Marceaus back to mid, but now they've pushed a bit more force to the C cap as they spawn from the north side here. But it's this Oh Boy Moskva play that has me interested right now.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. The Moskva was smoked up to the mid cap. Now, the thing you need to remember about smokescreens is that, yes, okay, a gearing smokescreen lasts for a long time, but it's not there forever. At some point, it is going to fade, and then you've got a Moskva sat in the middle of the map. This island is... It's got these cliffs on the side. It doesn't have the sort of beaches that some islands have, but you've got to be quite close to it. Otherwise, you're going to get shots coming over from Best Naomi and the Ohio over there, and potentially the Des Moines that's sat next to the island on the 7 line, being able to lob that island. So young Shagger here in the Moskva is going to have to be super cautious and make sure that when that smoke goes, that Moskva is right up against that rock.
He seems to be kind of working for that position now. I'm not used to seeing a Moskva this aggressive on Land of Fire. Very commonly, that island to the south that's down in G5 is where you see teams put up one of the 12-kilometer radars, either a Moskva or Stalingrad most commonly. But Oh Boy here moving this Moskva out very aggressively. I like the play. It's going to be a challenge, let's say, to see if they can maintain this position over the course of a long game.
Yeah, and here comes the Marceaus. So all three of them coming over from the C cap after capping, and they're going to come over to the B cap, and they've left pink camouflage from Oh Boy to maybe counter cap and go and grab C. But of course, the Des Moines sitting there above the cap is going to have radar control of that cap.
He is indeed. Now, Niebieski is kind of Vor's play here to retain control of C, which they need. They're down about 50 points here. We're only about 5 minutes into this game. Pink Camouflage is obviously there to try and kind of keep them honest and contesting the cap, but they're They're using Horny Wookiee's Hindenburg way back down on the 9 line to shell Nibieski. Nibieski's hasn't taken a whole lot of damage yet, but that's going to be a very long game that Oboe's going to have to play if they want to break back into C.
Yeah, this Des Moines position is pretty common. You quite often see a cruiser sitting, maybe not exactly where they've put this Des Moines, but somewhere up on this line, on the 7 line, next to one of these islands, there will typically be a cruiser. And it's a very difficult position to maintain, especially if the South team goes heavy on the seaside. Fortunately for this Des Moines, they haven't. So it's only really Horny Wookiee that's actually getting shots in right now. So this Des Moines is probably fine. But again, they do need to be a little bit cautious with shots coming from across the map. Land of Fire is really, really dangerous when it comes to battleship and heavy cruiser cross shots.
Now, as you look north of B, the burnination of Young Shagger's Moskva has begun in the middle of the map. The Marceaus were making this transit. I was wondering how they were going to play this, if they were going to push the Marceaus over to cap A and leave B alone, or if they were going to stop and basically attempt this, basically just mass fire spam of Young Shagger. That's what they've opted for, and 3 Marceaus is no joke.
The help is on the way. Endon is coming with the gearing. You'll notice that the Moskva is reversing, and that is to enable the gearing probably to get that smoke there even quicker. But there's a lot of shells in the air, and Marceau's travel time is quite long, so even with the smoke going down now, they know exactly where that Moskva is, and doesn't matter anyway because the Kremlin says bye-bye.
Wow, what a nice shot from Genyaya's Kremlin at a 20 kilometers.
There may be a trade,
Beautiful.
though. Dark Temple's Starling Grad has taken a chunk at some point. I missed that, but Dark Temple is down to 4-8.
You know what I think happened? Look where Dark Temple is. He's reversed so far behind this island. I'm betting Pepe Gaga's Montana got a good salvo into him.
Yeah, you've got it. So around these islands on Land of Fire, you've got to remember that some of them have these flat portions that easily can be lobbed from quite a long way away. Longer away, the better, really. So, yeah, Montana can definitely do that.
Despite being up a kill, Vor is off all the caps for the moment. Down 130 points, continuing to fall here 7 minutes into game 1.
Yeah, I think Oboe with triple caps here will probably just take a moment to just consolidate, move some ships around, counter any pushes that Vor are trying to do. Like, for example, on the 10 line, you can see Asphodelis in the Des Moines has pushed down over the halfway line. And Pink Camouflage is motoring towards Asphodelis. I'm wondering whether this is going to turn into a rush at some point.
You also have to wonder if Asphodelis knows... Well, they know the Marceau is in the area. They don't know his exact position, of course.
Yeah, I'm
wondering... Go ahead.
Asphodelis, I mean, Asphodelis may at some point pop a Hydro, but it's... Does he even have a clue that Pink Camouflage is there? Yeah, so look at where his guns are pointing. That to me is an indication that the camera is looking that way.
Yeah, I think his Hydro is up.
Yeah, and I think you'll see the guns. Yep, you can see it there. So Pink Camouflage is going to have to wait a long time because that Hydra is going to be up for a long time. Or maybe just, pull the socks up and go around the corner. But these islands are not easy to rush because the further Asphodelis goes back, the longer you have to actually rush at that Des Moines with its 5-second reload.
Well, Asphodelis has another problem to consider as well. At the moment, he's proxy spotted by Pink Camouflage at 2 kilometers. He's just trying to reverse out of that, but the Montana and the Ohio, well, the Ohio, at least that's Eternal Titan, has been taking pot shots at him and coming dangerously close.
Yeah, Asphodelis has got to choose between risking those cross shots and just being spotted and being spammed by the Hindi and the Moskva. Just quickly over at B, the Triple Marceau Division has walked through B and capped that, and they're now heading back towards Charlie. So the map is slowly turning from red to green.
Watching them just dogpile Eternal Titans, Ohio is just brutal. The amount of shells going down range on him right now, just crazy.
Yeah, and you'll notice that these Marceaus they're not just aiming at the ship in general, they're also going to be trying to set fires at different positions on the ship. So you can see there the Ohio is running a center fire and a stern fire. That's probably because fire prevention. So there's only one fire in the middle of the ship. There is room for one on the bow. So you might see some of these players actually aiming for specific parts of the ships.
Well, the other thing that I wanted to point out during that engagement right there, Classic Noun and Renegade were firing AP, but only Aruha's Marceau was firing HE.
Yeah, I think once you get 2 fires running, because the chances of you getting another fire are quite small, just because of the amount of space on the ship that you will be hitting to generate that fire, going for superstructure AP if the ship is broadside kind of makes sense once you've got a couple of fires running.
Yep, but literally in just seconds, they have just savaged Titan.
Yeah,
Endern has to smoke him up to try to get him out of there.
Exactly, the gearing having to just make that smoke screen, which means, of course, that Ohio has to stop firing so that it goes unspotted behind the smoke screen. And Eternal Titan will get a heal in, maybe try and get 2 in if there's an opportunity, and just sort of skulk away a little bit. But these Marceaus are being super aggressive, pushing all the way down to the G line here. And in fact, they've also, Oh Boy have just lost the Marceau of Pink Camouflage. I didn't see quite what happened, but let's have a look where he died. Oh, he did. He tried the rush. We missed it, but he tried the rush. You can see the sinking hulk of Pink Camouflage over on the 10 line.
Tried it and didn't make it. Now the Marceaus pushing well south of B, trying to hunt down Endern's gearing while their teammates finish off Eternal Titans Ohio.
And now it's Endern in the firing line.
Yeah, but I think they're going to lose Noun for this play. It's not a bad play if they can make it because they've got a lead. They do get Endern. That puts them up to a 3-ship lead now. There's your first lead change as they finally move out to about a 60-point lead in climbing.
Once a team gets a ship advantage, any trade is in your favor if you're the team with the ship advantage, because you're increasing the ratio between the two teams. Even if it's a 1-1 loss, it still increases the ratio. So once you've got that 1-ship lead, you're going to start to want to sacrifice your ships to take out enemy ships.
Makes that first kill so critically important at this level of play.
Okay, so let's have a look at Oh Boy's position here. They are down on points. They are down on ships. They have 1 cap, and it's soon to be blocked, I think, by Yanaya's Kremlin. We've got Marcello Pello just racing around the back of Podnike there. Podnike mostly healthy here, but not really any good targets, and a little bit broadside to that Stalingrad. AP in. Yep. Ooh, that was a bit short.
Morning Wookie goes down on the 10 line. Looks like he was trying to push up to maybe complete what Pink Camouflage couldn't, but didn't quite make it.
Yeah, and that leaves Realize all alone with Best Naomi, the Des Moines, and the 2 Des Moines with the Ohio. So really the only chance that Oh Boy have is to take down Dark Temple, which they've just done. And then probably this Marceau. Are those torpedoes any good? Let's have a look. No. Renegade managing to move out of the way. Oh Boy definitely going to be wanting to try and get a kill here, and Renegade is looking like the most opportune ship.
Despite the firepower disadvantage, I mean, Oh Boy's down 3 ships. They're not completely out of this game in terms of score.
No, and they do have, I'm not saying they have the ship advantage over on this side, but it's more even over on the A side, obviously, because the single Moskva of Realize, despite being healthy, is going to find it very, very difficult to do anything against those 3 ships over on the Charlie end. So it's really down to Podnike, Marcello Pello, and Pepega Sniper over here. But Montana down to 15k, charging towards Yanaya.
As we pointed out several times in the event now, over 900 points, Vor moves out into that unfortunate point where it's like you're getting dangerously close to a win as they punch out Pepe Gaga's Montana. That moves them to 30 seconds on the timer on the back of their 2 caps. I think they've got this game.
Yeah, absolutely. All Vor now need to do is basically just preserve their ships. They're going to take the low health Marceaus, they're going to kite those away, and they're going to use the health pools of the larger ships just to hold on. They don't even need to get any kills. They can just sit 12 seconds on the points clock, and Vor should be taking this one home. Don't forget, this is a best of 3, so we will be seeing at least one more game between these 2 teams. And there it is. That's Vor going 1-0 ahead in this best of 3 series. It's the first of 2 semi-finals today, so we will be coming back shortly to watch the conclusion of Vor Oh Boy in the semi-finals. And now I think we'll pass back to the studio and get some analysis on this.
Congratulations to War, proving many of us and you in chat wrong by taking the map off of Oh Boy in a very convincing fashion. So let's bring in Bonksy and Pingu to talk about how they were able to pull this off. Hello, both of you, and especially Bonksy, we haven't seen you today. How are you doing?
I'm well rested, sir. I got lots of beauty rest in between yesterday and today, so even though it's early, I'm fresh as a daisy.
Perfect. So I'll hand it to you. Did you expect War to win this map after seeing the lineup they brought?
Actually, no, I didn't. And Penguin and I, we were just beside ourselves during this match because we saw immediately. We watched yesterday as the triple Marceau strat that you all just witnessed just barreled across the map from east to west and just took cap after cap after cap. So, however, we know that Oh Boy was able to go back and watch these matches since they were cast. We thought, well, they have to have a strategy. And when Pingu and I saw the lineup, we sort of went, okay, here's what they're going to do. And actually, Oh Boy did an incredible job of setting up specifically to deal with the Marceau Death Ball as it rolled across the map, especially in the B cap. They spread out, took all 3 caps immediately, as fast as they could, except for the C cap, obviously, which took the 3 Marceau ball. And then they basically said, we're going to put roadblocks in the way of this thing so that it can't just steamroll across like it did. And they did a really good job. They just made 2 critical misplays. And I'll actually let Pingu speak to that. But I thought I had it in the bag until it happened.
It's so sad, actually, because, I mean, it looked so promising. They were really strong. Oh Boy did this really good, setting up the Moskva in the middle, having 2 Marceaus at each caps, or 1 Marceau at A, 1 Marceau at C, just to deal with the Marceaus, to be able to take either A or C, depending on where the Marceaus would be going. And then there was one mistake in the middle, the Moskva. I'm not quite sure. Maybe the Moskva underestimated the firepower of the 3 Marceaus. She peeked around the corner right too far, got struck by the Stalingrad, got struck by the other ships going towards A, lost a lot of HP, and then the Marceaus came in and started firing down the Moskva, and therefore the Moskva went down. And another really the biggest mistake in this match was definitely the rush of the Marceau, the Oh Boy Marceau on the right side, on the C flank, on the Des Moines, not committing far enough. He missed 6 torpedoes on this Des Moines, lost half of its HP, and did get out nothing. And basically tried again and lost his ship. And that was so critical there. And I think Oh Boy could have won this so easily if... it's really sad.
Yeah, I mean, War strategy didn't seem to work as well as it did yesterday, right? If we saw the match against Smile Gaming, they basically just ruffled stuff from one side to the map to the other side of the map, and securing the C cap with 3 ships, just as they tried to do today. And I liked how Oh Boy was set up initially, but I also, like, for me, so that's a question for you. If you want to contest something like the Marceaus and you put the Moskva there, you know that at some point these Marceaus are going to show up. And for me, maybe it's just, because it's so easy in hindsight, it's 2020, that when you take a look at how they deployed the smoke initially, while there was not really... thank you, Mr. Conway. If we just let the replay start, we can actually take a look at this together. This will then show it. For the B cap, the Moskva pushes up and then gets smoked by the gearing. But then by the time the Marceaus get there was no smoke available. And the Moskva just got farmed. The Moskva is not a sneaky ship, so you kind of have to expect that it will definitely be spotted in that area. So let's just play it from the beginning. Here we can see what we talked about, right? Oh Boy here going with 3 DDs for each of the caps. 1 here, 1 here, 1 here. And here we have the gearing smoking up for the Moskva being able to do something here. And they almost converted also the Stalingrad, which I found like if they could have maybe potentially converted the Stalingrad, it was like down to 4K health. So for Stalingrad, very low HP. But unfortunately, we're not able to convert it. And I also liked how Oh Boy tried to sneakily contest the C cap here once the Marceaus left, but unfortunately there was the Des Moines being able to radar it. But then after this initial great strategy, it kind of fell apart at this point when the Massos managed to just look at that Moskva melting here. It's just gone. And then it kind of fell apart, in my opinion. They were, at this point, they did have 3 caps, but then they kind of made the mistakes of not being able to counter the Massos. And here's my question for you. So if you bring the Moskva compared to anything that would be able to at least deal with Massos in terms of being able to shoot back, would have been a better choice? Because what does the Moskva provide you in that position? Do you really need the radar if you want to compete with Massos, or would you rather pick something that has the firepower?
Well, I gotta say, I think at least if we're speaking about the position, if we're speaking about this position here, where the Moskva sits there and basically acts as a deterrent, I think that, frankly, Moskva is your only option there. The problem with the Des Moines, for example, which can bow tank well as long as it's not going up against a battleship, but has a much higher rate of fire, is that the shell velocity is so slow that these Marceaux up here, honestly, they can just juke. They can dodge an enormous amount of that fire, which reduces your actual what do I want to say? Like, it reduces
the applied damage.
Your net. Applied damage. Thank you. That's a better word. So, I think that the Moskva in this position was just fine, but they needed to sort of keep it more back behind, like kind of keep it here almost, so that it would be safe against the Kremlin up here and the Stalingrad here. Or the Marceau ball. But again, hindsight 2020, we can tell them exactly what they should have done when you're in there under the pressures of King of the Sea International semifinals. Yeah. It's not always quite as easy to remember these things in the moment. So,
I mean, now that I've seen the replay again, you have to consider this position right there for this Moskva. I think they put the Ohio on the right side for a reason, actually, to be able to shoot behind this island if the Moskva would fall back. And you have still this Des Moines. I'm not quite sure if the range is far enough to radar this Moskva there. It is really a risky position right there, to be honest. Yeah, and I think what Boxy just said, the shell velocity of the Moskva is really, really great to deal with fast-moving targets on long range. I think that's why they picked the Moskva as well. But other than that, I mean, yeah.
It really, like Penguin said, it just came down to, you're gonna see it right here. Oh. He doesn't want to commit. He waits for the Ohio to leave, which is a smart move.
Yes.
The DM is down to, I forgot what actually hit him right there, but he just doesn't commit until it's too late. Oh my god, I reset it. I'm sorry.
Don't worry. Don't worry. We can just.
I'm still getting used to the commands.
We can watch it again.
Yeah.
A and D are the step forward.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. The S resets it, because the great thing is that this is like a community developed tool, and it works with WASD. And I agree that it's kind of like you want to slow it down or you jump back, so you push S just as it would be in game, right? But it's not. But yeah,
right.
Overall, this is something I didn't understand about the Marceau as well. In that moment when he kind of pushed up, because the Des Moines was, yes, he kind of expected him to come there, but I mean, if you go there, you just have to do it, right? Just parking there won't really keep the Des Moines proxy spotted, because he will just reverse. The Marceau doesn't have hydro to keep him spotted and to allow the the Moskva and the Hindenburg down there, because they were farming actually very nicely. Combined with the Ohio actually shelling over here, that really cost the Des Moines a lot of HP, but then he would just reverse and wait for things to happen. This is why this position is so strong. And yeah, then War took back map control and started just ripping through the enemy team. Boom. Okay, that was a rough start for Oh Boy, but now they have the chance to actually take it back and win on War's map. The next map that we're going to see is North, which is, of course, one of the oldest maps that we have actually in the game, and we will see Oh Boy in the alpha spawn, basically starting from the north with War starting from the south. Now, we haven't seen War play on this map, at least I haven't, but what would you expect for these two teams to bring here?
Well, I'll go ahead and start. I think this is the first time that on this stream, on the official stream, that we've actually seen somebody play on North. Am I incorrect about that?
For this weekend, yes. Actually, last weekend we had a lot of North, but apparently not many teams wanted to pick it so far. So I'm curious to see it, because it's War's pick, right? So they feel very comfortable on this map.
So this map, obviously, on North, a smoke train works very well. Over on the west side by the A cap, there's a lot of open space. It ends up being a lot of torpedo soup, trying to find targets. Good morning, Kitty. A lot of
sorry.
torpedoes trying to find smoke caps, but the fact that there's no Nevsky in this match, means we're probably going to see either DMs or Woosters out there or maybe even Venezia's out there in the open waters trying to trade with each other. I don't know if that's going to be good for Vor or bad for Vor in terms of the smoke train, but I also expect to see some Marceaus trying to take quick caps over at the Sea Cap. I think we might see a slugfest over there. I think that this map will actually be in favor of Vor, but I'm looking forward to seeing Oh Boy try to make a game 3 out of it. So I'm pulling for Oh Boy.
Yes.
Me as well, definitely. Oh boy, go for it. Maybe we see a Plymouth again. Maybe we see a Goliath. I don't know.
Well, we did see Rain bring a Plymouth on this map. It wasn't very very effective. For me, the interesting point is that I've seen usually, at least for EU teams, and they love to play around the 9-10 map, and it's so crucial to the 9-10 line. It's very crucial to win there, whether the teams are going to deploy there or whether they're going to focus in other areas. But I see the teams are ready to go, so I know that Boxy is here right now in favor of Oh Boy, so that we definitely get to see a third match. What about you, Pingu?
Sure, definitely. I want to see a third match, and I want to see the third match be won by Oh Boy, of course.
Okay, I want to see a third match as well, so I'm also in favor of Oh Boy, but Vor was very strong. It's also shown our prediction. Right now, there is 1.2 million points in favor of Vor and only 700k in favor of Oh Boy. Let us know who's going to win. You can also still use the prediction campaign. It's up until 30 minutes or 8 minutes left for you. So we'll hand over to StatsBlock and see Raptor and see whether Oh Boy can take this map and move in to the last match. Enjoy it.
Here we go then with game 2 of this best of 3 semi-final between Oh Boy from EU and Vor from SEA. And here in the Oh Boy end, they have actually switched in, so Oh Boy now in green. They are bringing Kremlin, Slava. We did see a couple of Slavas yesterday. Quadruple Des Moines, Gearing, and double Marceau. And Sea Raptor has the Vor picks down the other end.
Opposing them from the south spawn, the SEA champions fielding Ohio, Kremlin, Des Moines, Venezia, Stalingrad, and fronting that with 4 destroyers, a Daring, and once again with the triple Marceau.
So this is going to be a bit like whack-a-mole because you've got the 4 Des Moines. So you've got 4 10-kilometer radars. They're very long-duration radars, even though they're not 12 kilometers. And high rate of fire on those cruisers, so they're able to punish anything that's within the radar range. On the other side, you've got 4 destroyers, so they directly counter each other. So let's see what happens. This is going to be a bit like swatting flies, I think, for Oh Boy.
Now, there's a part of me that I'm forced to wonder. You know, we saw what Triple Marceau did to the Moskvas, their Moskva in the middle of the board last game, as an example. If you're going to bring a Des Moines, then, do you really need the long-range radar on North? Might it not be better to bring, say, a Salem or 2 mixed in, which would give you more resilience against that HE spam because of Salem's crazy British-style heal?
Yeah, and actually, this weekend, I don't think we've seen, certainly in the matches that we've cast, I don't think we've seen a single Salem, which is very interesting because certainly on EU, throughout COTS, there's been quite a few Salems.
Yeah.
And North is one of the maps where I would expect to see potentially Salems, especially on the 9-10 line, because they deal very well with being like a single cruiser versus a single cruiser nose to nose because of that super heal.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, you're right. That's quite surprising. You certainly don't need the 12-kilometer radars on this map quite so much because you can get the cruisers quite close to the caps.
Indeed.
Pink Camouflage, I think, maybe just sensing in the water here what's coming. So being super cautious because if you're Pink Camouflage, especially after the experience of the last match, you don't want to get caught out in front of these 3 Marceaus. So I think we're going to see Pink Camouflage kiting back, getting the support of Lord Diamond in the Des Moines.
I think we're going to see a bit of a counterclockwise kind of game here, Stats, because we're starting to see very much like we saw some of the games on Crash Zone Alpha yesterday. You've got Oh Boy with a tremendous amount of firepower and force over at A, looking to push down the 2-3 line. Whereas you can kind of see the pointing end of the spear, the triple Marceaus pushed way up the 10 line on the extreme opposite end of the map. And it looks like we're just going to kind of be, Oboy's going to be trying to kite away over on their left flank and pushing on their right flank. In fact, both teams going that way.
Yeah, indeed. And when you end up with this sort of rotational match, it tends to end up with the middle cap being the one where the big battle happens at the end, because both teams end up with one cap in their complete control, and so it means that they have to fight over that center cap in order to win on points. Speaking of that, Marcello Pello just heading over cautiously towards B in front of Asphodelis' Des Moines.
Both teams playing very cautious early. 4 minutes gone. Both teams on a cap. Oh boy, ticking up a little faster. They got a slightly bigger lead there as they got onto A faster with Marcelo's Marceau. I've been saying that for 2 days. That's a tongue twister, man. And their Marceau push up the 10 line has kind of paused. I think they've realized there's nothing up there worth chasing. Now it looks like they're going to cut those guys back through this island gap along the eastern edge of the sea cap. I'll be curious to see where they go from there.
Yeah, the reason that these Marceaus were so effective in the last match was because the Moskva was nose in, so it couldn't escape. And then the Ohio is a very big, kind of slow target. And what you don't want to end up doing with these three Marceaus is chasing out of the top of the 9 line and then trying to catch either Pink Camouflage or the Des Moines of Lord Diamond as it runs away. Because even though you're Marceaus, shooting something which is running away from you is not that easy.
Marcelo into the top of B. Asphodelis responds with a radar. It's going to push Marcelo off the cap. So they know now that they know where Marcelo is anyway. They haven't seen the gearing, but at this point, if you're Vor, you probably feel like you've got a decent idea of what's coming down the 2-3 line as the Marcelo spam starts here on the Des Moines.
I was just looking at Marcelo with the camera, and then I could hear all these shells and turn around, and yep, the sure thing. And Max is
They've done this with the Kremlin too. What a massive hit coming in from Yanyaya. In fact, they're gonna push Max from every angle simultaneously.
And Max is actually so busy running away that Max is actually going to ground.
He's about to ground himself. Yeah. That's going to end his game. That he will not be able to escape from that position.
Yeah, that at this level, seeing a player do that is a sure sign that whatever it is that's just happened to them was a complete surprise. Because
Wow, that was like watching an assassination. That guy just got punished from 3 different angles. They designed this strategy, Stats, to murder that ship in that position.
Absolutely.
You can see it.
Yep, and even though the Des Moines was in a position to kite away, the DPM is just too great, and then the Kremlin whacks you. So, that was a great push there from Vor. Down the other end, Oh Boy are doing their own version with gearing, smoking these 2 Des Moines to try and get a bit of damage off of the Venezia and the Ohio. Buki coming back in the daring to support.
Marceau Wolfpack. Go ahead.
I was about to say, Marceau Wolfpack heading towards B.
Yep, looks like they're going to get up here and just drive right into the B cap. I mean, who's going to oppose them? No one can spot them. The radar that might have picked them up is gone. And any destroyer that tries to contest them will absolutely just get melted.
This does leave the 9-10 line open. Lord Diamond is going to be able to push down, and I don't know what they're going to be able to do with this, really. Diamond can potentially start shelling Yanaya. If Yanaya moves, then that maybe opens up Lord Diamond to be able to go and cap with the support of these 2 Marceaus, but I very much doubt that Vor are going to move Yanaya.
Now, Stats, we saw Oh Boy take a Slava yesterday on Trap. You mentioned that you had seen them take that ship earlier in the event, and that you didn't remember necessarily it being super effective, but you did remember seeing it. We're seeing it here again on North, and he is so far isolated from the rest of the team. I'm not positive what they're getting out of this ship right now.
No, well, I haven't seen it on North before, so we've seen it a couple of times on Trap, I think it was, in the center. just because of its ability, especially at the beginning of the game, to be able to catch out the cruisers as they go diagonally down towards the A and the C caps. The thing with North is that it has these little gaps in between the peaks of the islands where you can drop shots with a battleship, and there we go. Just as I say that, Slava fires towards the broadside Kremlin. So this, I suspect, is why that Slava is positioned right there. It's to catch these broadside ships. There we go, there's 10k.
Nice hit.
So that Slava is going to be able to take Yanaya to task for holding this position here nose in, because Yanaya cannot angle against both the Kremlin and the Slava is able to drop those shots. So Yanaya will be trying to get that tall peak of the island to the left between the Kremlin and the Slava.
Oh boy, attempting to repeat the mass fire tactics that they just got handed to them by Vor over north of the B cap, as they're basically trying to do the same thing to Yanya's Kremlin here south of C. And they're they're very successful with it so far. Yanya getting quite low, still in the game, but under a tremendous amount of threat.
I think Vor are about to say basically, okay, we see what you can do with 2 Marceaus. Let us show you what we can do with 3 Marceaus.
3. Mm-hmm.
As they come around the corner on Lord Diamond, going to try and keep the other Marceau in the background. Here we go. Yep, Yanaya down to 3, 2, 1, and down. Simultaneously, Diamond down to 20, 18, 17. Now, Diamond is not helpless in this, in this exchange. Can definitely get some damage on these destroyers.
The Des Moines reload is quite good, but the maneuvering that he's going to have to make is going to really work against him here. He's got his Hydra up. He can see all these torpedoes coming, but eventually he's not going to be able to dodge all of them, and yeah.
So Diamond actually did do quite a lot of damage. Those 3 Marceaus went into that fight fairly healthy. And that's left Rashia down to 4-5 and Classic Nam down to 9-2. But taking out that cruiser is a big win for them, I think, to still keep the 3 Marceaus alive.
I agree. Now, you're seeing Oh Boy respond. They realize now where the Marceaus are. They're bringing Marcelo back to B, and as I look at the board, I don't see that Vor's got a really good answer to this. They're going to be able to radar him and spot him, but they're not going to have anybody immediately with shells in there, I don't think.
No, Marcelo's going to go around the top of the cap. Asphodelis is going to push up that channel. But Oh Boy have the Kremlin of Eternal Titan coming over towards the top of that channel.
Titan's there. He's ready to have shots down that channel to guard his teammates back as needed. 11 minutes played, and Vor is on about a 200-point lead and climbing on the strength of their cap and ship advantage. But Oh Boy is still in this game. Some of the Vor ships are quite low. If they can catch a couple out, they can get right back in this very quickly.
Yeah, I was about to say, Horny Wookiee still looking healthy as he takes a sap volley from the Venezia. But yeah, totally balanced, and Horny Wookiee still pretty healthy here in the Des Moines over on the A cap. And the Slava, of course, completely full health. But Slava isn't a brawler and has basically cruiser armor, so it needs to be very cautious when it's facing off against the likes of that Ohio.
We haven't talked much about Balanced and Horny Wookiee's kind of Des Moines push that sort of they've stopped now, right? Those guys were way down on like the G line on the bottom end of the A cap. They've pulled them all the way back now because I think, to their credit, Oh Boy realizes that, man, the game ain't gonna be won down there. We gotta get back on caps. We gotta do what we can from up here.
Yeah, I think that push was designed to get as much damage off of the Ohio as possible. It doesn't look like they were super effective, but then they're still quite healthy, so the counterattack wasn't that effective either.
Marcelo's got to be careful. They've delayed his cap long enough that the other Marceaus are almost on top of him. He doesn't have a ton of support right here. The Slava maybe. And here it comes.
Yeah, as soon as he sees those ships round that corner, he's going to be out of there.
He's gone. He knows he has to bail. They can stop. Yep. Okay, they've lost sight of him now. So, but the Slava takes a shot.
Yeah, Slava has a very interesting accuracy profile. for want of a better term. So at long range, it's going to be super, super accurate. And so at that mid range, it's not going to be that accurate, but can definitely still hurt a destroyer.
Marcelo about to reverse into torpedoes. This is going to be bad. He's going to take one.
Oh no, Marcelo. There's some more coming as well. Don't accelerate into those.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got to get back on the cap, but he's got the trouble is that they still have enough firepower down there, and we know at least one of the radars. I think it was the Des Moines radar that caught him earlier. Dark Temple's Stalingrad radar probably still available. See if they pop one of these.
That's the advantage of bringing that 12-kilometer radar. Although even if that was a Des Moines, actually, it would still be in range. Yeah, Classic Noun, no doubt, is going to open up here. Rashia is also coming around the corner.
Up over 900 points. Vor getting dangerously close to a win. A single kill could push them over the top.
Yeah, oh boy, having to push Totally Balanced here into the cap because they absolutely have to block the points income.
Yes, they must.
And even more risky, Pink Camouflage has to go around on Dark Temple here because it has to get into the cap. With that radar running, Dark Temple knows exactly where Pink Camouflage is.
Camo about to step on the cap and pause the points game. There he does, as they're bringing Titan's Kremlin into the cap as well. It's all in here for Oh Boy. They have to make this play work, as Vor is going to pick up Pink and try to just off him.
Yeah. Pink Camouflage has to block the cap, but also has to not die.
Has to not die.
Which is basically mission impossible because he's got to leave the cap. That's a minute to get back in again.
Yep, he's got 60 seconds.
Pink Camouflage is the only ship that can get into that cap.
Now,
and it has to go back in.
Yeah, Dark Temple's quite low. If he comes out around the corner, Nike might have a shot, but it looks like he's slowing down. He's disinclined to take that engagement.
Pink Camouflage has no choice whatsoever here. Gotta go
seconds.
in. 27.
Oh boy needs a miracle here.
Yeah, Pink Camouflage has to kill 3 ships, and it's just not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. He's going to die, and when he dies, the game will be over.
And
there it is.
With that, unfortunately, EU is out of this international tournament.
Indeed.
Sad times.
Vor making a complete mockery of all of us so-called experts who picked Oh Boy to go to the finals. They get the sweep here, looking incredibly solid. They are on their way to the international finals. Let's go back to Chris Bogsy and Pingu for some more analysis.
Wow, I have to say, Vor gave Oh Boy quite a beating in this one and sending them back to the, well, at least match for potentially a 3rd place. But what a showing here by Vor, and looking very, very comfortable with this match. We can see why it was their pick. So let's get in Boxy and Pingu and talk about this match. Whew, that was quite impressive what Vor put up here, right, Pingu?
It was so enjoyable to watch how these 3 Marceaus just roamed around here like a task force, being on the right side in the first place, then going back through the middle. They opened fire, pretty ballsy on the sea cap, pushed out the Des Moines out of cover together with the crossfire of the other ships in the team from the other side. It was incredible how they played there, definitely.
What about you, Boxy?
What do you think, Boxy?
Yeah, I mean, it was obviously, Oh Boy, they learned a lot from the last match about how to deal with a Marceau ball. And actually, Pingu and I were watching this, we were trying to predict, because we can see everything. We're trying to predict, okay, if the Marceaus go here, here's what has to happen reflexively on Oh Boy's side in order to sort of put maximal pressure on all 3 caps and force the Marceaus to be everywhere at once, so to speak. And they were like right behind us in terms of, figuring out when and where and how to do that. I mean, so you got to give all the credit in the world to Oh Boy for putting up a really, really good showing against, well, a strategy that is as difficult to handle as obviously a triple Marceau or triple Kleber comp. So there were so many little moments where if something went just slightly different, it could have resulted in a victory for Oh Boy. But I mean, Vor made an absolutely dominant showing. They knew where to put those Marceaus. They knew how to use those Marceaus. They knew how to push that Des Moines out into the crossfire from battleships. And yeah, it just they knew when to fall back at A. to the point. All those ships at A, keep in mind, all those ships at A continued to live and applied pressure until the very last second of the game. Like, don't forget that. That means it makes so much of a difference.
I have to say, like, I think Conway enjoyed me raging so much because I was looking at Oh Boy, and of course you have the full overview. But once we get the replay, we can look at it in a bit more detail. But I was really taken aback sometimes by the choices that Oh Boy made in terms of how they reacted. Let's maybe talk a bit about the lineup that both of the teams brought. And I think there was actually a really good point that Sea Raptor brought up. So the Oh Boy setup relied very, very strongly on the Des Moines, right? They brought a quadruple Des Moines, but why bring a quadruple Des Moines except for the part that we saw on the A-line being able to have the gearing, being able to spam a bit, right? Oh, and perfect. We have the replay here so we can talk about it live while we look at it. Let me just open it here on the side so I can push the go button. So if we look at both of the teams' deployments, and then maybe let's stop it here. So we see of course exactly what is happening over here, right? We see a very, very strong push with 4 DDs. Completely abandoning the A side. They have this kiting force over here, the Venezia and the Ohio, basically being able to just make it hard for whatever wants to push through and delay them, right? You want to kite away and just make them pay. We have the Des Moines here on the island to cover the B cap against an early cap. But then on the Oh Boy team, we see this very, very strong deployment towards A, and we will see this happening, moving into this position. And then over here, we have this pack, which is only 3 ships. And here is the question that comes from me. So initially, I understand that, okay, Oh Boy is going to deploy stronger towards A. I guess they thought the Massos might be going A and have the double Des Moines gearing Slava just to nuke them down and the Marceau. But at some point early on, I'll just remove this. They know that, okay, we have the Massos over here. There's nothing on A. Many of these ships will have RPF. They see this C being capped, and they have an indication of the Massos being over there, right? And then there is no reaction from the Oh Boy team. So this is something that really caught me off guard. So you can see this cluster here of these ships. 4 ships with a gearing double Des Moines and the Slava. And there's nothing spotted here. So they know that this flank is empty. There's no smoke deployed, right? The only smoke would be from a daring. Anything else would be spotted, and they have an indication of where these ships are. So I would have expected them to move at least 1 Des Moines over here, expecting like a strong push. At least redeploying a little bit of that firepower and also sending the Masseau here to be able to have that DPM advantage, because you have the Des Moines, right? You have the 4 Des Moines, and if the Masseaus want to push in, you can at least make it hard and kind of cordon them off here. Position, this is going to be now very ugly, but I'll just do it here. And you kind of can deploy here with the Des Moines to be able to react potentially towards both of these caps. But Oh Boy didn't. And they actually kept pushing with the Des Moines over here. And maybe you can explain to me a little bit the thinking behind it, because for me it's like if I want to go and play this, like, let's say the longer game of withering targets down, it should be rather more of like a static game, right? Both teams hold a cap maybe, and you know that you make it super hard for another team to surprise you. It's kind of like this long back and forth, and you try to wither down targets left and right and see who can do the better trading. But this is not the match you want to play against a triple Marceau kind of Wolfpack, whatever you want to call it, Quack Train, just balling up, taking caps, bullying everything out. And then for me, Oh Boy managed to just put like individual ships left and right here and lose them individually instead of combining their firepower to counter the balled up firepower by the Masseaus. What do you think, Pingu?
I think they played it a little bit too much like a standard battle they've seen in the normal EU games we've seen so far, with the smoke train on the left side, being able to just push them slowly but steadily back and apply damage on the Ohio. Maybe the thinking was to push the Ohio so far back that the Des Moines in the middle is not under pressure anymore, or the B cap is not under pressure anymore. But in my opinion, the critical part right now, you stopped it right there, is I guess Oh Boy just didn't didn't realize that the 3 Marceaus would push through the sea cap together with a Kremlin, being so ballsy to open fire on this Des Moines. I mean, it was such a great move from 4 there to push this Des Moines out of the position, because she was not able to stand there. Definitely not. She lost so much HP. She had to move. And then there was the Ohio on the south. And I have no clue why they... Seriously, like you just said, Chrysanthus, why they didn't just move one Des Moines back. I think they got caught off guard there. And they had nothing to throw against the 3 Marceaus there. I mean, there was no damage dealt, actually. Only on the Kremlin, not on the Marceaus. And maybe Boxy can tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, Penguin is right. The fact that it was extremely ballsy move for these Marceaus here to just start opening up on this DM right here. It is ballsy, but at the same time, they knew exactly what they were up against. They knew they had pushed this DM all the way up here into the corner. They knew that this Kremlin, although he's in a very strong kiting position here, it's a Kremlin. It's not really going to be all that effective at putting DPM down onto these Marceaus. This Marceau is honestly the biggest threat to them, just because he can put specific damage onto one of the enemy Marceaus, one of the Vor Marceaus here. And of course, as you start losing HP on one of your ships in the Death Ball loses its efficacy. So, but it was so ballsy to just put so much fire on that Des Moines, counting on pushing it this way, and then waiting for the Ohio to just slap it, which is exactly what happened. I think actually the critical hit came in from that Kremlin right here onto that Pingu. It was the Kremlin, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. I think the thought was that they'd use the Ohio for the crossfire, but it did end up being the Kremlin who made the final shot there. I think Chrysanthos is right, though, that at some point when they realized that this cap was safe and that Vor was never going to push the A cap, it would have been better to maybe take a DM, send him back to somewhere like here, just to make sure they had an extra DPM cruiser with radar available to sort of, form a cornerstone there and keep these guys from doing what they did.
Yeah,
I think even if they would have done this, to be honest, if we can restart it, I don't think they would have had the time actually to react in time. Because the Marceaus were so fast. I mean, right now you can be sure that there is nothing more, and they should have put the Des Moines back. But they would have been, I don't know, at this position right now, if they would have brought them really, really early back. And you see how fast the Marceaus are, and they are. Sorry, I restarted it. And they are starting to fire on the Des Moines in the middle there, without the other ships being able to help, to really, really help there.
I understand this, but for me, it's also, I mean, it's so easy for me to sit here, right? And I haven't played on this level. It's for me just like to understand, because they moved the Des Moines up here instead of trying to potentially move him here. Of course, you don't also want to get stuck here with the Des Moines. But yeah, they were kind of like more in kiting positions than being able to really counter it. So I just have to say, really, really well played by Vor. Super ballsy, not just with the Marceaus, because it's so easy to focus on this triple Marceau setup, right? But I love the positioning of Vor. As we said, they have this setup here. They're wasting time. They didn't lose a lot of HP. They use these ships very well, still in these positions to be able to counter whatever they expect to be up against them. And then redeploying also, for example, the Stalingrad, right? The Des Moines here was really well placed. And just being able to react whatever Oboe is doing. So I think Vor right now looks as like super, super strong contender, of course, for the first place. And just kicking out Oboe 2-0 is not an easy feat. So gotta give it to them. Very, very well played. And yeah, so since we are waiting right now for the next match, which is scheduled for, I think, in 15 minutes, we will actually already start talking a little bit about some news we have from the dev blog, so that we are not going to sit here for 30 minutes just talking about matches, but also presenting you with some news about World of Warships and what's coming up in the foreseeable future. So we'll say for a few minutes, bye to Boxy and Private Penguin. I'll bring in Mr. Conway, and we can bring you some news about World of Warships. So thank you very much, guys, for helping us with the first set of matches. And of course, Bogsy and Pingu will be back for the pre-match discussion for the next set of matches, which is going to be FPM against the NA team Bonks. So the next semifinals. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the news. We're always concerned about how do we fill the time between the matches, right? Sometimes if the series ends a bit early, do we pull the next one up? But usually, actually, we end up talking so much that it's so we actually are now at a point where we have to be quick. Run out of time to talk about the news.
Yes, but there's so much to discuss always, right? It's so interesting to see these teams, and don't get me wrong, Oboe played a really, really good series, but it was just impressive to see how Vor managed to just take them apart. They made it look very easy, even though it's not very easy. So yeah, sorry, I just love to talk.
So we have a little bit to talk about. So let's address our first topic. As you already know, we have announced a while ago. We announced. I don't know what our commentators are doing, tapping their mic. Oh, I was quiet from the background. Okay, now Conway with a full amount of voice. Thank you very much for pointing this out. Please
okay.
understand, right? I
Nobody
have
wants to
Bonksy
listen to
literally in front of my face on a gigantic screen, looking at me, going like, "Okay." So much for that. Okay, so the news, right? The first thing we want to talk about is our upcoming Grand Battle Mode. We already talked about this a little bit in our Waterline video, and we mentioned that there would be 2 super battleships entering the game for this special mode, which is the Satsuma and the Hannover. Here, today, for the first time, we have an image. There she is.
Yes, so this is the Satsuma, which is a project based on the Yamato, of course, but it will get the 510mm guns that you might know from the Shikishima, but you get 4 twin turrets instead of 3 twin turrets, and it also is going to have increased stats. Also using the adjusting firing mechanic that we're working on, but it's not the only ship. We also have the project based on the H-42 project, which is the Hannover. And that one looks also very sexy if Mr. Conway wants to push the button, or is it on automatic rotation?
No.
There we go. Isn't it a beauty?
She looks really thick with 2 Cs.
Yes. She does come with universal artillery, the 128mm, but it also, as the first German battleship, will feature 4 twin guns of 483mm guns, so you can enjoy the overmatch that you're used to from, for example, the Yamato or the Shikishima for the 32mm armor, and have some fun with that. So I hope you like the visuals of these ships. We just wanted to show it to you. The details about the entire mode and everything related to this will be shared on the dev blog, so you can just read up on it. Nothing really crazy changed. The format is still going to be a 9v9. You're not going to see more than 3 super battleships. You cannot just get them and keep them. No, it's currency based, so you will have to kind of get a token. You have to earn intelligence, a currency that will be very popular, and I'm sure there will be plenty of memes around that. But if you have enough intelligence, you can spend that intelligence on playing this ship for 1 battle, and then you have to earn more intelligence to keep spending it to be able to play these ships, which I think is going to be cool.
Absolutely. In this Grand Battle mode, you will also be able to earn a brand new commemorative flag and patch. So go do this if you want to show it off. I think it's snazzy and purple. And speaking of things to show off, we have a range of new permanent camouflages coming to the game. I'm just going to let them run here on rotation. This one is very, very like the tiger camouflage for the Plymouth. I think is very beautiful. How to obtain this will be discussed at some point in the future. Same with the camouflage, the maple leaf camouflage for the battleship Yukon. So keep an eye on developments to see how you can get these. And this camouflage is an Independence Day camouflage.
So I don't know. Mind blown. It might be. We might have a similar situation as with the Black Friday activities that we do. I cannot give you a date yet, but if you connect certain dots and if the stars align, you might figure out roughly when this might be coming to the game, as a little bit of a hint.
Exactly.
Google will help you if you don't know the date already and you haven't seen Independence Day.
Yes. Speaking of things that are obvious, this also could give some of you an indication of what it's from. This is a set of new patches that are related to an activity which is related to a certain event with a ball that will be also played at some point soon in a country near you.
Or not so near you.
Or not, yes. And the next thing I think is actually really super cool. The next thing is something that we implemented or will implement, specifically to say thank you to our amazing clan super testers, many of which I'm sure are currently watching this stream, also helping me organize the tournament, probably also playing in matches. So there will be a special set of commemorative emblems, which I think are very nice.
Looks sexy.
For clan super test, and then an additional something for super test. You will find out how to get those if you are in one of these amazing programs. Or chat's just catching up to my mic mute. Yes. This is the life
is
of
the way.
a 5
This is
minute
the way.
delay. With the way.
Look,
This
it
is the way.
wouldn't have been a King of the Sea broadcast with not somebody being muted for a while and then catching
Yes.
up a few minutes
Look,
later.
at least you could hear me through Chrysanta's microphone all the way over there, so I wasn't completely silent. So, yeah. Anyway.
Indeed. So so this is like a little thank you for the guys, and thank you very much for all of the work that you do and helping us with testing all of the things that are coming to World of Warships. We showed you a lot of the things that are coming in terms of content. There are two more things, and not the ships yet. We'll talk about the ships in a minute. But two more things that are going to be.
You talk
I
about
think-
those.
Sure.
I'll give you the stage here a bit more.
So this might be a little bit controversial because I know that everybody has like strong opinions on this, but in update 0.10.5, we're planning to turn off team damage. So this is going to be good news for me because I'm safe from Mr. Conway. But the plan change is to disable team damage. The change should have a positive effect on team play, of course, because now your allies won't be able to damage you anymore. But we still have a unsportsmanlike conduct attached to it in terms of if players are shooting allies. So for now, you can no longer deal damage. You cannot encapsulate modules or cause detonations, destruction of allied ships. All of this is disabled. It's also impossible to deal damage to allies by ramming, but all types of armament will still hit allied ships. So it's not like the torpedoes will suddenly, like dive underneath Chrysanthos when Conway launches them and hit the enemy. No, they will still connect with your hull. If you do hit your ally, there will still be a penalty, and that is based on the number of hits on allied ships with any type of armament except for the secondaries. And it's the same system as before. So if you do this and you overdo it, you will get penalized. You will be getting
Sent to
pink
co-op.
and then sent to co-op if you misbehave. And you have to play with Mr. Conway if he manages to select the wrong mode.
It's been a long time since
That
that
is
happened.
true,
Actually,
that is
a
true.
long time.
Indeed. So this is one big change that we're bringing to the game. What else is interesting? So the player will not receive any credits or XP for battles in which they received a warning for damaging allies. And if a player, of course, does not continue doing this, then it will be removed that status just as before. So you lose that pink status. And the damage that a ship receives in response to allied damage will increase with each new hit on an allied ship. So if somebody is just, annoying his team, he will also deal damage to himself while not be dealing damage to his friends. So this is kind of like two ways of dealing with people who try to make the game harder for other people. You won't take damage as the victim of it, and the guy who's doing it will be penalized through getting damaged himself and then potentially being sent to co-op, and he will have to show that he's not a naughty boy or a naughty girl anymore, and then he can come back to PvP. Yeah, please let us know what you think about this change. We understand that, of course, this is a change where it might be less historical because, yes, there are no such things as friendly torpedoes. But on the other hand, we also want to make gameplay a little bit nicer and remove this frustrating element that you might potentially not like. So that's number one. And then number two, and this is where Conway and me are going to be high-fiving, like social distance high-five here on the border. Okay, we can do it like this. Meet in the middle somewhere. There is going to be a change for one of the currencies that you know. So up until this point, you were able to get recruitment points. But the recruiting station points are going to be changed. They're going to be turned into a universal resource, which is going to be called community tokens. Now, the community tokens will be a resource you can use in the armory. It will have its own tab where you can just exchange these tokens for various things. It can be, for example, community generated content. We had a lot of different
Camouflage
contests and so
permanent
on.
camouflages.
You will also be potentially able to get ships or containers through these tokens. And now, of course, you have the question of, okay, how can I get my hands on this? So our plan right now is to reward you, for example, for participating in public test. You can earn it through this, through of course, the recruiting station. We're not going to change this. So if you're active in recruiting station, you can get these points, and you have a much larger variety of rewards you can pick for this from the future. And then, of course, it's going to be attached to, for example, Twitch drops and streaming in general, so you have a better choice of what you get through Twitch drops. You can pick what you want. So we try to Conway and me, we build these missions for you, and we try to keep them interesting. We try to give you like shiny camouflages and interesting things as rewards. But in the future, you will be able to pick for yourself what you like to see in there, at least as an option. So I hope that's going to be nice and gives you an opportunity to also accumulate over a longer period of time some tokens, trade them in for something nice that you might be missing on your account, and do some funny shit with it.
And if for some reason you don't like it, you can blame the two of us.
Exactly. I'll take the blame. It's okay.
But we do actually, now we're getting to that point where we have to hurry because the next game is scheduled to start in 4 minutes. So without further ado, I'm happy to present you 2 new ships coming to World of Warships testing soon. The first of which I think does look very interesting. It is a tier 10 European destroyer by the name of Ragnar. Present us really quick the cornerstone stats.
So it has no smoke, it has no torpedoes, but it does have 152 millimeter guns, basically 2 dual turrets. It does come with a lot of HP. It comes with a good AA, and it does have radar. Okay. So 7.5 kilometers, 20 seconds radar, which means that it's going to be a good gunboat. But of course, it doesn't have the best concealment. I could go through a little bit of the stats, but
details on the dev log. We're running out of time. Details on the dev log, because also this is the ship you've been waiting for. Chat. I'm super happy to finally be able to answer the question of when is she coming for HMS Repulse soon.
Okay, you want to talk about it?
I don't have the text in front of me. You have to talk about it.
Okay. So we have the Repulse, right, which is a renowned battle cruiser, renowned class battle cruiser. It's going to be on tier 6, and overall, it kind of follows the approach of less guns, so you get only 6 instead of 8 compared to something like the Queen Elizabeth. It has less armor, so you have, for example, 60 millimeter plating compared to the usual 26 millimeter you would see here. It does get good HP. It has 56k HP. It gets great range. It actually has 19.8 kilometer range right now, which is fantastic for that tier. It gets the 381 millimeter guns you know from the Queen Elizabeth. And on the other hand, it's quite accurate, but it has, the slow turning turrets that you're used to on tier 6 from these ships. So you get the damage control party, repair party, spotting aircraft. I forgot to say this. Actually, the Ragnar also gets a repair party, so you get to heal for that brawling ship. And overall, I would say that it's probably more comparable, the Repulse, to something like a Champagne in terms of playstyle, right? You're going to be fighting on longer ranges because you don't have the armor, but you do have accurate guns. You do have 381 millimeter guns. And in terms of speed, actually, let me double check. Yes, 30. It will have 31.7 knots. So that's definitely much faster than what you have on the Queen Elizabeth or the Warspite in terms of speed. I hope this is interesting news for you. Should be a very fun ship to play. Of course, all of this is currently in development. It means not final at all yet. We just wanted to show you these ships, especially with the Repulse. We know that you would love to see some more British battle cruisers, and this is going to be the first. So yes, I hope you're as hyped as we are. I think this is going to be a very cool ship, fun ship to play, and yeah.
So next game scheduled to start in 1 minute. So I think let's immediately, without further ado, get guys in to talk about what we're going to see for the next game. So I'll see you guys on the other side.
Okay. Thank you. And welcome back. Yes, now we get to see Bonks versus FPM. So Bonks as the last NA representative team that kicked out Rain, the EU winning team yesterday. And then we have FPM representing the second place for the Asia King of the Sea tournament and being potentially the second team from the Asia cluster that might move into the finals. Taking a look at the ship bans, not a big surprise that one of the teams does not feel too comfortable with the clip air. And it's interesting to see because Bonks was countering clip air setups yesterday from Rain, but they still said, you know what, this is making things potentially harder than it needs to be, so we'll ban it. And FPM banning the gearing. Interesting pick here, right? What do you think about that gearing ban?
Pingu is
Please.
Oh, it happened again. It happened again. In my opinion, the gearing is a really, really good all-rounder ship, right? So the gearing has a great smoke. The gearing has great range of torpedoes, a good gun capability in close range fights. Yeah, but I think there is, yeah, I'm not. It's hard to tell why they specifically banned the gearing. Maybe because of the smoke, maybe because of the range of the torpedoes. But there's so many other GDs out there. I have no clue why the gearing, to be honest.
I'm gonna go ahead and say that it's very likely because of smoke train. A smoke train around the sea cap is oftentimes a strategy that'll come in here in the place of Marceau Death Balls, but HMS Repulse, everybody, HMS Repulse.
Yes.
No, sorry. Okay.
No, look, it's always great to see hype about a ship, and I think about this one, there will be many people will be happy to see it. Looking at the pick map, so this map, Northern Waters, was picked by Bonks, and we saw what they can do on this map, and they will actually start from the Alpha spawn, while FPM will start from the Bravo spawn. Since you know Bonks much better than we do, Boxy, what would you expect them to do here?
Well, with Generation Z, it's hard to know exactly what's going to happen. I think we have seen them play this. I think I watched them play this against SCCC. They did a smoke train through C around the edge with Des Moines. Here's something to point out. Nevsky was not banned in this matchup. We have seen very little of Nevsky in the international finals so far, mainly because everyone is aware of just how powerful it can be. So I would guess that we're going to see a good, healthy mix of Donskoys and Des Moines.
Indeed, and I see that the teams are starting now. So now we'll get your predictions. This is Bonks' map pick. Boxy, do you think they can take it home?
Absolutely, yeah. Bonks has shown a number of times that they know how to play this map well. They know how to contest the A cap while still also putting pressure on both. I would expect to see Z52 again. They really like doing that at the B cap. It's a really, really strong strategy that is specific to this map and being able to dominate that central island at B.
Bingo, your pick?
I think FPM is a really, really strong team, so I go with FPM this time.
Okay. Well, I think that Bonks might take this, but we'll see. And let StatsBlock and Sea Raptor bring you this game to your home.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our second match of the day, second semifinals match. Game one here between Bonks, the North American second place team, and FPM, the Asia third place team? Stats.
Second place team.
Help me out. Second place. I thought they were second place. I wrote down second. I'm making sure I was right. Anyways, here on Northern Waters in green, Bonks bringing Ohio, Yamato, double Des Moines, double Nevsky, fronted by Z52, Shimakaze, and Yu Yang. Talk to me about the FPM lineup stats.
Yeah, FPM have Montana, Kremlin, Des Moines, double Stalingrad, Daring, double Mosso, and Shimakaze. So a little bit more standard with these two lineups here. We're seeing Whale Biologist as ever in the Z52. We've really enjoyed watching Whale Biologist play Z52 this weekend, so no doubt we're going to see something interesting again going on the B cap for Bonks.
They got a lot of really good work out of Whale Biologist yesterday, both on this map and on Warrior's Path. Later in that series that they played with Rain. So I'm really curious to see more of that. Bonks kind of going for an early even split here. Ohio double Nevsky and Yang. So we're seeing those Nevskys with what is probably a smoke Yu Yang setting up over here in the islands along the 8, 9, 10 lines. Likely going to be a lot of those quick Yang smokes with the Nevskys camped in there, looking for places to rain their copious quantities of HE shells.
FPM not going for an even split, so they've gone. They've actually turned the Stalingrad all the way around. So Forced Renus is actually in a sort of kiting over the shoulder shooting position, while Double Mosso and the other two destroyers all go towards A. Now you may wonder, okay, what's the Shimakaze and the Daring doing? Well, if you come into this spot in here in something that has very good detection, you can actually spot some of the stuff going over towards the top of A, which gives the Montana the ability, he says, talking slowly, to miss turret bonk. I was hoping that was going to be some kind of dev strike, but he missed. Yeah, no, the Shimmer is there to do some spotting.
I was going to say this is very clever, pairing the Shima and the Daring together. The Shima outspots the Z52, so it's very possible for the Shima to maybe work his way in close, let the Daring smoke up and throw shells, but that's not what they're doing. Mostly just dumping torpedoes. They are going to step Munan's Daring onto the bottom end of B to stop that cap, and that's going to force Whale Biologist to back up and try to catch him in hydro and make him go away.
Yeah, Daring just getting inside that cap before the Z52 actually capped. Of course, the two Marceaus have already capped A and are long gone, running away from the Shimakaze of Bonks' torpedoes. And we'll see where they take these Marceaus now, whether they rotate them all the way over to B, or whether they stick around to support and defend A.
Bonks once again trying to bring Azuki's Des Moines down into this island over here along the one line. We saw them do this yesterday.
Yeah,
it
and
worked.
You may remember what I was saying yesterday about this is a super, super, super dangerous thing to do. But yesterday it worked because there was nothing sitting on the corner of that island over there in G3. But today there is. Today. With that Montana there, I don't know. I don't like Thai's chances here. That's when you get to the end of that smoke screen, that's it looks like a short gap, but it really isn't.
It's time for a Montana salvo, and that's all it's going to take.
Yeah, so I'm going to look at this from the point of view of the Montana here. Let's go on to the number 2 view. So this is what the red team FPM can currently see. Obviously, they can't see the Des Moines right now. So I'm going to be looking over the shoulder of the Montana. They can see the shells coming out of the smoke screen and from the Shimakaze, which is actually visible. There is the Des Moines. Just popped up. There go the Montana shells. There's also torpedoes.
This is going to hurt.
Actually, no.
Wow. Mostly overpens through the bow.
But now Azuki has to make that run to the island and end up nose in or tail in. Let's see. Because the problem is if you ground your nose, you're still there. That's the problem.
Yeah. I think Bonks perhaps has maybe kind of just bought into this is my strategy. There are many like it, but this one is mine. I'm not changing it. And I feel like it might cost him a ship early here. I mean, there's a lot of people over here ready to assassinate Azuki. It's 5 on 4? 5 on 4 on this cap. This cap.
And the other thing which you pointed out yesterday was once you get a cruiser into this position, if you manage to do it safely, you have to defend its rear end. And currently, there is nothing to defend Azuki's rear end from that Marceau.
Yeah, Battleship Nagato kind of back here, like able to throw a few shells, but it's not going to be enough to stop a Marceau. I mean, any one of these Marceaus that wants to loop around the back end of this island and just have their way with Azuki is going to be able to do that.
And you can already see Plan CVN-18 moving over. Not necessarily planning to rush, but maybe finish it off with shells. Yeah, here's the AP.
Yep, they're moving Yuwa up to proxy spot Azuki, while Plan CV will just start shelling him permanently. I mean, Azuki's going to be lit the whole time he's in this position. This is going to end so badly. This feels like a case of, like I said, just inflexible strategy stats.
Absolutely. So yeah, the Shimmer is back here, but that's no match for Marceau unless it happens to land a torpedo. So I think we are going to see Azuki eventually go down here, although obviously Des Moines is reasonably tanky, but that has limits.
6 minutes gone.
Let's just flick over. We paid a lot of attention to A. Let's just flick over to B quickly while I keep that Des Moines in the background. So Daring Munan is smoked up inside the cap, shelling Whale Biologist, who I assume is radared currently by Forced Runus.
Yep, radar is expired now. Biologist going to back into the cap. Probably not before Munan flips it.
Alright, Bonks also coming under quite a lot of fire there. 21k.
The two radars, the Nevsky radars kind of being let's say, wasted for the moment over on the 9 line. Not really doing them any favors at the moment. They really could use one of those in the middle of the board.
Yeah, these two Nevskis going out towards the 10 line around the cap they already own. I mean, they still have to force the Stalingrad and the Kremlin to stay at arm's length, but yeah, they could potentially bring one of these Nevskis back over, I think.
I see what they're doing. They're using the Des Moines. They're using turret bonks Des Moines to help try and guard Azuki's stern, but it's not going to be enough. They are going to get Azuki here in a moment.
Yep, a few more shells. Yep, there we go. Okay, so that opens up A completely now for them to own it. And I think now that turret bonk is down to 30k, I suspect that's the next target. Yep,
Yeah,
just as I say that, shells come in.
More. Yeah, I was just
Ooh.
going to say, there's the Stalingrad shells.
Okay, it's
That
going
is
to be...
a beautiful position for the Stalin.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot quicker than I thought it was going to be. I think you'll see Yihua maybe start to put a bit of pressure on, although the Yamato is here, so Apache is still able maybe to get shots on Yihua. Yeah, Yamato's guns are indeed coming around. The Shimamaso Daring group is coming underneath B now to contest against Whale Biologist. So that's going to make it really, really tricky for that Z-52 to hold on to B.
They're going to drive him out of there. There's no way. His smoke is on cooldown. He blew his smoke a little while ago. Honestly, I think they're going to get Whale Biologist right here. I don't think he's got anywhere to run. He's got no help. It's 3v1. He's going out.
Smoke is currently on cooldown, so no chance there whatsoever.
Turret bonk's going out right. Well, he's healing, but it's only a matter of seconds. They'll get him eventually. He's so low. He's going to back up. If he backs up too far, the Stalingrad will have him again. Or the Marceaus. Like, there's nowhere to hide in this position right now. Yep,
It's
here
a
come
very
the
dangerous
Marceaus.
position. Yeah, a lot of teams, if they're playing a bit more conservatively, will tend to put the cruiser up here, where the smoke screen is currently by this island, where you can't be cross-shot. But the problem with that is then your radar is further away and your guns are further away. So the
Montana Salvo coming in for turret bonk.
There it goes.
Bonk's down 3 ships as we approach the halfway mark of the game. It is everything coming up FPM. I tell you right now, if you were trying to sell me on an all-Asia final, I would probably buy it.
Yeah, absolutely. Bonks, obviously they still hold C. Those two Nevskis are reasonably healthy. Every time, I tell you what, this tournament, every time I say a ship is reasonably healthy, it gets smacked.
They take a Citadel. I was just noting that, actually, yeah.
I'm sorry, Bao Bonk, I just jinxed you, although you probably are going to get Kokonoe.
Yeah, I think they are about to get Kokone off the board here.
Yeah.
He's down to 97. A single shell will deal with that.
If the Nevsky can land them, quite floaty shells on a Nevsky.
Yeah, but it's not like Stalingrad is maneuverable.
No, that's true.
And now he's healing.
Gets to a heal. The shell's in the air.
Bonks needs this kill. They need to try and salvage something out of this game. I mean, they feel out of it, but in reality, it's Valbonk's stupidly low as well now.
The very flat AP in the air from the Stalingrad may actually take Valbonk out.
It will. Oh, he missed.
Nope, that's a miss.
I missed them all. Stalingrad missed. Is that legal?
I'm not sure. There we go. Got him eventually. Is that going to be a fire? Nope, no fire. Last volley in. I'm just watching the Yamato in the background as well there.
Kokone's Stalingrad was down to 97 HP.
Yu Yang is going to finish off Kokonoe. I think Yamato of Bonks goes down in the background. Pushed all the way into A. So now it is a significant points and ships advantage for FPM.
This is over. This is over. In the MMORPG world, they just say, call the wipe, kids. Try again. This
exactly.
is you're done. Even now, this Stalingrad has been on like 0.5% health for what feels like 3 minutes. There we go. They finally do get him.
Yep. Nevsky takes a 5k chunk there from the Kremlin. Super lucky not to be just deleted there. FPM just cleaning up.
Yeah.
The loss of that Stalingrad does give a little bit more time to Bonks, but I don't see really what they can do here. They're saying that. They did just get a bit of a chunk off of Fort Runis in the Stalingrad. But 43 seconds remaining. Munan taking a bit of a hit there as well.
Kudos to Bonks for not just kind of throwing in the towel here, right? Like, they're continuing to fight. They're still trying to get ships off the board, even though it's basically hopeless.
Thing is, especially when there's money on the table, you know, you never know what's going to happen. Maybe one of the players forgot to mount a detonation flag. Maybe you just get lucky and all your shells land. Maybe you get a quadruple fire on a cruiser. You know, you never know. So
they are certainly doing a great job of burning Runis out, and there he goes.
So that's another few seconds on the clock. Hattie may go down for Bonks.
Yeah, that when that happens, that'll end the game if he does.
16 seconds.
Seconds away here from an FPM, a convincing FPM win in game 1.
Munan may go down first.
There he goes. Wow.
Yeah, that was pretty convincing. I too would also buy tickets for a double Asia final right now, which I would not have predicted before this tournament started. No way. So that it's amazing. And we were actually saying off stream earlier how open this tournament has been the whole way through. So that's fantastic to see. But this isn't over. We'll be coming back. It's 0-1, so we'll be coming back for the decider. But for the time being, while the teams reset, let's pass back to Chrysantos.
Here, congratulations to FPM taking the first map in a very impressive fashion, and we'll discuss with Boxy and Penguin how they did this. Boxy, that was very impressive. What happened here with Bonks not being able to defeat FPM on this map?
Yeah, I think it was a very interesting situation where FPM's strategy of fluid DD movement and pressure at A. It seems to be more in line with the meta for this season, which was effectively, to have DDs and to have quick ships that are capable of applying pressure in the right places. And Bonks' win condition looked like it was going to be Smoke Train at Sea with Double Nevsky and Yu Yang. The gearing choice was sort of made clear. The gearing ban choice by FPM was made clear as Bonks having to switch over to a Yu Yang in order to make a Smoke Train. And I think what ended up going wrong, it started to fall apart when the Des Moines of Bonks was being smoked up towards the little island at the ACAP. And I don't know quite whether maybe the smoke didn't last as long as they thought, or maybe they just took too shallow of a pathway in, but the Des Moines ended up taking a lot of damage on his way in from multiple DDs and a Montana, and he sort of got stuck there. He chose to turn in, nose onto a Montana rather than sort of turn out and risk getting broadsided by that Montana, but he got stuck there and he got killed, and that was the beginning of the end.
Definitely. I've seen it super often in all of the battles we had on this map. When they put a Des Moines from the north towards the island, in a lot of cases this Des Moines gets almost blapped before it even can reach the island. So I'm not quite sure why the teams try to take this position so aggressively. Because, like Boxy just said, in my opinion, we do have the replay right now,
yes,
right?
I'm letting it play so we can show the move.
All right. So the thing is, this island here is from the north, not as a good cover as is from the south, and both teams are trying to engage on this island. We see the Des Moines from the south team from FPM going like this. A pretty safe approach, but the Des Moines from Bonks just moving like this, and I'm not quite sure why he's trying to be super fast and using this shortcut, because every time I see this shortcut, this Des Moines right there gets spotted and takes a lot of damage, and then you have no pressure left. And as I just said, this position here is not really safe, not a really safe spot if you have a ship sitting there. Like later on with the Stalingrad, and you have maybe DDs sitting here with their gun arc. they can try and hit this Des Moines. And we've seen the Marceau going up at this position and finishing off the Des Moines right there. I mean, it was a great move from FPF. The Bonks just lost their Des Moines on this side, and the other Des Moines, I've said it yesterday, I've said it last weekend, I guess. This position there is not as safe as this position as well. So they really did a great job at positioning here, FPM, and yeah, they focused down two really crucial destroyer cruisers, and therefore Bonks lost the complete control of the ACAP, and therefore in the end the battle.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's very impressive to see how both FPM and War played these matches. And for me, it seems a bit like the teams from the SEA cluster are very happy to, first of all, dictate the battle by putting on early pressure, and then are super fluid in their movements, right? The Marceaus they know exactly what the enemy team is probably going to do, and they put ships in the right position to counter it, and then let their strategy kind of fall apart. And I felt like Bonks really struggled to have an answer to this, right? With the Nevskys still pushing down the 9-10 line, not repositioning them, and actually losing the Nevskys here, right? They were over here, they had their part to play, but they didn't really impact anything on B, for example, not trying to relocate them to kind of help the Z52, which was under more and more pressure, obviously, as soon as the ACAP kind of fell into the hand of FPM. What could they have done here differently, Boxy? What do you feel like might have been a good response to what FPM did?
Well, that's a great question, and I got to be honest. I think in terms of responses, one of the only things they could have done differently. Again, there's a distinction between, hey, your initial strategy may have benefited from a change, but what could they have done to react once they saw how the game was unfolding? In terms of reactions, I really do agree with you, Chris, that maybe moving one of the Nevskys over to support the Z52. I don't know who it exactly put pressure on. It's possible that if you take this Nevsky here when he was back up in this position, maybe you rotate him over here, or I think this is not a very strong position here for a Nevsky, but maybe even open watering to try and put pressure on these DDs down here to try and keep them honest. In some way, trying to help out the Z52 would be a good call, as a Kremlin and a Stalingrad are not going to be pushing their way into here. Penguin also pointed out at some point that the Yu Yang has an enormous ability to either YOLO the Kremlin as the Kremlin made his move up into here, or even if there was the opportunity, even possibly take out the Stalingrad. A lot depends on whether or not you can see those DDs, but there are options for a destroyer with a really high torpedo alpha against cruisers like that.
Yeah, I agree.
Definitely.
But really well played by FPM, and of course it's very easy for us to sit here and dissect the things the teams did. But I think it's one of the most important factors for any team that wants to get to the title of King of the Sea, to be able to react on the fly, because you have your initial strategy, what you want to pull off, and then of course something happens that kind of puts that strategy to a hold, or you have to adapt, and that usually is the team that will win by being able to react and redeploy and kind of put the enemy back in their place. So that was actually Bonks' map pick. So now it's on Bonks to get back into the match and take the map pick, the next one, off of FPM. And we've seen that this can be very hard, as we just saw with the Oh Boy versus War match. So let's take a look at the next map. And that is going to be North, the same map that we just saw. And FPM also picked the North map as their home map. So do you expect to see something similar compared to what we saw with War? Just as a reminder, yesterday we haven't seen a lot of the matches from FPM, but they were very happy to bring very strong French DD setups, for example, even resulting in like a 5 Kleber push. So do you think that what War did might be a template for FPM here?
Yeah, I am really honest here. I do like the Asian teams because of the fluid gameplay. I do like the Asian team because of the dynamics they bring to the table here. It's so much fun to watch, and I really do hope they bring another combination of maybe Marceaus, and I really want to see how Bonks will try to counter this strategy, because right now we haven't really seen a good and effective counter against such a brutal force of 3 Marceaus. Kleber is off the table because it's a banned ship. Gearing is not there as well. So I think we have to see if Bonk sticks to the smoke train tactics on the A cap, maybe with a Yu Yang again. I mean, there are Nevskis, and I think Nevsky is a good pick against a triple march. So because of the high shell velocity and the DPM they bring to the battle, yeah, I'm really excited. But what about you, Boxy?
I have a very bad feeling we're going to watch a repeat of War versus Oh Boy here. I really do. I mean, granted, we just watched it, we experienced it firsthand. We, can sort of sit here and go, I have a feeling, but I think that Bonks' strategy is going to be a bit more conservative. I think I'm starting to notice that's the NA style, is to play each cap almost individually. And the battleships, of course, are still cross-mapping and playing all 3 caps. But generally speaking, I have noticed that they tend to play each cap individually. And I think that's very efficient. I think that's probably why last season we saw 07 do so well in internationals, was the lack of a meta that was defined by these really fluid, fast-moving French DDs. So I have a feeling we're going to watch a repeat of Vor versus Oh Boy here, and that the Asian strategy of mobility is going to come out on top.
Yeah, so
sorry guys.
No, it's great. It's great to see. Like I'm really curious to see this as well. Or maybe they will also bring some Venetias. But Bonks was very strong yesterday in terms of keeping rain at bay. So we'll have to see what they can do here. But it's definitely a team that can counter it. So Boxy, I guess you are in favor of Bonks here.
I'm hoping that my little Zoomers can pull this off, but I have a feeling we're going to see some really strong Asian play here.
Pingu, your pick.
I hope for a third game, but I think FPM is a little bit stronger.
Okay, look, Bonks, I believe he can counter this. I'm really curious to see. Like, I don't see the lineup right now, but I'll give it to you. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that he can counter whatever FPM is coming up with, and then we'll hand over to the casters, to both StatsBloke and Sea Raptor. So. Bye-bye.
Here we go for game 2 of this best of 3 semi-final between FPM in green here, the Asian number 2s, versus Bonks in red down the other end of the field. They are the NA number 2s, and it's currently 1-0 to FPM. FPM fighting for a place in the finals, and Bonks fighting for a place to stay in this best of 3. So for FPM, well, I said about Salem's last match, you wait for 1 and then 3 come along at once. So we've got Ohio, Kremlin, Double Salem, Goliath, Venezia, Daring, Marceau, and Shimokaze for FPM. What have we got for Bonks?
Opposing them from the south, it's a do-or-die game for the NA second-place team. Bonks fielding Yamato and Kremlin, fronting that with Des Moines, Salem, and the Double Nevskis, same as last game. Well, the Double Nevskis were the same. The other cruisers are different. And then out at the pointy end of the spear, Daring, Shimokaze, and Yu Yang. Still sticking with the Yu Yang and Double Nevsky thing, but yet we're kind of breaking up the crew, because already you can see one Nevsky going east, one Nevsky going west.
Yeah, and we are seeing the return to what I was kind of expecting to see on North from the previous teams, was Salem's going nose-to-nose on the 9 line, because that is something that Salem is just very, very good at with its super heal. It deals very, very well with one-on-one kind of cruiser sort of trading, basically. We quite often see teams being sort of asymmetrical compared to each other with this map. So we've got the Daring, at this time, not Z52, of Whale Biologist going into the B cap. Nothing there for FPM. FPM are sending Shimokaze over to A cap. That's going to be countered by Yu Yang and Nevsky. And then finally we've got Daring of Munan facing off against Todd Howard's Shimokaze from Bonks.
Indeed. Now, you can start to see a little bit of FPM's thought process here, right? They're sending, like you mentioned, the Double Salem. The Double Salems were kind of headed over to the 9 line. One of them, that's Nair, has broken off and is going to work this position kind of north of the B cap. And then, but they are sending one of the Salems and one of the Goliaths over the 9 line. I really like this pairing. I think this is something we haven't seen a lot of. We have seen teams on NA at least use the Goliath to good effect in the event, but maybe not necessarily pairing it up with a Salem, because you put 2 of these kind of HE spammy, high impact HE ships on in the same together, and they both are very survivable, hard to get off the board. That could be really nasty for Bonks to have to deal with over there.
Yeah, Goliath's party trick is kind of similar to Salem, so it has that super heal, but particularly it can heal up a lot of Citadel damage. So if this Goliath at any point gets smacked by that Kremlin, it can actually do quite a lot of healing to get some of that damage back. So it can be used with its good concealment and decent range torpedoes, high impact, higher caliber HE, can actually be used to be reasonably aggressive if necessary, but can also be very aggressive with its HE from some range as well. Here comes some AP from the Kremlin. Some just catching the island there. Nope, that's a bit long.
Bonks doing a good job here early, kind of holding Munan's daring out of the cap, but they haven't been able to convert it. Opposing him with Shimakaze, that's Todd Howard's, hasn't been able to actually pick up the cap yet.
No, Todd Howard's having to duck away there. There's also torpedoes coming, and Munan is coming back in again. And if you're in a Shima, you really don't want to get into a one-on-one gunfight with a daring, that's for sure. The other daring, which is from Bonks, is just reversing now into Bravo. The radar of Salem goes out. It's just inside range. Can they actually see? Yeah, Whale Biologist is just spotted by that radar.
They can see Whale Biologist. Azuki put up his radar as well on the south end of the cap, so they've got Munan spotted. I think they're trying to kind of hold him pinned in that position to buy Todd some time to finish bagging, or at least get back onto the sea cap. But I think Whale Biologist is going to bag B. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get shells on him in time to do anything about it.
Yeah, there's no one that can get guns at all. Zero. And they're actually moving Naya in the Salem. They're actually changing the position over to the what Maltese calls the play button island, because of its shape, I guess. So yeah, we're gonna have to watch this Salem carefully, because if Bonks ever actually manage to get a push up the 910 line, that puts Naya in a lot of danger. So this Goliath Salem Marceau group with the Kremlin at the top really needs to look after Naya here.
Todd there with perhaps an ill-advised gun salvo on Munan's daring. He got lit for a while, took about another 4,000 or 5,000 damage that he could have avoided potentially. But you can see Bonks doing a little better job easily here early. 5 minutes gone, sitting on 2 caps, ticking up points, preparing to kind of receive what they perceive as this push down the 9 line. The Kremlin Goliath Salem setting up over here.
The Kremlin, I think it was, did actually manage to get a very good shot on Roselia, and Roselia has now healed up using that massive Goliath heal that I was talking about, up to 43, but did go down to 20-something at one point. So Roselia having to use that super heal. So yeah, you do need to be a little bit careful.
Oh my. On the top end of the A cap, Han Han is going to take some really nice Deepwater Yang torps here. Oh, one right under the keel. I thought he was going to take 2, but that last one snuck in right under the screws. As the Shimakaze, that's Word of Warships, is going to contest A from the top end.
Anything on those Shima torps? Nope, there is a lovely gap right in the middle of those torpedoes. It's always the way, isn't it?
A perfect Yu-Yang-sized gap in that salvo.
Yeah, you see the wall appear, and then you're like, oh, that's fine. I don't even have to move.
Now, Addy is already pretty low on this flank, right? I mean, he's open watering Nevsky with an Ohio and a Venezia at his back. Doesn't feel like a position he can maintain forever.
No, yeah, with Venezia's SAP, I mean, even if you angle, it's still going to be fairly consistent, and if you turn even slightly, you can really catch one of those sap shells or sap broadsides. And that can take off a cruiser, that can take between 10 and 15k easily. So Addy's going to have to watch forced shells coming and make sure to turn when they're in the air. But at this range, this sort of medium range, that's going to be quite tricky to do.
You can see now the push down the 9 line starting to develop a little bit. They've pulled the Goliath back. They're going to lead the Salem to hold kind of the back door open as they've shoved Noob CV's Kremlin directly into the sea cap. That'll start ticking up FPM's first points of the game, as it looks as if Bonks may surrender the A-cap. Are they going to get Whale Biologist onto it in time? They aren't. They're going to give up the A-cap. Biologist is going to try and get in there and hopefully dodge all this massive Shimakaze's torpedo salvo.
Yeah, with the Nevsky radar being quite a long way away, I suspect that Warships will really stick around to block. Again, there's a gap for Whale Biologist in these Shima torps.
Oh my.
Being super lucky with the dispersion of those torpedoes there.
FPM losing a battleship already. Con Hannah going down to a Yamato salvo from Hattie.
Yeah, that's going to be good news for Bonks here.
Oh, it's great news for Addy. If you're Addy, you're super excited right now.
Absolutely. And it's going to enable Hattie to push up even further. Obviously, Hattie still has to be careful of the Shimakaze torps. But Whale Biologist with that very, very wide hydro, while it's on, obviously can do a little bit of screening for Hattie. Yu Yang laying a smoke screen for Addy to push up a little bit and start getting some DPM down on Forced Runus. There's a Salem move going in the middle. Naya has pushed. I'm not quite sure why.
Well, Bonks has picked up on it now. They're turning guns to try and farm some of Nair's HP. I mean, obviously, the HE spam from Balbonks Nevsky, they can heal most of that back. Curious to see how kind of what the point of that push is. Go ahead.
I'm trying to see what the reason was, because you wouldn't push the ship into that position without a reason. It's to get cross shots on the Kremlin, but you wouldn't push the... I honestly don't understand what that push was for.
I'm not sure either. They had done something that I really liked, right? Azuki, his Des Moines position was a little compromised by Noob CV's Kremlin, right? Azuki could not reverse without giving his broadside to Noob CV from the sea cap. And then they brought the daring around and used the conga line torps on Azuki to put at least one torpedo into him because he couldn't reverse. He can't go backwards. He's got to kind of find a different way to maneuver. But the Kremlin just punches out Nair, and just like that, FPM is down 2 ships and upside down over 300 points with the game half over.
Yeah, I really don't understand what that was about. The only thing I can think is that it was to keep Azuki spotted somehow. I don't really understand that. That seems like they've just thrown that Salem away.
With the Ohio off the A flank, Addy's Nevsky becomes an incredibly important piece on this side of the board. His radar is going to allow them to push Munan well off the A cap and get lots of good damage into Munan. Munan's not dead yet, but they're continuing to throw shells in that direction. He is burning as he runs north of A.
Yep, there is a heal on that daring, but of course it's not a very large heal, down to 3-6 and still burning. Very much currently in the hands of Bonks. Also, of course, the Des Moines of Azuki sitting in B is holding B for them as well, so they do have the points advantage currently, and 3 minutes 30 on the points clock for Bonks.
Bonks doing a great job of managing their health and keeping up their board control.
Yeah, they don't need to actually do anything with C here. They can take these 4 ships over by C and they can just kite them away quite safely.
They can just farm damage and just try not to die. Now to their credit, FPM's put a lot of damage into the Apache's Kremlin. I think that eventually they probably have the time, over 3 minutes on the timer still, to wear him down and pick up that kill, which would get them some points that they really need.
Yeah, and that will enable the Kremlin of Noob CV to turn maybe towards B, start to put a bit of pressure on Azuki. But actually, Bonk's doing a pretty good job of chunking the FPM Kremlin down there as well. But Apache, I think, will go down here. 539, shells in the air. That's a miss. Yeah. Heel gets popped.
Speaking of putting pressure on Azuki, Munan and Plan CV's Marceau have been farming him while he's been in the B cap, and yet Munan under some radar now, trying to get away. We know his heal is on cooldown, or at least it's been used recently, so he's probably got a little bit of time left. They may be able to get him here, as Azuki's going to push all the way through the B cap and find some island cover from Plan CV.
Yep, currently watching Munan here. Keep an eye on the 2 Kremlins in the background as well. Munan, I think, is unspotted. Nope, still spotted.
Apache got a heal off. He got really low, but he's back up over 10k for the moment.
Yeah, Noob CV may actually go down first here.
They got the Shima flit with somebody's face. He's so close to Noob CV. He's less than 5 kilometers away from Noob CV is Todd Howard's.
Okay, there's a lot going on. Keep an eye, dear viewers, on the minimap because there's a lot going on at once. That's Kremlin gone down, which is going to save Shima there.
60 seconds on the clock. FPM very much on the back foot, down 3 ships off most of the caps. They own C, but it's just buying. It's not really doing them anything. They need to be on to another cap to slow the bleeding. Word of Warships going out right here. Shell's hunting him.
Yeah, if World of Warships goes down, that's going to make it very, very tight to the game.
They do.
990.
There it is.
That's a couple of ticks.
Wow, Bonks with a solid showing here in game 2. They absolutely came to play to tell FPM, that all Asia final ain't happening yet, boys. You got to get through us. Looking good.
Absolutely. So we are going to see a third game in this best of 3 series versus FPM versus Bonks. So super excited. That, of course, is the streamer's dream, is a 1-1. So very, very happy with that. Well played to both teams. And we will be coming back very shortly for the decider. So back to Chrysanthos.
And with this, Bonks took the map off of FPM and is back into the race. We finally have a match here, and it's now all about who's going to take the last map. Wow, Bogsy, Private Penguin. That was a good showing here, and shows how Bonks made it this far with a very impressive showing here on the North map. Bogsy, what do you think made the difference here from Bonks?
Well, I mean, the first obvious thing to say is there was no French DD comp to fluid their way through the map this way. I don't know whether that choice from FPM was due to the fact that it was North. Excuse me, as we obviously saw just a little while ago, we saw Vor pull the same DD strategy on North to really, really nice effect. But I was telling Penguin during the match that like this, I think, highlights the difference in terms of strategies prepared by NA versus SEA versus EU. I think that NA and EU came with the mindset of playing each cap almost like its own individual battle and having the best, most effective trading strategies there for trading HP. So when they're allowed to do that, they excel. Bonks had an absolutely dominant showing in that match right there. Didn't lose a ship. They outplayed each cap properly because they were able to basically focus each cap as an individual cap, with, of course, the battleships cross-trading as battleships do. But I'm really interested to see now. I think this tiebreaker, we're gonna see if FPM goes back to a DD heavy lineup, and if that happens, is Bonks gonna be able to sort of adapt and go, okay, I think we figured this out now, or are they gonna fold up like so many of the other regions teams have when faced with the SEA cluster's really novel and exciting strategies? I mean, I want to give credit where credit is due. It's fun to watch those DDs, like Chris said.
Yeah, I think that this is interesting for me as well. It's like, so of course all of these teams also play mind games, right? And FPM having a bit now the reputation of what also we say is like, oh, they bring a lot of French destroyers, and kind of trying to maybe debate the enemy team into bringing something specifically tailored to deal with the muscles, and then bringing a more traditional setup and kind of counter they thought would bring. So I don't know, but what do you think, Penguin?
Definitely. I'm really impressed about the positioning of Bonks right there, because you've seen in the beginning there was a push being started from FPM on the right side on the Charlie cap. And Bonks did a really, really good job at just blocking them from pushing forward, blocking them from taking control over the right side of the map. I mean, you've literally... They didn't lose a single ship in the end. You've seen the Kremlin moving away with like 3k HP. So you can see how good they traded, how good the positioning was. And I can see we have the replay now ready. So we can let it start running. And... I have to mention one big mistake in my opinion there was, and maybe it's a little bit of luck as well, of course, because I'm all good at prediction, because it's this Ohio right there, and I think this Ohio was simply too far away. That's why I said the positioning of the other team of Bonks was way better. The Yamato right there being able to shoot at this position, being able to support even there and on the other cap. But this Ohio going far to the left and even eating torps from the Yu Yang right there that is torping this way. And you can see right now there, this Ohio is not being able to shoot over this island on this position right there. And I think the Salem, it was not a bad call to go like on this position, but to make a crossfire. Even the move of the Kremlin going into the cap and trying to take pressure or deal pressure on this group down there was a good call. But this Des Moines just kept spotting the Salem, and this could have been prevented by the Ohio simply standing there or there and being able to deal cross shots. She could have even blapped the Des Moines, but then the Kremlin just turned the turrets and killed the Salem. And with the Salem gone, it's only the Kremlin left, and then they focused down the Kremlin, and everything broke apart. And Bonks did a really, really good job. And even the positioning and dealing damage on this group and regaining control over the A-cap. So they didn't lose a single ship. It was a really, really, really great match to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I loved how Bonks was able to leverage that Yu Yang, which would have potentially been a gearing, right, if they were allowed to bring a gearing. But making use of the Yu Yang and being able to put that much damage into the Ohio and pressuring it to kind of move away. I think this was Boxy told us yesterday that a lot of NA teams were very happy to also use like 20-kilometer Shimakazes to kind of dictate a little bit how the enemy team is allowed to move and kind of put them into certain places. And I think Bonks did a really good job here with forcing that Ohio to kind of abandon its previous position and kind of also forcing a mistake on their side to push it into low HP and then losing it very early on. I mean, a battleship, you don't want to lose it at all, of course, but you rather want to see it towards the end, dealing a lot of damage throughout the match and then potentially going out. So, yeah, really, really well played here by Bonks. And it puts FPM now into the position of, well, they lost their map as well, and now it's all about the last match, the tiebreaker. We can keep the replay running, but overall, I think, yeah, props to Bonks and very well played.
Yeah, it was. You're right about the torpedoes. It was something that I noticed during NA regional King of the Sea matches where SCCC, Bonks, and even a team that didn't make it all the way to the finals, Star, it's actually a Brazilian team. They had some of the best, most efficient, effective torpedo placement I've ever seen, and we saw that here where the Goliath early on, Pingu and I were watching the Goliath early on, pushing from FPM, pushed right into torpedoes. And then, of course, the Ohio right into torpedoes. It was pretty effective. So we'll see if they can pull it off again.
Yeah, the last map is going to be Crash Zone Alpha. Just to bring this back into your memory, this last map was drawn randomly so that none of the teams has an advantage. The same thing is true for the spawns. So in Crash Zone Alpha, we will see a Bonks in the Alpha spawn, so starting from the north, while FPM will be starting from the south. And we've seen a lot of different strategies here on Crash Zone Alpha. Boxy, would you expect FPM to go back to the more French DD-focused gameplay here and kind of put the pressure on Bonks with that, or pick a rather traditional setup?
I think that they're going to go back to Marceau's this time, because Crash Zone Alpha, just like Trap, is one of the diagonally. Every time I say it diagonally, I'm going to do this. Is one of the diagonal setups for the maps. It means it has a lot of open water to cross, a lot of space. Because of that, mobility is king, and it also means that frequently the cruisers that attempt to flank around the southwest or the northeast corners, they oftentimes get isolated, and that's perfect easy pickings for a group of 3 destroyers. Just tra-la-la-la-lawing their way across the map, eating whomever they want. So I do expect to see that. However, this was also a map where Bonks routinely would bring 4 destroyers of their own. They'd bring a lot of cross-mapping DDs with torpedoes such as Gearing or Shimakaze, and they'd put them in the right spots. So I think that this is really going to come down to who takes the initiative first, and my money is honestly on the French DD comp, if we do see one of them.
I would agree. I mean, we've seen this yesterday. If I remember correctly, FPM actually brought this strategy, like a very French DD-heavy strategy with Klebears, against KISS, the CIS winning team from their King of the Sea tournament. So that worked very, very good in the beginning. But at the end, if you remember, it was 3 Klebears just running away and basically winning on points very, very closely. So I'm curious to see what Bonks might be bringing here. Pingu, do you think they might do what we've seen from EU teams like BANCB bringing like Conquerors, potentially Venezias, or rather trust in their own DD heavy setup?
I think we will see, of course, Nevskis on this big map, being able to fight on open water, having a 12-kilometer radar, super fast shells flying. This should be a good pick. I think we will see fast-moving DDs by Bonks itself, because of the big range of the map. Maybe a Marceau going for one or the other cap. But just as Boxy said, Bonks is bringing the D-heavy lineup themselves on this map in the past. So, this I wish we would see a French DD comp on the side of Bonks as well, just for the fun. But I think they will stick to their traditional tactic, just like they did in the map before. And of course, yeah, why not?
Yeah, we'll have to
Shouldn't
see.
it work?
Just as a reminder, guys. So for this series, we have as banned ships the Kleber and the Gearing. This is why you don't see these two ships. And we also have a global ban of the Petropavlovsk. And if certain ships are not available right now, like the Thunderer or Smoland or the Somers, they cannot be fielded here as well. So just because I saw some questions in chat, as a reminder why certain ships are not present here in the team lineups. So yeah, that means well, it's going to be the tiebreaker, and we'll see who's going to join Vor in the finals. Of course, we will also show you the match for third place, and that, of course, means money to win for both teams. The teams are slowly but steadily getting ready, as far as I can see. So
we had one player crash, so he's restarting, and then we should be able to go.
Okay. If you don't know this about how these tournaments are actually run, so all of the teams assemble in training rooms where they can see the setup of the enemy team. So they don't have like enough time to kind of prepare just because they're sitting in the same training room. And then in case, for example, a player would drop out in the first 1 or 2 minutes, they would be able to restart the match just out of fairness. They're able to do this once. And I think the player just came back, and I see the training room is starting. So Bogsy, Bonks or FPM? Where do you put your money?
If I'm putting my money down in Vegas, I'm gonna put it on FPM. However, in my heart, it's gonna be Zoomers all the way. Go get them, guys.
What about you, Pingu?
I think we will be surprised by this battle, so I think Bonks will take the win.
Okay, FPM looks really strong. I love what the Asian teams are doing. I do think Bonks might have a really good strategy here. So we'll hand it over to Statsbloke and Sea Raptor and see what both teams are going to bring. And let us know in chat, who do you think will win this match? And then we'll see you on the other side. Have fun and enjoy the battle.
Welcome back, Warshippers, to this decisive game in our best-of-3 series between North America's second-place team, Bonks, and Asia's second-place team, FPM. Here in the green, spawning from the north side, Bonks fielding Conqueror, Yamato, triple Venezia, Moskva, Daring, and double Shimakaze. Stats. What about FPM?
Yeah, FPM down the other end in red. They have brought Ohio and Kremlin, Des Moines, Venezia, Stalingrad, and then 4 destroyers, Daring, and 3 Marceaus, who are sticking together. So we're going to see that that Marceau group working together to quickly cap and then potentially murder something. Potentially Todd Howard's. Yes.
The Asian teams today, Stats, have absolutely just put on a clinic on how to run Marceau, little Marceau or clever wolf packs, haven't they?
Yeah, they're doing it slightly differently to the way that we've seen some of the Klebers used, with one of them being a legendary. But of course, Kleber is banned in this series. Todd Howard's just took some damage, which must have been team damage.
Yep.
It's definitely a restart.
Yep, so, looking like a restart.
So what's going to happen is that we'll pass back to the studio. The room will get reset. I think this is probably Bonks calling this reset. So that will be their one reset within 2 minutes. And then we'll be coming back to rejoin this match once they reset. So please be patient.
I should not have said it. I might have jinxed it. I'm sorry, chat. But yes, a player crashed apparently. And now the teams are doing exactly what I said they would do. If that happens within the first 2 minutes, they have a chance to say, let's please restart the match and get the player in. Because we all want to see, of course, how both of these teams are going to fight with the full team composition and not have, for example, one AFK player. It's something that can happen with the training rooms and these players connecting. Like one of the teams is sitting on one side of the Atlantic Ocean and the other team is sitting in Asia, fighting on the EU server. So this might actually happen. Well, let's give them 2 or 3 minutes to reassemble their teams, and then we'll jump back into it. Do you want to join us, Mr. Conway?
Sure. I'm still here. I was just
It's
going
still
to say,
alive. It sounded like full of enthusiasm,
No.
happiness. Look at his joyful face.
no, it's just I wanted to niggle because you pointed out one team is on one side of the Atlantic Ocean, but then you kind of failed to mention the other ocean.
Because I thought and I cannot really say it's on the other side of the Atlantic because there are other oceans in between. So I just tried to wiggle my way out of this. But thank you for pointing it out.
Well, we're going to do Indian Ocean.
I could slap you from up here, but I won't.
Okay. No, but that looked like quite an interesting lineup.
And I'm so happy. Like this is because I think that Bonks anticipated exactly this move. Like especially after having this match, I think they had the same feeling as Boxy, saying, "You know what? I think they're going to fall back to their French DD strategy. So let's bring something to counter it." And you see the double shimmers, you see the Conqueror, you see the triple Venezias, and you can already feel like the pain of the DD players realizing that that's gonna hurt. That's definitely going to hurt. They cannot just zoom around and just open fire on whatever they want, because they will definitely pay the price with the Venezias.
And it's important to note right now, because we have a restart, no teams can make any changes. Right? So
They brought Venezias. Nobody will notice.
yeah, nobody would just leave the muscle back. No, but they can't make any changes. But I'm sure that on FPM Discord, there's a heated discussion going on how to counter this. So they have a little bit of extra time to plan with the enemy comp. But then the same is true, of course, for Bonks.
Yeah. So, do you feel now more comfortable with your hard pit, Boxy, or would you still keep your money on FPM?
I gotta be honest. The Venezia is such an interesting boat because it's able to basically hold down a side from Marceau's very, very well, because mainly for the fact that it can disappear whenever it wants to. And when that happens, the Marceaus are forced to split their fire against something else. They're forced to spread their damage out, and they're not able to nail down a single ship the way that they're most effective. So that's a major thing that they can do, as well as slapping a DD. But I also don't. I don't know that that's... These Asian teams are so good. The SEA cluster has been so good at knowing when and how to engage that I have this feeling they're not going to make stupid mistakes, like engage a Venezia at close range. So I don't know. Again, I'm still pulling for Bonks because they're my little American Zoomers, but I absolutely will not count out SCA. These guys have been so impressive the entire series.
And I think that you're not alone with this. Looking at our prediction in chat, it's pretty much even. Like Bonk sitting at 1.3 million and FPM at like 1.26 million channel points.
So close.
I think everybody's like, oh god, I don't know who to put my money on, because both of these teams displayed a very strong match on one of the matches, and now it's all about getting that third match. So Pingu, do you feel more comfortable with the Bonk setup now that you've seen it?
To be honest, yeah. No. I'm super confident.
Sounded like this sigh of like, why do you ask me this?
This is no. This is my sound I make when I'm excited. I really want to see this combination successful on the side of Bonks. As Boxy just said, it's not a bad team they play against, and I don't think they will make a lot of mistakes. But I do see that they will have trouble to take advantage of their triple Marceau combination, just because of it's so much damage that can come in from the Venezias. And the thing is, the triple Marceau combination is so powerful because you can sneak in on one position and surprise the enemy. All 3 DDs pop up they are in range and they will shoot you down. But a Venezia can just pop its smoke, and then the surprise element is gone and can disengage. And everyone knows where the Marceaus are, and they lose time. That's why I think they will have a real problem there.
What we didn't hear is Mr. Conway's take on all of this. So, Mr. Conway, enlighten us.
I'm
You're
very
very
impressed.
extreme. I know this, but
I'm very
outside of that.
impressed with FPM, especially since they took out 07, who lost to Bonks.
I don't know that. I don't think. Sorry, guys. I'm thinking back to last weekend. I don't think that Bonks and 07 went up against each other. I think.
Let me
Yeah.
look it up because I do have this open somewhere.
Look,
07 was sent into the third place spot by a team, GGWP, who ended up not making top 4.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So I'm gonna put my money on Bonks because I think with the comps that we've already seen, they're well set up to counter this, and they've seen FPM do this a few times now. Certainly from games from yesterday, and then obviously game 1 today. So I think they have the edge here, and I would really like to see an NA versus Asia final, and not a double Asia final.
That's true. I don't think they actually met 07 from what I can see, at least in the last group stage or in the playoff stage. But I'm really impressed by the Asian teams, and sometimes I feel so bad for because there's also a limited amount of people from the Asian cluster that would be able to jump on the stream and talk in English and also do it in like a in a pretty decent time zone for them to get a bit more insights on how they play, because we've seen this over the last few King of the Sea internationals that the Asian teams picked up very, very quickly what to do in these internationals, and now we can see how strong they are, right? War has been there already last time, and they were very close to winning it, because if I recall correctly, there was a 3-2 by BanCV against War, taking it home. It shows you how strong the team is, and FPM, kicking out teams like KISS.
Game starting.
Game starting.
So
have fun and good luck.
Enjoy.
All right, let's try this again. Welcome back, Warshippers, to the decisive game of this best-of-3 match between the North American second-place team, that's Bonks, and the Asia second-place team, that's FPM. Spawning here on the north side in green, Bonks fielding Conqueror Yamato, triple Venezia, Moskva Daring, confronted by double Shimakaze. Stats, what about FPM?
FPM, of course, these teams have to bring the same ships after a restart. So FPM again fielding Ohio, Kremlin, Des Moines, Venezia, Stalingrad, Daring, and triple Marceau. Now, at the end of that, when they saw the failed start attempt, they will, of course, have seen the enemy lineup. So both teams will have had a chance to have a little chat. So they may have slightly altered their tactics based on what the enemy team has brought. But the deployments actually look... Actually, no, I take that back.
They've changed.
FPM have changed. Yeah, FPM have taken...
has changed things up.
FPM have taken double Marceau Daring the other way instead of the triple Marceau that they were taking over to Alpha before. So that has actually changed things up a little bit.
Now, you have to wonder if that's in response to the restart, just to make sure, right? Just to cover themselves. Just in case.
It was a Bonks restart. It was actually
correct.
One of Bonks' destroyers that crashed. So each team gets one restart during a series during the first 2 minutes. So
we'll see how... Go ahead.
The double Marceau is heading over towards Charlie, and they will, as usual, those French destroyers, very, very fast. They will get into Charlie, they will cap, and then they'll either stay there and do some spotting for the Stalingrad and the Des Moines and the Ohio behind them, or they'll turn around maybe and head over towards B, help out the Daring.
Kokone's Daring is going to hold back the B cap. He snuck onto it right before Battleship Nagato finished converting it for Bonks. Early Marceau into A, that's Munan. He will pick up A before Todd Howard's as Shimakaze can step onto the cap. Actually, Todd might have been able to prevent that, but looking like he wants to rather reverse in and flip it back now that the Marceau has moved on.
Now, something interesting is that FPM have two radars. They have a Stalingrad and they have a Des Moines. Stalingrad 12-kilometer radar, Des Moines 10-kilometer radar, but they're both at Charlie. So Force
Yeah.
Ruinous does cover most of B probably, and some of Charlie from this position. But there's nothing at A. And this stops them from detecting Todd Howard's unless the Marceau actually just face spots him. But of course, Shimakaze has excellent concealment and can outspot Munan considerably. So Todd Howard's can take A back, no problem whatsoever here.
Wellbow just lighting up some of these Marceaus on the top end of C, trying to let his teammates in the double Venezias do their work with that nasty SAP, but so far nothing doing. One salvo went on Roselia and they got a little bit of chip damage, but nothing noteworthy.
AP rounds out from Ohio across the map, long range to turret bonk in the Venezia. Addy's actually taken a little bit of damage as well. I suspect that was from either the Stalingrad or the Ohio.
Indeed, that's kind of become Addy's custom in most of the games that we see Addy play in. You look at Addy about 3 or 4 minutes in the game, it's like, well, you've already gotten shot at a few times. Addy seems to keep getting stuck in these high detection cruisers like a Nevsky or a Venezia and making it work.
Both battleships missing those 2 salvos there. At this range, it's very difficult to land those shots because the target has moved considerably after you aim the shells. For those of you who are new to World of Warships, because I'm aware that we may have some people who've not experienced this game before watching, this isn't like a first-person shooter, so the shells take a very long time to travel across the map at this tier. You can talking anywhere up to sort of 15-20 seconds in some cases, and so you have to lead your target considerably. And if you're paying attention as the target, you can actually do quite a lot to move out of the way and mitigate that incoming volley.
Indeed, I've learned more about the vagaries of naval gunnery than I ever thought possible just from playing World of Warships.
Yeah, absolutely. And although this is an arcade game, it's not a simulation. It does do a pretty good job of approximating what the gunnery would be like. These shells have some physics and some penetration mechanics, which do approximate to a certain extent what the real gunnery would be like.
Kokone's daring, being aggressive here in B, pushing Battleship Nagato's Shimakaze back off the cap. They basically, I think they've decided they don't own C, they don't own A, they need to own B. So FPM getting a little aggressive there and trading well. Battleship Nagato declining to return fire, which keeps him dark. His gun bloom doesn't reveal him to the rest of the map.
I am Nutsi V Kremlin turning into these 2 torpedoes here and receiving an SAP volley at the same time. That's going to take Noob down to 62 and flooding. 46 with another little shot there from Yamato, I think that was. Sergeant Hattie. So Noob in a very risky position here.
Oh, but Apache takes a massive salvo in return. That's the thing about Conqueror is that she's not that tanky. She's pretty soft, but Noob is very low, and you can bet Apache is queuing up that HE. No, he's got AP in the barrels. I figured Apache would be queuing up the HE salvo to follow up with those torpedoes, try and get him lit on fire.
I think the reason for that AP volley was because you've got Yamato at 90 degrees to the Conqueror there. And
man.
You know, Noob can't angle to both of them, and so if they both load AP, one of them is going to catch the broadside. I think...
Gonna do it right here. Wow.
It's going to be the
FPM
Kremlin.
losing a battleship in less than barely 6 minutes into this game. Already down a battleship here in a decisive game 3. It's really health and power projection. They can't afford to lose this early, but it's gone.
Now, I was expecting them to turn Yihua in the Venezia around and start kiting, because there's no way they're going to be able to hold A here, now that Kremlin is gone. But the Venezia are actually taking the opportunity to dip into the cap and block the points. There's no way that Yihua is going to get the cap, but they are using that smoke to turn it around and block some points at the same time.
With that said, they've been very aggressive with Runis' Stalingrad. He's pushed up into B. No way for Nagato to get back in there comfortably now. Kokonia is daring in a very forward position, let's say. Well up along the 4 line in between the A and the B caps, doing a little bit of spotting. See what they do with him. They had briefly, and they did push the Marceaus back into C and steal that one back away. So down 100 points, but FPM fighting back down a ship.
Notice that Yihua actually was spotted during that turn because the firing bloom on the Venezia is quite large and the Shimakaze was within it. So because Yihua had fired, Yihua was spotted and down to 34k here. And the Marceau now of Munan pushing into the cap to try and block those points. But Shimakaze of Todd Howard's just keeping him spotted.
Munan basically daring the Conqueror and the Venezia, that's Balbonk and Apache, to hit him, and Balbonk had a great salvo. He led it right, but he just didn't get much out of the salvo. Conqueror salvo went in right there and got some damage, and I think Balbonk got a little bit out of the SAP shells. Certainly not as much as they would have preferred.
Down the other end, FPM being far more dominant, they are currently holding the C and the B caps, with Venezia of Addy smoking, kiting away. Whale Biologist maybe moving in to do a little bit of spotting here against those two Marceaus. But of course, Marceau is much quicker than Daring, so Whale Biologist needs to be very careful not to get caught out.
Apache takes a Venezia torp as he tries to turn in behind Balbonk here down south of A. They do succeed. Well, I should say succeed. Munan leaves the A cap. They're gonna leave that one on the board as FPM moves out to their first lead of the game. There's a quick lead change. Down a ship, up on caps. Still anybody's game here, 9 minutes in.
Venezia returning fire to Apache after Venezia and Conqueror both shot the same time in Yihua. Didn't do that much, only about 5k to the Venezia at the back there from FPM. Another AP volley going in, not doing very much. Conqueror firing, HE here, trying to set fires on the large cruiser that is Venezia. Let's see if this volley does anything. Nope, little bit long there. Venezia just adjusting speed and course to juke these volleys. So it is FPM with the 5-minute lead on the points with the two caps ticking. So Bonks will have to do something to get one of these other points. What did I miss?
You know that sound. Roselia up at sea just took a torpedo in the stern. So both FPM Marceaus at sea now, quite low, but Bonks doesn't have any radar in the area. They'd have to use Whale Biologist to get up there and spot with his face. And Nayer's Des Moines position, we haven't talked about this in a bit, at least I didn't notice it until just now, has moved up, and he's got a great position to cover that cap with radar, covering the Marceaus from getting kind of counter-spotted.
Yeah, and although Nayer here is up against several ships from Bonks, this position is actually pretty safe, because although the island is quite flat, Bonks have to come right up to the island really to do anything about it, and it's very difficult to dig a Des Moines out of this position if you can't get cross shots from the middle of the map. And Bonks don't have any big hitters in the middle of the map right here. So Nayer, although this looks risky, Nayer is actually quite safe here.
Match is half over. Bonks is trading with it really well. Up a ship, up on health, down on caps, trailing by about 70 points here and continuing to fall. I think where their head is at right now is to look for more ships to focus out, to maybe try and find another ship to kill and then make a play somewhere, right? It feels that way to me anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Bonks are trying to focus down Yihua as the most likely target to go down from the FPM side. Yihua smoking up, now actually outside of the smoke firing bloom range, and so able to fire. Let me just double check. Yep, so definitely not spotted within that smoke screen, able to get some good shots over towards the Conqueror.
Whale Biologist Daring must be radared up at sea. They're throwing all kinds of shells in that direction. They can absolutely see him. The shells firing allows them to spot Roselia, who's well spotted on the back of the A cap. Sorry,
yeah,
C cap. They
these
don't get anything.
These Marceaus having to stay quite a long way away to do this focus fire because, of course, yeah, as you said, they are not that healthy themselves.
Ooh, Whale Biologist takes some Stalingrad HE. Runus now moving up again. He had been covering B. Now he's turning to point his guns north. They've still got Whale Biologist spotted. I'm wondering if he's looking at double radar here, if they've backed up the Des Moines radar with the Stalin radar or vice versa. He just has gone dark.
On 6-4, Daring, of course, does have a heal. I think that might have been a damage control. Yep, that was DCP. You can see the lights flashing there. That is to put out the fire.
Time is slipping away for Bonks. There's 2 minutes on the timer. They don't look like they're going to get the kill they've been kind of playing for the last several minutes. They've got to move up and step onto a cap or punch out a ship as quick as possible here. Otherwise, they're going to cede FPM to this game on a game that they went up on ships.
And it looks like that move is going to be the Conqueror of Apache and the Bonk Venezia are going to move over towards B to try and support Todd Howard's Shimakaze. But Todd is not going to want to move in against that daring, and also Plan CVN 18 in the Marceau is also moving up. And Bonks really will not want to lose the Shimakaze.
They've pulled Todd off of the A cap, and now Munan is back onto it.
Hang on, we've got a rush going on. A slightly unconventional rush. Venezia using smoke to rush force Runis in the Stalingrad.
That's what's
around
happening
this island.
Here.
Of course,
Now,
proc spotting will kick in.
Question is Turret Bot going to go for the ram or the close pass? The Stalin wants the ram.
No, I think the Stalingrad is trying to get within the torpedo armament range, so that Turret Bonks can't.
He has succeeded. Well, Turret, he's going to be moving up though. Turret is going to be able to ram him now, or get his torpedoes in now, unless they're disabled.
Yeah, Force is being forced to run away. I wonder whether Force might have tried a reverse ram there, but
Turret Bonk getting absolutely punished for this. We still haven't seen torpedoes. They're going to lose him. He's going to go out for this.
It's possible that the torpedoes got broken during the engagement.
Yeah.
Entirely possible.
2 quick kills, and there it is. Bonks just took too long to reorganize, I think. They went up a ship, but they let FPM get too many points. 2 quick kills. FPM's going to the finals.
Absolutely, and that means that Bonks will be going through to the runner-up match versus EU's Oh Boy to decide who comes third. But we will be seeing FPM later on in the All Asia final. Back to you, Chrysanthus.
Congratulations to FPM taking this match, and that means we will have the International King of the Sea 12 finals with 2 Asian teams. And it's going to be FPM against Vor. They've already met before, as you can imagine, with Vor having the better ending. And now it's the chance for FPM to get back at them. But before we get to that, let's discuss how FPM managed to take this off of Bonks, despite a good start for Bonks. So Pingu and Boxy will come back. Boxy, what do you think made the difference here?
I gotta be honest. I think that this was 100% Bonks' game to win, and I think they threw it. I think they choked. With all due respect to them, because this was a long ways to make it. They got an early kill on that Kremlin, who rushed forward, attempting to break what looked like a really solid Bonks victory schematics that got set up there. So we were sort of shocked that a battleship like Kremlin went down so fast, but I think what ended up happening, and we can see this as soon as the replay is available, but there was a crucial moment there where I think FPM realized they were a ship down, they had bad positioning for what was going on. They needed to take 2 caps and hold them, and they chose B and C, and they chose to just delay at A. And Bonks made one critical error, which we can look at on the thing when it's ready. There was a Stalingrad in the center that provided a lot of radar and a lot of cross-map potential for the entirety of the game. And they rotated their Shimakaze away from the B cap, which was actually spotting the Stalingrad, instead of just spotting it and then letting the Conqueror farm it down, which it could have done for days. They instead sent the Shimakaze up to C, where it was completely ineffective. I'm a little shocked, to be honest with you guys. When the match opened up and we saw the deployments, I thought Bonks had it.
Yeah, I have to agree, and it's funny that you bring up the Stalingrad. Because I was sitting here with Conor, it's like they have to get the Stalingrad out. That's kind of the linchpin of that setup. If they remove that radar, it opens up the B cap, which they need to win, and they can kind of cut off FPM into C, and whatever's happening on A, they will have to kind of kite away. So I was really surprised to see Bonks not really doing this. We have the replay actually ready, so we can kick it off. Pingu, what do you think? Like, what made FPM win this?
It is really hard to tell, because, like Boxy just said, it was such a great start for Bonks in the beginning, and there was this moment right there. There was this moment that the Kremlin started pushing and supporting the D in the middle to gain control over the middle cap. But at the same time, we were discussing why this Kremlin would be pushing to this position right there. It's such a I don't know, it's super dangerous. And then he got pushed out of this position because of the torpedoes coming in from the Shimakaze right there. And then the Kremlin was stuck at this position. We can just let the replay keep moving right there. And you see how fast the Kremlin gets killed. This is within, I don't know, 30 to 40 seconds, an entire battleship got killed. Because of the Yamato shells, because of the Venezia shells. Shimakaze torpedoes went in, didn't reach the target because the target was dead too fast. Conqueror, Shimakaze torpedoes. This was such a great focus fire there, and such a big mistake of FPM, in my opinion. But then, at this point, right now, Boxy and I said, yeah, that's it for Bonks. They should have the victory right there, because losing a battleship this early is really, really critical. But then I don't know what happened actually, because FPM started to fight back, to trade really, really well. Down here, having only these 3 ships, maybe a little bit support from the Stalingrad of the middle, fighting back these 4 ships. The ships up here, especially the Des Moines, at this position, did a really, really good job at dealing damage on the Venezia, dealing damage at the other ships. The Marceau trying to spot the Venezia on this position. The Ohio coming in, supporting. It really came down to the good positioning in the end and the good focus fire. And then there was one moment. Maybe Boxy want to talk about the moment.
Well, are we talking about the Shimakaze leaving, or are we talking about the
Venezia?
We're talking about the close combat engagement there. If we let the
Oh
replay-
yes, of course.
One thing I wanted to highlight just before we get to that part,
Yeah.
because I just want to really give a big shout out to that Stalingrad, and especially the Des Moines you just talked about. Like, that Des Moines was so crucial. If you take a look at how much firepower is potentially up here, right? And they managed to hold it with 3 ships. I mean, of course, the Marceau here got pushed away from this position after eating a torp. But overall, like, I think it was probably the mistake of Bonks, because I usually, like, I do write down for myself, like, so around like minute 13, minute 12, what's the current state of things? And, you know, Bonks had HP advantage, 80k. They had 120 points advantage. And then they kind of started losing the HP advantage slowly but steadily, but especially the point advantage. So they did have the HP pool and the advantage to kind of pay a bit and, you know, push in. But I think they waited too long and then made a desperate play. And then, Boxy, I'll just let you run it and show the Venezia.
Yeah. Okay. So if we kind of move forward here, what we'll see is, you see the Stalingrad is relocated to here. And this is a strong thing because he needs to have radar coverage of both caps. Throughout the match, we were talking about how the fact that with these Marceaus being spread out, they have absolutely no ability to contest a cap versus, again, Shimakaze, you know, Daring, Shimakaze. These ships way outspot them by a kilometer plus, which means that if those DDs are able to basically just stay there and say, I'm zoning you out, you can't get in as long as I'm here, it's over. And that's what Pingu and I were talking about earlier when we thought, oh, Bonks has this. They killed a battleship. They have the cap advantage in terms of being able to outspot, but they chose to take this Shimakaze here. He was over here earlier, and they chose to maneuver him up to C, I guess for torpedo pressure. I can't quite figure it out, which allowed this Stalingrad right here in the center to reposition so where he can radar both caps now. Both caps are available to him anytime he wants. This Des Moines, like Chris was saying, also keeping this entire cap completely covered with radar to prevent that exact detection advantage that Bonks had that we were just talking about. So what ends up happening, of course, is Bonks says, we have to do something. We have to kill this Stalingrad. He's the key to everything. And then there's pretty much only one thing you can do. The Daring has too little HP, so here we go. The Venezia says, time to be a hero. And he comes in, except at some point, we could not figure out what happened here. At some point, this Venezia lost his torpedo tubes on the right side of his ship. I'm sorry, I can't remember whether it's starboard or port. And as you'll see, he comes in here, and he can't, so he starts trying to trade gunfire with a Stalingrad, and it just doesn't happen. He dies, and then from then on out, That's
the
it.
game.
Daring goes down. Game over.
Yeah, that's the game. I mean, it's so unfortunate, right? Like you can, like when we watch this, like he definitely wants to, like he didn't go for the ram, right? It was a conscious choice. Like he could have gone for the ram, but he decided like, no, we cannot really afford the trade. I'll need to make this play to flip it around. So trying to go just toe to toe, launching torpedoes and getting like a broadside, just Citadel salvo in, right? But the Stalingrad just realized this is like, no. And then I thought like, oh no, but now the Stalingrad is accelerating out of the very close proximity where the torpedoes wouldn't arm and moved out of it. And everybody's just waiting for like torps. And you're like, oh no, the torps are disabled. Oh God, so unfortunate. But that's where the warships, right? That's the risky move. And that's, if you let the game pass to that point that you have to play on a gamble like this, it is exactly this. It's a gamble, right? You kind of hope the enemy makes a mistake and you might get out of it with the Venezia alive or at least a trade. But yeah, really well played to FPM. I think that was a very deserved win, and now it's up to FPM to take it off VOR in the finals. But before we get to the grand finals, we will have the match for the third place between Bonks and the EU team. Oh boy. But to give the teams a little bit of time to prepare, because I mean, Bonks, I'm sure they're currently quite disappointed they didn't make it into the finals, and to have a little bit of a break, we will actually have a different segment. So I'll say at this point, thank you very much, Boxy, and thank you very much, Private Penguin, for helping us with analyzing these matches. We will be back with the two of them in a few minutes, but we'll have something interesting to announce. So thank you guys, and I'll see you after this segment. And that means, welcome back, Mr. Conway.
This time,
with
I
sound.
unmuted my microphone.
Fantastic.
I had to change my audio monitoring to have it without delay. Otherwise, it does my brain in. And that's not good.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have something exciting to talk about. I think you may have noticed that there has been some links spread around in chat already. So those industrious enough among you to click those links might have already found out what it's about. But we have a new stage of our partnership with Verizon to talk about.
Yeah. Should I maybe as a little bit of a reminder?
You go
right?
ahead, Chrysanthos.
So if you remember in December, we actually had already a collaboration with Verizon for the Verizon Warrior Championship, where we, together with Verizon and the Wounded Warrior Project, collected donations from all of those of you who were so nice to donate for this great cause, but also from Verizon, having $30,000 that we would both hand out to teams as a reward in the tournament, but also as a donation to various charities that are connected to this. And as part of that, there was also a $75 World of Warships in-game bonus for both existing or new players for World of Warships if they have an account with Verizon. That will give you the USS Arizona, the USS Albany, but also 4 months of premium account, which totals up to $75 of value. And if you haven't taken this yet and you're interested, you're still eligible to do this. So rather do this now before it runs out, and you will miss out on this offer. And that's not any all of it. No, we actually have a new thing coming up together with Verizon, and that's the Verizon Warrior Series. Now, this summer, Verizon is launching, together with World of Warships and Wargaming, a new charity tournament. And that is also together with the Wounded Warrior Project. And we just gave it the name, right? Verizon Warrior Series. It's not the championship. This time it's the series because it's a different format. Teams from all over the United States will compete while raising money for veterans in need. This is part of Verizon's drive to help those and give more to those who give the most, with special discounts to military and veteran families, including the perks for World of Warships, where Verizon is offering what we just said, but also having a really cool tournament planned. And Mr. Conway, do we want to show the video first? I think that's the best. We'll give you a little bit of an intro video and then explain a bit how this is going to work and how you can participate.
Attention all U.S. World of Warships players and veterans. We come to you today with an exciting announcement. The Verizon Warrior Series is approaching. This summer, Verizon's new World of Warships charity campaign will welcome teams from across the country to show their skills on the virtual seas. And you could be part of the action. You'll be fighting for a great cause, veterans in need. A $100,000 prize pool will be donated to military charities. But that's not all. Verizon is joining forces with Wounded Warrior Project to turn every stream and match into a donation drive for injured vets. You can do your part by enlisting today or simply by tuning in on Twitch. Those who make the cut will be enlisted in exclusive training sessions. Then they'll face off in a series of high-stakes battles. Ships will be sunk, heroes will rise, and in the end, one team will be crowned champions. It's all part of Verizon's drive to give more to those who give the most, including special discounts to military and veteran families. Don't hesitate. Join the cause. Sign up for the Verizon Warrior Series today.
Fantastic video. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. If you want to learn more about this, make sure to check it out. You can find all of the information related to this under the link of wo.ws/Verizon, and that will lead you to this beautiful page that Mr. Conway will display in a minute here. So we have all of the information for you here on a content page where you can find the video and all of the information where we talk about what we did. And in the summer tournament, there will be $100,000 allocated to various different charities, in total 15 charities that we will be working together with, courtesy by Verizon and together with the Wounded Warrior Project.
Yeah.
Mr. Conway, how can somebody participate in this?
So if you want to participate in this series, first of all, you need to be a player on the NA server, right? The final teams will be made up of more than 50% veterans. So if you have served or are serving in any of the US military branches, I definitely recommend signing up. But also if you haven't, we are also looking for some experts from the competitive community to kind of step up and help our veterans get better at playing competitive World of Warships. And at the end, we're going to form 32 teams. Those 32 teams are going to play a qualifier, and then each team can pick their favorite charity from the list of charities that we're working with, and then they're going to be playing for them, and their winnings are going to be allocated to them. So this is a great opportunity to do something good, and all you have to do is play World of Warships. Yeah, donations during the tournament are going to go towards Wounded Warrior Project and their mental health resources. For instance, they run a warrior care network with 4 medical centers to provide mental health care and therapies to veterans in need. And they also host a program called WWP Talk as a free support line where veterans can, connect and get like a judgment-free conversation on a weekly basis and some help. And programs like this, they get veterans the support they need to feel their best. And so you can show your support by signing up to the Verizon Warrior series. We're also going to be posting links in chat frequently.
Yes. So thanks to Verizon and the Wounded Warrior Project, you can play for a good cause, and I hope this Verizon Warrior series will make it easy for you to help veterans in need, almost as easy as playing World of Warships. But as we learned today, or throughout the tournament, it's not that easy. Actually, it's not that easy if you want to master it. But the good thing is that every match raises funds for injured veterans, so you can give back to those who give the most. And that's not the only thing that we have. No, we have something really cool that we want to show you. We'll play the video first to give you an idea of what you can actually expect, because we have worked together with Verizon, Monks, and using the power of 5G to allow users to interact with 3D models of some of the most iconic and historical warships out there. But let's play the trailer, and then we'll show it live to you how it works.
This is really the future of museums.
Because of COVID, the yearly event of Fleet Week wasn't able to be experienced in the way it had been in the past, with thousands of people in attendance, all coming together to celebrate the glory of our naval successes. That's why we partnered with World of Warships. It's a game that is praised for its highly realistic simulations of warships and its historical accuracy. The Museum of Warships is an AR experience that allows you to fully explore some of the most iconic historical battleships in history, right there in front of you, wherever you are.
There are hotspots across each ship, calling out individual historical facts about the ship.
The ultra-low latency and high capacity of 5G ultra-wideband, which is available only in parts of select cities, have given us the abilities to create a truly unique and mind-blowing experience.
the Basking Ridge facility has a unique 5G ultra-wideband indoor setup that allows for an ultra-wideband connection indoors.
However, this experience is really designed to be viewed and engaged with outdoors. What's really amazing about this project is being able to engage with these really meaningful pieces of history and show them to people who perhaps aren't aware or haven't seen that sort of history before up close. I think that's what's so magical about 5G and about the ability to bring these sort of museums into AR spaces.
5G ultra-wideband is available only in parts of select cities.
So yes, this is of course a video about this, but we thought the best way to show this to you to actually do it live. So I have my phone here. You can do this from a phone or a tablet.
Yes.
You can get an in-depth look at these ships and learn even more about them through interactive hotspots that reveal historical facts. And you can use, for example, AR portals and windows to access ship-specific 3D objects. You can do this under www.verizon.com 5G Warships and experience this, what's possible actually with 5G. But as you can see here, this is actually my phone, so I'll just show
it. It is,
you.
and I just want to point out, right, while the Verizon Warrior series is of course exclusively on the NA server, this works wherever you are right now. You can grab your phone, go to the website. It works in a browser. Let's.
Yeah, this is my browser here. You can see it's on Verizon.com. Just type in www to just make sure it works. But then it's just Verizon.com /5G Warships. And what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to press the start button. And then I will be able to select a warship. So the ship that I will be able to select, for example, can be USS Des Moines or the USS Arizona. I think it's going to trigger it right now. We have to capture it from the phone. So actually, let me just quickly disconnect and reconnect.
Yes, the website works, but our phone connection is a little bit sketchy. Let me try reconnecting.
Okay, so the great thing is you can select currently there are 4 ships in there. For example, the USS Des Moines, you can see it right now. You can also select the USS Arizona, which is one of the ships you can get from the amazing offer from Verizon. You can also select the HMS Belfast that you can find in London, right? And then we have the USS Missouri, one of the most sought-after ships in World of Warships. It's unfortunately not available right now, I know, chat. But let's maybe take a look at, let's actually take a look at the USS Des Moines as one of the ships that we've seen being fielded very often today in the tournament. So what happens here, of course, it will load. If you have 5G, the loading will be faster, but you can see it's currently with Wi-Fi and it's pretty fast. And then this is augmented reality, right? So this is one of the few times where I get to show you the actual streaming room here. This is, by the way, the setup that we're running. So we have all of this stuff here. And now the question is, how to use this? Very simple. You select an area, like here, for example, the table. I hope it's clean enough for you guys. So I'll just drop the ship here, and suddenly it will appear. And then you can take a look at the actual ship through this. It's now floating on our desk, and you have different areas that you can hover over and you can aim at. So, for example, one of the 3D objects you can see hovering over this is the brass shell. So you see here, okay, explore ammunition from the USS Des Moines, and we will pick it up in a minute. And then you can say, okay, I want to open this, and you can take a look at the actual brass shell in front of you. So this is one way to actually touch history without being in a museum. We're unfortunately in a situation where we're currently, most of us are locked down. A lot of things are not open. So you can interact with some of the museum aspects. You can learn a little bit about these ships, for example, here, if you want to zoom in on the anti-aircraft guns, you will get information about what makes the guns special. You can flip to another category. All you have to do is basically aim at the different icons, and you will be able to find out things about these key aspects of ships. We also have something funny where you can actually look through one of the portholes. So let me just aim at it and not frack it up. No, we don't want to do that. We have a cinematic window, so we can actually look through this, and then this will look very familiar if you look through it, because yes, this is in-game footage of World of Warships. We couldn't capture the sound, but it actually comes with sound. Maybe if I move it closer, you will be able to hear it. But yeah, so you can see the Des Moines, for example, in action. And if you want to exit it, you just exit it. And just take a look at this ship, right in front of you on your home desk or wherever you are outside. You can also then switch to another ship if you want to say, okay, I want to see, for example, the USS Arizona. You just select it and you do the same thing. It will load and you can play around with it and replace the Des Moines with the Arizona at home, for example, on your couch table or wherever you want to have it. With A very beautiful ship. One of my favorites, by the way. Has a great punch and looks very pretty. One of the interesting things here, actually, for the ship would be, for example, the ship spell that you can open just the same way as you were able to do this with the brass shells. Or did you know, if you zoom over one of the turrets here, that the turrets of the USS Arizona were actually salvaged and put on the USS Nevada and then put to use to fight back against the Japanese home islands. I didn't know that, but I think it's a great way of learning a little bit about history, right? And getting in touch with it through this app. So yeah, I hope you're going to enjoy this. You can do this at home right now. For example, if in one of the breaks we talk too much for your taste and you want to see some action, you can just use this app at home and have some fun with it. So Conway, I'm going to disable this now, so it will go black, I guess.
Yeah, sorry. I actually, in the background, had to, of course, prepare for our upcoming game of Bonks versus Old Boy, because it is going to be starting. I just had to tell them to wait a few minutes for us.
Sorry,
but it's going to be starting in 3 minutes. So I think it's time to get our casters back in.
Well,
but,
before we
go, I just want to say thanks for tuning in and letting us have a quick chat about all things Verizon. Remember, if you would like to compete in the Verizon Warrior series, head to wo.ws/Verizon or click one of the links in chat. And don't forget, if you are living in the US and you are a Verizon customer, or maybe you'd like to be, you can get some nice free World of Warships swag. And if you're a veteran, check out their special military offers. Thank you.
Thank you, yes.
Let's
bring from one tournament heading to another tournament back to King of the Sea.
Yes. Let's bring our commentators back in.
Yes. So, welcome back.
Private
Pingu is currently not Pingu. We can change it. There he appears.
Oh, thank you.
It's really tricky sometimes, guys, because we're capturing everything from this place, and we have so many guests with this whole digital setup that we kind of run out of space. You know, we need to sometimes cover. Unfortunately, Pingu, because Pingu is on my PC here, and it's where I can just drop stuff onto that display. It's okay, Pingu. You have.
I thought it was my mistake there, but thank you for the.
You had the microphone muted for like a few seconds. You're out of the broadcast immediately.
Wow.
bullied by Chris.
I'm not the only one.
Yeah, so now we get to head into the match for the third place, and I'm sure that Bonks and Oh Boy are both quite sad that they couldn't make it into the finals, but now they of course want to get the money for the third place and get the bragging rights for at least winning the Atlantic match, and having the bragging rights either for the EU or the NA server to say, well, we beat them. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah. There's just silence. It's like, yes, okay, what are we supposed to say now? No, let's take.
You know what? Please go ahead.
Looking at the ship bans. Thank you, Mr. Conway. We do have Bonks banning the Kleber and Oh Boy banning the Nevsky. Not really a big surprise here, but both of these teams seem to be happier without these ships in the enemy lineup. Nothing surprising here. What do you think, Boxy?
Well, noticeably absent from the bans are Marceau and Venezia. The question remains, is one of these two teams going to decide, will one of them decide to sort of pick up the SEA cluster's mantlet and run a Marceau heavy comp, especially now that Nevsky is banned. Moskva obviously can be a decent substitute, but nothing quite beats Nevsky for the open water, high velocity, high DPM place that it has. Penguin?
Exactly. Yep. I think we will definitely see a gearing this time on the side of Bonks, because we've seen it in a lot of games we've seen with Bonks, or especially the A teams that they use the gearing and the smoke train tactics there. Oba is now forced to play another ship composition without a Kleber, but they will switch to the Marceaus. I think at least one or two, maybe.
I have to jump in here because the game is starting. So very quickly, Pingu, okay. your pick.
I say Oh Boy.
Okay, Boxy.
I'm going with Bonks.
Okay, I have to side with the EU team here, so I'll give it to Oh Boy. Chat, let us know who you think is going to win. Then we'll head over to the game. Enjoy it and let the better team win.
Welcome to the best of 3 runner-up match. This will decide the 3rd and 4th place teams and prizes for this international tournament. This conveniently is an EU-NA match, and we've got an EU and NA caster. So I'm going to bring you the Oh Boy lineup. So Oh Boy in red here are bringing Burgoyne, Slava, two very interesting battleship choices with Des Moines, Hindenburg, Venezia, Stalingrad, Gearing, and double Marceau. And then for NA down the other end, Sea Raptor.
Opposing them from the North Spawn, wearing green this match. Bonks coming to the dance with Ohio, Kremlin, Des Moines, Worcester, Stalingrad, and fronting all of that with 4 destroyers. A nice mix, daring Z-52 Shimakaze and Addy in a Harugumo. I haven't seen Addy playing destroyer, I don't believe, this series.
No, I think it's been mostly Venezia, I think, for Addy. So
a little bit of Venezia and a little bit of Nevsky here and there.
Yeah. So, yeah, nice to see Addy in a Haru, although arguably it's fulfilling more of a cruiser role. It's probably going to be legendary, so it's going to be able to run that unique upgrade smoke all the way over from wherever it starts, about 2 map squares worth of smoke, in order to smoke probably the Worcester of Baublanc into position. Let's talk about the battleship lineups. What do you think about the Oh Boy battleships?
I am intrigued. Now, we had this conversation yesterday watching Oh Boy play this map, right? Where they brought a Titan in a Slava. They paired him up with the Stalingrad, just like we're seeing them do here at B on kind of the southeastern corner of the cap circle. But Titan did not play in this very long. What you're seeing them do, and they're doing the exact same thing with Pink Camouflage, they're moving Pink's Marceau out very aggressively. He's all the way up on the 4 line. He's looking for early spots. There he goes, taking a salvo on Apache's Kremlin, looking to punish these ships as they try to push down the 2-3 line and get into position. Looks like they might get some success here. They get some success, not catastrophic. About 10,000 damage into Apache there early. But yesterday we saw Titan stay here a bit. He took a couple of salvos, and then he turned north so that his guns were pointing up to the sea cap.
Yeah, that Slava's central position is designed to catch the broadsides of the enemy ship as they go diagonally across towards A and C. And so, yep, after Eternal Titan has taken a couple of volleys at that Kremlin, as you say, probably going to turn north and look towards where the Des Moines of Azuki and the Ohio of Hattie are. Stalingrad, Pod Nike taking a bit of return fire there on Eternal Titan's behalf, down to 58. Marceau dodging the Shimatorps, just doing a survey of those Shimatorps. Yep, there's still 15, so Pink Camouflage quite safe. Shimakaze of Battleship Nagato going into the cap versus the Marceau. Shimakaze obviously massively outspots this Marceau.
It's taken a few minutes, but Bonks' forces have basically started to arrive at the sea cap on the far northeastern corner of the map here. Todd Howard stepping onto the cap, backed up by Hattie's Ohio. Azuki's Des Moines. I mean, the gearing is just straight up faster than Howard's. And of course, the gearing probably popped his speed boost to get here first anyway. The trick is that... Go ahead.
Something that's worth mentioning with these diagonal maps is one of the reasons that teams might bring a Marceau or a Kleber, although Kleber is actually banned for this series, is that the speed just simply enables you to get around the map quicker. And on these diagonal maps, it's really, really important that you can actually get some mobility between the caps, because the slower ships in the game simply can't quickly move from A to B to C.
Yeah, the distance between the caps on these diagonal orientated maps is a little farther than I think some of the teams than you're normally used to, than what is normal in the standard straight line cap matches. Des Moines Radar catching Todd Howard's up at C. Endern declining to throw shells. Most of that hate coming from the Des Moines, a little bit from the Hindenburg.
Todd in bright yellow camouflage here. I'm not sure you can call that camouflage, but yeah, Todd in bright yellow camouflage is just fine, I think. Gone dark by the looks of those shells. And so he's going to remain contesting against Endon. Points lead gradually growing for Bonks here with these 2 caps, although I notice Pink Camouflage in the Oh Boy Marceau is going to move into B to block that. They do have the Stalingrad, Bonks of Turret Bonk above the cap to radar.
Yeah, we saw them do this yesterday. They brought Pink out very aggressively for early spotting, and then once they basically surrendered the B cap, and then when they decide they want to move Pink back in to pick up the B cap, They pop the Stalin radar to force back whatever destroyer might be in the area long enough for Pink to flop the cap around, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Very coordinated play from Oh Boy, and it's so refreshing, right? You get used to so used to playing randoms. When you see teams really playing well coordinated, it's like, this is nice.
Whale Biologist was radared there, and I think Pink Camouflage was radared in return. So both of those destroyers in the middle taking a little bit of damage. But both Stalingrads also taking the heat. They're both down to 53. So pretty symmetrical here on the B cap.
Pink Camouflage taking another late hit there. Whale Biologist getting reoriented. He'll be back onto B momentarily. Bonks working about 140-ish point lead or so here with 6 minutes gone in the first game of this best of 3.
Battleship Nagato in the Shimikaze was being pretty aggressive there, trying to get its 15 high damage torps down onto the Venezia and the Bourgogne down on the J line. But Battleship Nagato has torpedoes incoming from Marcelo Pello. One. Yeah, just that could have been worse, but that's not good news for Battleship Nagato in the Shimikaze there.
Bonks doesn't have great spots through the middle of the board right now. One of the challenges that I think a lot of folks don't appreciate until they try to run coordinated teams on a map like Trap is these islands through the middle make it really difficult to build and maintain vision. For example, a minute ago, had from Apache's position down at A. If he'd had the opportunity to see Eternal Titan Slava, he would have been salivating, but he can't. So he's out of range to spot Titan, and there's no one to spot for him down here where, for example, Pink Camouflage has been playing.
Yeah, that is one of the things with this map. If you choose to put your ships, so particularly I'm talking about, say, Stalingrad, Kremlin, Slava, these big hitters, you put them in a position to shoot another particular position on the map, and that means that if you suddenly need to shoot somewhere else, you actually can't. So even where Apache is right now, can't see Eternal Titan's position. So, and would have to move all the way forwards, which potentially puts Apache at risk from, say, Pink Camouflage's torpedoes, and also just general focus fire from the Oh Boy team.
Bonks up over 250 points here very early, but not trading as well as we've seen them do in their earlier series, down about 50,000 HP. Turret Bonks, Stalingrad getting quite low in the middle of the board, and Battleship Nagato has been very harassed down here at the A cap by both of these Marceaus. He's on about half HP, but that's never a comfortable place to be as a destroyer.
Another sort of characteristic of this map is that some of these islands have very, very low points in them. So where Turret Bonks is sitting in the Stalingrad above B, there's that flat part of the island just beside the ship, and ships like Horny Wiki, for example, over in the Hindenburg or the Slava, can drop shells down over the flat part of that island. And it's the same for the island next to Eternal Titan. It has some gaps in it, and you have to be really cautious if you're sitting alongside this island that you don't get accidentally broadsided from across the map.
For the moment, Oh Boy content to be basically stationary at 300 points. We're actually getting a little close to the 10-minute mark, the halfway mark of the game, and so far it's all Bonks. They have a 350-point lead, nearly continuing to grow as the daring in the C cap, that's Todd Howard's, holds back the only points that Oh Boy might be gathering, and they just aren't getting anything.
Now, looking at the map, it's difficult to see where Oh Boy are going to get this map control from. It looks like they've pretty much lost control of A. There's no way they're going to be able to turn the Bourgogne and Venezia around and get back into A just now. But they have inched the Slava into the B cap. Is he actually in the cap? Yeah, so Slava is just inches inside the cap here, trying to get that cap, but being forced back, being reset. So they are going to struggle to stop that lead from increasing, because of course Bonks are continuously gaining points with that A cap. The B cap when Eternal Titan is not in it, and Charlie is blocked, so no points income currently for Oh Boy, and that's a problem.
Oh yeah, there it was. That's the salvo I've been waiting for Apache to take for 5 minutes. He finally had eyes on Eternal Titan and took about a good 15,000 off of him there. That should probably push Titan back out of the cap for a little while. They're going to rotate Pink Camouflage in to try and stem the bleeding and hold back the points at B.
Now that's going to allow Eternal Titan to back off now, because there's no need to have that Slava inside the cap. But Endon in the gearing obviously is blocking Charlie, and they do hold Charlie, but while the daring is in the cap, that's no points income. You can see at the top there, the dash, 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 dash next to the red score, which means that they have no points income. And the longer it goes on, the longer that that A cap is green, the closer Bonks get to winning. 5 minutes 30 now on the points clock.
B is contested. C remains contested. Todd Howard's been playing a very brilliant but a very consistent game up here at C, just holding those points back, making sure that Oh Boy gets nothing out of that cap. Whalebow just reorienting now, trying to get onto B. Pink Camouflage.
So what I'm just looking at, there's a frown on my face right now. I'm not entirely sure what Pink Camouflage is up to. I suspect that basically they need this daring gone.
Yeah, I think he's going to assassinate the daring.
Yes, I think you will see Endon and Pink Camouflage working together here to try to take down the daring, because there's no supporting fire from Bonks.
No.
So Azuki is behind the island. Nothing that can do. Ohio only gets one shot every 30 seconds or so. So let's see.
Yep, here it comes.
Daring forced off the island. Endon coming around to intercept. Ohio takes a pretty good shot at Pink Camouflage.
They didn't use Totally Balanced Radar a minute ago, and I wondered why. Now I know why. They were saving it for this coordinated push so they can tag team Todd Howard's out of this cap and off the board. Now, they might lose Pink Camo for this play. That's maybe not a great trade, but it's not a terrible one.
In fact, I don't think they will. I think they actually managed to keep both destroyers. That is a bit of a win for Oh Boy there.
Very much so.
Now, don't forget about Azuki. Azuki is up here, right up at the top. So Oh Boy will be well aware that they've got this Des Moines on their broadside, so they need to be very careful of that. But that does give them some points income. Not enough yet.
But for more than 10 minutes, Todd Howard's did a brilliant job of holding back those points and really allowing Bonks to build up a nice lead here. Nearly 400 points with 7 minutes to play.
So in order to win, which currently they are not, Oh Boy need to do something with B. They need to, first of all, not lose Pink Camouflage, who is currently taking on fire. Pink Camouflage really needs to get behind this island, stem that hit point pool loss.
They're also moving Max's Burgonia into the B cap. You seeing this?
Yes, I am. Bourgogne, well known for its robust armor scheme and tankiness. Is that right? No, that's wrong.
Yeah, totally. That's absolutely wrong.
This is basically so I always joke with Killabin that this is a level. Sorry, he says that this is a tier 12 cruiser. So it essentially plays like a cruiser. It has quite a low health pool, but it's very fast. It has a reload booster. It can hit hard, but it needs to be very cautious when it's facing things like Kremlins, for example.
Both teams taking up a cap. Whale Biologist and Pink Camouflage now in a duel. That means Pink is lit on the surface as he fires his guns, drawing a salvo from Apache. Nothing.
When returning fire, not coming under much heat yet, but I'm expecting Bonks to punish Max for being in this central position as soon as they can.
As a team, Oh Boy still has a small health advantage, but overall, it feels like they have more ships that are perhaps a little under threat. I'm really talking about the Marceaus, right? Because the Marceaus are very, very low.
Bourgogne is making, I'm not going to say a mistake because he didn't know they were coming, but the Shima Torps are gonna, I think,
this is gonna hurt bad. He's gonna take three, four,
5.
Oh, he's going out. Oh, that's a huge kill for Bonks, because now they catch up on ships and they retain control of the B cap for the moment.
Yeah, Battleship Nagato definitely will be celebrating after that massive
You know what
win.
else? This torpedo salvo might be in the competition for the best torpedo salvo of the tournament.
Okay.
Look at Eternal Titan.
Yeah, of course these are 20s, so Eternal Titan is doing that. Yeah, Eternal Titan is doing that thing of saying, "Oh, they'll stop." No, they'll definitely stop. Oh, they're not stopping. Yeah.
Yeah, no. Well done to Battleship Nagato. A brilliant Shimakaze salvo. I think it's going to seal the deal for Bonks. I just don't think that Oboy can make an impactful play in the time they have left.
No, Oh Boy need to get forward into that B cap, but with a couple of ticks left, maybe like 4 ticks left on the clock.
They do step the Marceau onto A.
The Marceau is an A. The Gearing and the Slava may just about get to the boundary in time here. 992.
Running out of time. It's going to be close.
996. That's 2 ticks. 1 tick. They block it on 998.
Just barely, by the skin of their teeth, able to step onto this cap and just see if they can make a play. But man, they can't lose a ship. They can't leave the cap. Every ship that comes into B now or A has to stay for good.
Yep, absolutely. An Eternal Titan in the Slava. Again,
it's
not the
low.
tankiest battleship choice. This is what I was saying right at the beginning of the match. Like Bourgogne and Slava, okay, they can hit hard, but not tanky.
Yep, Apache and the Ohio seal the deal. Bonks winning game 1 here, looking really solid. I gotta say, I think the thing that surprises me the most about this game was sort of how long they allowed Todd Howard's daring to just thwart them and thumb his nose at them at the C cap.
Yeah, I think they've executed that plan a little bit earlier. They may have been able to get through B and been a bit more effective. But this is a best of 3, so we will be going back to the studio now and to wait for the teams to reset, and we will be going 1-0 Bonks Oh Boy.
Thank you, Sea Raptor and Statsbloke, for commentating on this game. And oh boy, did that match go to Bonks, huh? Let's discuss with Pingu and Bugsy about this match and see where it was the pick of Bonks, right, Boxy? So kind of like home turf for them. But what made them get that game?
Well, again, this match felt much more like, I suppose you would say, like a traditional King of the Sea match that tends to favor positioning. It tends to favor trading.
So Boxy, are you kind of calling the Asian teams like the young ones, the hip ones, and Europe and Asia and North America are kind of like the old grumpy guys, like we play the traditional World of Warships?
I guess so. I mean,
this is how it's supposed to be played. This is how it was played 2 years ago.
Back in my day, we walked 2 miles through the snow to get to the B cap, okay? And now you walk in here with your fancy Marceaus and you just think you act like you own the joint. No, I've been recently called a boomer because it was revealed on my stream that I'm 36 years old. I don't look like it, but I'm 36. So yeah, I feel like I'm an old man now. But it was really good positioning, and as Pingu and I'm sure we'll talk here after we get our replay, that there were a couple of really, really specific moments where big hits resulted in losses that Oh Boy just couldn't quite come back from. But Oh Boy played an excellent game, and it could have gone either way, I think. So yeah.
Exactly, it was super close, and I was surprised that they managed to stop the points from ticking to 1,000 just in the last second. Would have been really, really great to see a comeback there, but Oh Boy was just not strong enough. Just as Boxy just said, it could have been either way. There was one moment we will see in the replay later, which was really, really critical for Oh Boy there. I think you all have seen it. The Bourgogne in the middle, taking all those torps. We have to mention those torps are 20-kilometer torps, so they will be spotted pretty early. But if you have a battleship sitting broadside, I said
caught in the turn.
I said as a Boxy, for DDs, the 20-kilometer torps are not a big deal because they spot A so early and they are fast enough to accelerate. But the battleship sitting there, oh man, that hurts. We don't have the replay yet.
No.
I think.
But, it's interesting because for Oh Boy, their strategy has worked. In I think every single time I've seen Trap, Oh Boy actually won with a little bit, let's say, weird picks. For example, pushing, like having the Slava in the first place. I usually don't see Slavas being brought, just because it doesn't really give you what you're looking for in most of the competitive matches. But they had a really good spot for it, usually on the B cap. And the replay is here. Thank you, Mr. Conway. So you can push the W button, and then we can start watching the actual video. So let me quickly just open it here, and then I can do this. By the way, if you want to do this with your own replays, you can actually do this at home. because this is not like a fancy wargaming tool that is not, out there and not being shared. No, it's actually developed by one of our community members, not your father. And you can just, use it as a bot on Discord. If you want to learn more about this, you can head to the Dark Lab Discord and find out more about this. But it's a really cool tool. I've seen some really funny Reddit posts. Like, for example, this morning was an AFK Hipper winning a match. If you haven't seen this, like head to Reddit. It's a really funny post. I found it very hilarious, and you can just do this with your own replays. So definitely do this. So yeah, let's take a look at how the teams deployed and how they managed to win this. I was really impressed by Bonks' performance on the A cap, and what do you think made them so strong on that cap compared to Oh Boy?
I mean, right out of the gate, the obvious answer is Haragumo, very likely with legendary smoke, giving it a long smoke generator. I forget whether the duration of the actual dispersion happens or whether the duration of each cloud gets increased. But two flamethrowers in the form of a Haragumo and a Wooster, that are able to way outspot the Marceau because of the Shimikaze stealth. It's such a difficult thing to try and stop, and the Marceau not having great torpedoes on its own. Maybe, that was a difficult thing for Oh Boy to be able to contest, and that sort of left them with C, which they actually did a very good job of keeping at most of the game. And then B, which they kind of struggled against the Z52. The Z52 has, sort of poor man's radar with that 6 km hydro. So, yeah, it was definitely the smoke train that allowed Bonks to take and keep A.
Yeah, I was surprised to see there was an engagement. I think we're going to see it a little bit later, like Big props to the daring. They're holding it for such a long time, the C-Kip, and just blocking it. But there was a situation, I think it's around this time now, when the gearing is going to spot the daring. And we'll see the Des Moines backing up and catching the daring while it's trying to get in here, because he was just playing around this island. And the gearing of Old Boy, I think it was Agent Endrum, he was able to spot the daring. He smoked up and kind of broke the line of sight, because with the Des Moines and the Hindenburg there, they would have potentially been able to take out the daring, but they didn't, and it took them then additional minutes to actually get it back and get the points ticking. The point advantage was really what made it so nice for Bonks to be able to just kind of passively defend it, not being really forced to make any mistakes and rather putting that pressure on Oh Boy. So.
Yeah, definitely. They had the caps for so much longer, and there was such a big point lead in the middle of the match. What Boxy pointed out there, as we've watched the game. You've just seen the daring. There was full life in the cap, and just got blubbed. We can go a little bit. Yeah, it's just in this. Is this like 5 seconds?
It's 10 seconds interval.
10 seconds.
Full to 0 in 10 seconds.
Bam. He got radared by the Des Moines radar, and there was a Marceau and the gearing, and they did a really great job at putting out this daring there. But in the end, it was just too late, I guess, for Oh Boy. They were not able to come back to the A-cap. They did a really good job. Bonks did a really good job with the Shimakaze making use of the concealment, the good concealment, trying to outspot the Marceau, pushing back Venezia and the other ships. And so they won the A-cap. What I think was really, really funny was the Bourgogne going into the cap, trying to build a crossfire on the Kremlin, I assume. Try to build a crossfire on the Wooster, maybe. And simply blocking the cap with its full HP. And then something happened. I pointed out later on.
Watch this Bourgogne.
So, the Bourgogne is almost full life, and within 10 seconds, he's kind of dead. Yeah.
He got sent to horny jail.
Yeah, but
he got sent to horny jail, and that broke everything apart then, because no ship was blocking the cap in the middle. Then they lost an entire battleship, and yeah, they tried to come back, as we see right now, right in time. And I started from scratch. Right in time, they make it into the cap, but they had no chance. The Slava went into the cap. Later on, the Ohio was ready to shoot. Everything else was ready to shoot. It was like 2 points, right? 2 points. And they killed the Slava and won the battle. Bonks won the battle for a reason there.
Yeah, a little bit of a desperation move, but really well played by Bonks. And now we'll have to see whether they can convert the next map, which is Northern Waters, and that is Boy's map pick. So now, do you think it's easy for Boy to come back from this and just say, hey, you know what? First match, it was their map. We'll just take ours and take Warriors path. We're quite comfortable on these maps.
Well, that's a good question. I from what I've seen, Bonks actually has performed very well on Northern Waters. The NA teams in general seem to have a good control over Northern Waters. However, I believe it was the last series we did watch Bonks just get completely rolled by. Oh my God, I'm already forgetting.
FPM.
FPM. Thank you. I always said Vor, and that was wrong. But they got rolled pretty hard on this map by Vor. So we'll see. And I think Vor actually didn't run the Marceau strat on for FPM. Oh, God, it's still early, guys. Forgive me. I don't think FPM ran the strategy of Marceau comp necessarily on this map. They did have one over on the one line, but generally speaking, I would say Bonks is favored on this map, oddly enough. But I'm gonna say that something tells me Boy is gonna make it a game 3 after this match.
What about you, Pingu? What do you think?
I really do hope Boy will take this win because I want to see Boy to succeed, actually. But we have to keep in mind that Bonks just bonked Rain, right? And Rain was bonking Boy, so maybe now the bonked one can bonk the bonkers. I'm not sure.
Bonkception? Is this what's happening?
Bonkception there. Yes, exactly. I hope so.
Yes. Yeah. So, guys, this is the match, of course, for the third place. We will have the grand finals after this series. And there was something I wanted to say, and I completely forgot it. Ah, yes, the ship bans, because it's easy to forget about the ship bans, or if you just tuned in a little bit later. Bonks banned the Kleber, and Boy banned the Alexander Nevsky. So these are the two ships you won't be able to see combined with some other bans like the Global Petropavlos ban for this tournament and the ships that are not available. So that's the reason why you don't see, for example, Thunderers or Smolans being brought here, and kind of limiting the ship choices that the teams have and making it a bit more interesting and bringing more variety to the match. We're waiting for the teams to ready up, and of course, chat, you have the chance to tell us who do you think is going to win this map. Currently, we have a prediction campaign up, and we see that Bonks is leading with roughly 200,000 channel points in favor of winning this map. Actually, Boy's map pick. And Conway wants to jump in.
Yes, let me join the fun for a second. So Luke's Fun on our Twitch chat has just pointed out that we forgot to talk about the thing in the dockyard.
Oh, sure, we can do this while the team's already up. Actually, let me fire up the client for this. So
really, you're going to replace Penguin with World of Warships
it's okay.
again?
I mean, okay. But you know what? I'll just lean back and say, so Conway, give me better options.
I'm just gonna tell it. I'm just gonna say, like,
But
we don't need to show them. So
I would
the
like-
dockyard,
I
the
want to show
for
it.
ZF. Sorry, the dockyard for ZF2 obviously lets you build ZF2. Once you complete ZF2 through the dockyard, you get ZF2. And ZF2 comes with this beautiful decorative parade camouflage. Now, you'll notice that the parade camouflage has signal flags all over it that, of course, aren't available or aren't displayed in battle because of, fire hazard reasons. But those signal flags, they're signal flags. They have information in them.
You're telling us they
That's
might
as
be
much as I'm
signaling
saying.
something?
They may be signaling something, and we'll see who gets the first. Good luck.
Well, I'm sure that you guys will figure it out now that we gave you that hint very, very quickly. I know you guys are very good with this. We had several of these hunts for bonus codes in-game with hidden messages, and it's mind-blowing for me to understand how you guys figured this out so quickly. I think the last one, we had it in port on the designer's desk. It was just within several hours, you guys figured it out. So you impressed me very much, but so far nobody caught this one. Now the game is starting, and Boxy, is it Bonks, or do you want to at least push them to the third match? What do you think?
I mean, I'm pulling for Bonks. The boys in their Tide Pods need a little bit of support, so because it's not easy to swallow dozens of those in one match.
Okay, Private Penguin. You just say that. Bingo, I think I know your answer. Is it oh boy?
Is it? Yeah, oh boy.
Okay, I'll say yeah boy. You can do this, guys. And handing over to Stats. Okay, Sea Raptor, enjoy the match.
Up a game in their quest for a larger share of the $30,000 prize pool, Bonks comes to game 2 here loaded for bear on northern waters. Bringing Ohio, Yamato, Des Moines, Venezia, Moskva, Stalingrad double gearing, and a Z52. From the North Spawn, talk to me about Oh Boy stats.
Oh boy, EU, Conqueror, Shikishima, double Des Moines, Moskva, Stalingrad, Gearing, and double Marceau. And they have actually split the double Marceaus. One is going with the Gearing, the other one is heading over towards B.
Intriguing.
Yeah, this map can be pretty good for the cross shots. I'm expecting particularly the Shikishima and the the Shikishima and the Yamato to be making those long range shots, looking to exploit those diagonals, because especially at the beginning of the map, as you can see here, quite a lot of the ships will be going diagonally towards the A and the C caps. And so anyone who gets spotted will have their broadside exposed to these massive guns. And Yamato can hit just as hard as Shikishima.
Indeed. Bonks going for a more even split. Gearing Moskva, Ohio, and Venezia headed to C. Whale Biologist classic Z52 play in the middle will be happening momentarily, while they send Gearing, Des Moines, Stalingrad, and Yamato over to A. So I'll be very curious to see how they react to the discovery that they are quite a bit outnumbered on firepower and number of ships over here on the C flank when the time comes.
Yeah, we're seeing this massive group of bonks. You've got these 4 ships heading over towards A, and they're pretty much uncontested. Totally Balanced is way up on the B line, expecting to kite. So Oh Boy definitely going for more of a B-C strategy here, whereas Bonks going for all 3 caps at once. Gearing pushing torpedoes through. There's no one there. They don't know that yet. But the Gearing pushing through, expecting one of the Marceaus probably to be coming over the top of A to find those torpedoes. But yep, there's no one home. So Battleship Nagato, once they realize that, will be able to simply go in and cap A completely uncontested.
Todd Howard's pushing his torpedoes back through this kind of narrow gap, looking for reunited Stalingrad. Have to see if he can sneak any through there. That's a tough angle. Early Moskva radar here from, that's Bobonk OnlyFans. Looking to see what he can see as he's reversing here. He will catch sight of Endern here briefly in just a second, I think. I'd be curious to see if they do anything about it. There's a counter radar from United Stalingrad.
Counter radar from Reunited, and also I noticed Whale Biologist, I think, popped Hydro at the same time. Probably just to check that pink camouflage wasn't right there. Whale Biologist being forced off the cap, with Marcelo lobbing over that island along with Papega Sniper. Yeah,
Oh boy, ready for that Z52 play.
Yeah, those Conqueror shells hit hard. Okay, the torpedoes towards Reunited look like they didn't come to anything from
They did not.
Todd.
They did not, and the Venezia got one chip salvo into Endern. That's Addy back into Venezia, got a chip salvo into Endern and reset him, but the radar pushed Todd Howard's off of C. That's going to allow Endern to pick that up, and oh boy, we'll grab the first cap of the game here and start moving up on points.
Gearing of Battleship Nagato for Bonks being super cautious. No need for it, of course, but they don't know that, or didn't know that, so only just now dipping into the cap. But better safe than sorry, I guess. So they will be grabbing A, and of course that will just start ticking. With both other caps able to be contested, but if you are Whale or if you are Todd, contesting those caps against that many ships is going to be a dangerous proposition.
I gotta say, one of the things that I like early, and I feel like a ship that has the potential to be a decisive pick in this map, is Addy's Venezia, because from that angle, and you can see Addy's trying to turn his get all his turrets turned around, right? If you remember several seasons ago, I remember playing clan battles. Venezia does horrible things to Stalingrad at longer ranges where you can drop those SAP shells through his superstructure onto his deck armor and so on. Addy has the possibility to be very impactful in this match, farming out Reunited or Podnike's Moskva over here, as long as he doesn't get pushed too hard by the Shikishima.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember playing Stalingrad in clan battles, and basically once you're in position, if there's a Venezia shooting at you, you're going to be taking between 10 and 15k a volley, every time. And certainly until your superstructure becomes saturated. And so, yeah, Addy can put down some really pretty consistent fire on anything that's sat to stationary.
At the moment, they... Go ahead.
Bonks being forced to kite away slightly here, in a very similar position, actually, to Addy. Moskva, a little bit of a different ship, quite accurate, but able to drop HE instead of SAP down onto the Stalingrad as well.
I really like the plan, the effort they put into this plan to deal with the Z-52 in the middle of the board. They obviously came with knowing that Bonks was going to try this, was going to work on this. Reunited just radared to push Whale Biologist back off the cap yet again. They're not wasting those Stalingrad radars for when he's there. They're like just fishing for him, making him back off, ensuring that they're ticking up as much of the B cap early on as possible.
Yeah, they're forcing Bonks to contest B and C with inferior numbers, and that is forcing Bonks to have to try to come out of A. So you've got the Des Moines and the gearing here sitting in the entrance to A in the middle, trying to influence the B cap, gearing, throwing torpedoes across the top of the cap, which, if Pink Camouflage is very unlucky, may find home. But of course, if you were Azuki here, you can't really go forwards because you've got the Conqueror just around the corner to shoot you, so you can't move anywhere. The Stalingrad of Turret Bonk is a bit out of it at the moment. I'm suspecting at some point they may try to redeploy Turret Bonk or push forward to try to catch Papega Sniper or Totally Balanced.
7 minutes gone. Oboe working on a 150-point lead here on the strength of their early cap advantage. Both teams trading very evenly. No clear health advantage exists. Probably the lowest ship on the board would be Whale Biologist Z-52, but he's still got some smoke, and his low detection should keep him in the game a little longer. He's got some help now. Battleship Nagato rotating into the B cap from the west, backed up by Azuki's Des Moines. I think that's finally going to allow them to push these Marceaus out of here and finally pick up B.
Camouflage having to just do a little bit of dodging there. Pink Camouflage spotted currently, so there will be some Des Moines shells coming over. And also Yamato taking a shot there. Pink Camouflage down to 15k. Contact
radar going up.
Battleship.
Yep. Radar finds Nagato as he snuggles up to this island in B. It's not going to be comfortable because Max... Well, how far is Max away? Over here on the 10 line. And he's probably too far. That's 20 kilometers. I don't think he'll have a shot from that angle.
So as you said, Bonks have rotated the gearing in and the Z-52 out. They don't want to risk losing Whale Biologist when they can simply put a higher health destroyer into the cap, although of course gearing does not have the Hydro that Whale Biologist has. But they still have radar coverage of that cap. Marcelo rotating around to come into the cap from the side. Marcelo has been playing around this square, basically, trying to make sure that what was Whale Biologist, what is now Battleship Nagato in the gearing, doesn't have an easy time of it. They are actually going to make contact here, I think. No, maybe not quite close enough. He is spotted. Battleship Nagato being forced to smoke there.
See if they get a radar and to fish him out of that smoke. Bonks doing a really good job. We were talking early how long it was going to take them to realize they were kind of grossly outnumbered and so on and so forth at the 9-10 line. Didn't take them very long. They've moved Bonks Moskva up to the kind of mirroring sort of reunited Stalingrad position in the middle of the board, backed up by Hattie's Ohio, while the gearing and Addy's Venezia continue to spot and harass these guys pushing down the 10 line.
Okay, so the point situation still very much in Bonks' favor here, which Kind of, if you look to the beginning of the match, that's probably going to be slightly surprising, but they have actually managed now to hold on to B for quite some time, and that has enabled them to get that points advantage, although the points are still quite close. No ships down yet, both teams on very similar health. Very, very close match.
Indeed. I really like Bonks, the position they've managed to kind of work themselves into here with the double radar coverage on B is going to make it a real challenge for Boy to work a destroyer back in there to try to steal that cap away. That should allow Bonks to slowly close this gap. It's down to about 100 points now as we cross over the halfway mark of the game.
So it looks like Boy have decided that Addy has got to go. So they've got Endon pushing down to keep that spot going, while the Des Moines from the smoke and Eternal Titan take some shots and force Addy up against the border. Gearing coming down. I'm not quite sure what Todd is planning on doing here. Maybe just throw some torps across the Shikishima. But it's kind of unclear to me what this Boy play is designed to do. Maybe if they can get Addy down, but that's a tough prospect on 40k.
That's a tough call. I mean, Venezia is not super squishy unless you catch her in the broadside with the right shells. And of course, Shikishima doesn't really care about your armor scheme anyway, does she?
No, with that overmatch, certainly Shikishima can, if it catches the Venezia right, can actually do a lot of damage. But actually, the Shikishima is completely ignoring the Venezia and is looking at the middle of the map, trying to see if either the Ohio or the Moskva just reverse a little bit too far.
They've been beating up Hattie pretty good. I think some of that is some of the Conqueror work we're seeing as well. Hattie's been under a lot of hate in that position.
Shikishima is actually firing on Azuki thighs on the other side of the map and lands a 10k volley from 28.5 kilometers.
Goodness gracious. Well, coming up on 8 minutes to play, Bonks has nearly tied this game, but Addie's going to take some torpedoes here. 2. Oh, barely dodges the 3rd. That is big damage. That definitely changes the complexion of how that thing's working at the bottom of the map. Hattie's going out.
Yeah, Hattie's going down. There we go. That's Hattie. Addy also in trouble at the bottom there, as you said. Yeah, this does open up that side of the map for Boy to push through, and I think this was the plan. Try and force Addy off, push through. Todd Howards is not on that much health here. And the Boy team on this flank.
The Stalingrad from downtown takes care of the Des Moines, the Bonks Des Moines. It was over here on the edge of A, right as Whale Biologist was trying to smoke him up.
Des Moines of Max takes a torpedo there from Todd as the gearing re-smokes him. Max down to 20k and healing. But bringing fire now down onto Baobonk. Baobonk taking fire from 2 directions here, front and back.
Boy up 2 ships, up quite a chunk of health, up 200 points. Looking really good right now to force a game 3.
Yeah, to be up on points but down on caps is a pretty good position to be in if you're in position to move into that second cap. And once they manage to get Baobonk down here, I think they will be in a position to do that, because that's going to remove that radar coverage and enable Marcelo or Pink Camouflage to move in.
Val's going out right here. There he goes. Conqueror Fire finally claims him.
They could actually just win on kills here.
Yeah, I mean, the next thing they kill will tick them over. They're only ticking up 1 cap, but for the moment, it's enough, right? They're on 950 points. They win in basically 60 seconds. A single kill will end it. And then, I mean, I don't know where they're going to get it, but they don't really need to worry about chasing it because they're going to win anyway.
No, I think what they'll simply do is Pink Camouflage will move down into B here. That will obviously increase their points income if they cap it.
Addie's going to take torpedoes, and that's
White Biologist will go down, and that ends the match.
2 quick kills right there. That match just looking as super dominating for Boy, but we're going to game 3.
Absolutely 1-1, and this is the decider for the 3rd place. Will it be EU or will it be NA for 3rd place? Back to Chrysanthos while they reset for the decider.
Yeah, boy. Oh boy, he took this one, and now we're in the third match. Tiebreaker, and we'll have to see which team can take the third place. Is it the NA or the EU team? Let's discuss it with Boxy and Private Penguin and see how Oh boy managed to fight against some odds and take it off of Bonks. Pingu, what did Oh boy do right here?
And right now Ella comes, of course, except right
Look,
time.
chat loves cats, so it's absolutely fine.
Yeah, we had a pretty solid gameplay there from Oh boy, which
That's I think like the
most.
most German comment I can hear from him is like pretty okay gameplay that won them the game.
I said
Not
solid.
not solid,
okay.
solid, like not great, not terrible. It was okay. 3.6.
It was good enough. I mean, I haven't seen a single battle on this map where a battleship from one team gets down on the line 9 and 10 so far into the enemy spawn. And I'm really sorry about my cat wanting some attention here, but the thing is, this smoke train gearing Des Moines together with a Shikishima, making so much pressure, dealing so much pressure on the enemy team, was impressive to see. And Shikishima is so potent in her caliber and the potential to deal damage on broadsiding sitting targets, even on angled targets, because one penetration hit of such a shell is like 6k damage. Another thing I want to mention is the blocking part on the left side, on the A side with the Des Moines and the Conqueror. They did a really great job to stop the movement towards the north. So they blocked on this side. So in terms of map control, Oh boy gained slowly but steadily an advantage over the enemy team, over Bonks, and were able to deal so much more damage in the end. And I think we have to see if there is a replay ready.
It's actually ready. We can probably display it here. But I also know that the teams are going to be very quickly readying up for the final battle. So we just have to be a bit shorter in looking at this replay and taking another look at it. Love to push it as button.
I think it's worth pointing out too that the two Marceaus of Oh boy did a really nice job of having this sort of triangulated fire onto the Z52 of Bonks. The Z52 has been a really strong choice that we've seen a lot of the NA teams use on this map specifically for that B cap as the poor man's radar. And the two Marceaus, it seemed like they were ready for it because they were just constantly dunking on that Z, and you can see right even here at this point in the map, or at this point in the match, already halfway down. Z52 is so fragile; it doesn't really get any way of regenerating health. So to be able to push the Z out of that cap and not let Bonks take 2 caps worth of points, I think that was decisive in giving enough time for that smoke push down the 10 line to actually be effective.
Yeah, I think overall what I really like about how Oh boy plays is that they manage the HP pool so well. Usually they get a really good value out of using that HP pool to get into certain positions, either to get caps or to convert kills. And what I have to highlight is I love the position of the Des Moines from Bonks on the A cap, because provided so much vision and pressure on the Oh boy side on B, making it really hard for Oh boy to kind of get back into the B gameplay. And if we keep this gameplay running, initially you think like, oh, is Oh boy actually just chasing the Venezia down the 10 line? But the important part, of course, was to be able to, I'll just stop it here, to be able to contest this position, which I think was really crucial to be able to kind of put this entire area under crossfire from all of these different ships, being able to farm them down and kind of free up B so that the Des Moines in combination with the other ships is not going to be that impactful and giving them a chance here. So yeah, really well played by Oh boy, and Bonks put up a really good fight. Like, it looked with the cap control and so on, it looked very, very strong, but then Oh boy just managed to convert the kills and win it that way.
Exactly.
Great. Then let's take a look at the last map that we see in this clash of EU versus NA, and that is Warriors Path, where Bonks is going to be in the Alpha spawn. Of course, means Oh is going to be in the Bravo spawn. Now, Warriors Path has been a map that especially Oh boy seem to be in really, really good control of, but Bonks had a really strong performance here against Rain. So what's your pick here? Who might take this one home? Let's maybe start with Boxy.
I got to be honest with you, on this map now, I feel like this is going to be an absolute 50-50. Both teams have shown an exceptionally good ability to run good smoke trains, which can happen either on the A cap or the C cap here. I expect a Z52 from Bonks once again in the middle cap. I expect a Marceau from Oh Boy in the middle cap. It's funny, Pingu and I have watched a number of matches now together, and specifically on this map, so much of it comes down to the ability right between B and C to get your shots in. It's like to pinprick the other team's destroyer. So I'm looking forward to seeing how each team navigates there. I have a feeling like the aggressive positioning of Oh Boy is going to give them a bit of an advantage here, as moving through those islands and getting that damage onto the enemy DD in the B cap oftentimes ends up being decisive. So I think that this is going to advantage Oh Boy in this map, but again, I'm pulling for my degenerates.
I think on this map I've seen playing Oh Boy playing a lot of stationary ships as well, like Stalingrads and Shikishima for long-range sniping purpose. Maybe even, again, a double Marceau trying to get the early cap on A, trying to spot the early spots. So the Shikishima and the Stalingrads, or long-range snipers, maybe a Slava even, I don't know, or Republic would be able to punish enemy ships going towards A. Yeah, I think we will see a smoke train indeed on the Charlie side, maybe even on both sides. We've seen a Des Moines on the line 10 together with Gearings so often trying to talk them. Everything could be possible, and I think it will be a really, really close match between those two.
Think so as well, and I can see the matches starting in the background. So chat, let us know who's going to take this one. Is it going to be the EU team or is it going to be the NA team? We'll find out in the match that is brought to you by StatsBloke and by Sea Raptor. If you want to find them outside of King of the Sea, you can do so on their channel. So don't be shy to just swing by and give them a follow. The same thing is true for Private Penguin and Boxy. You can find under Boxy Time, and then we'll head over to the game. And I hope you're going to enjoy it just as much as we did the last two matches. So have fun.
It's time to decide who takes home that third place prize. Will it be EU, Oh Boy, or will it be NA, Bonks? These are both the second place teams from their servers fighting it out for that third place. With Oh Boy here in red, we have Republic, Shikishima, Des Moines, Double Moskva, Stalingrad, Gearing, and Double Marceau. And for NA from Bonks,
Opposing them in the green spawn from the north, Bonks bringing Ohio, Yamato, Triple Venezia, Moskva, Gearing, Z52, and Shimakaze. I feel like we've seen this lineup before.
yeah, and I wonder whether we'll end up in that situation with whale biologist and a French destroyer, like back and forth, which was actually kind of exciting last time. So,
it was different, that's for sure.
Yeah,
but this will be interesting.
We'll
We've seen both of these teams play this map with their respective lineups, but obviously not playing each other. I commented last time, you don't normally see Republic in this map. You don't normally see both battleships go to the same side of this map, and we see, oh boy, that's how they line this up, right? So I'm really curious to see kind of how Bonks does or doesn't adapt to what they're about to deal with.
Yeah, and remember, when you see Shikishima in the central position, so I'd imagine this Shikishima is going to stay roughly where it is right now, maybe a bit further forward, that Shiki can actually drop shots all the way over. I mean, you saw that 28.5 kilometer shot on the Des Moines in the last match, can easily drop shots over here into Charlie. And if it's the Moskva of Azuki who ends up sitting in that position, that Moskva is potentially going to get broadsided by this Shikishima. So don't let this this sort of one-sided battleship deployment fool you. They can definitely hit both sides of the map.
Absolutely. Oh boys, Marceau tag team quickly into A. They'll pick that up momentarily. Whale biologist Z52 nosing into the top end of the B cap. He'll pick that up, I believe. I don't believe even if they radar him. Well, Reunited won't have shots, but if they want to burn a radar, they could drop Shiki shells or something like that on him just to reset him. And B is going to be a little more interesting because, B is, I'm going to say C. C is kind of where Bonks more or less kind of won the match the other day, it felt like, right? They put so much pressure on that Stalingrad that Rain had on this flank. They were able to punch out Lulu's Des Moines over here. We see almost the exact same kind of a setup here from Oh Boy. The gearing the Des Moines going super wide. The Russian cruiser tucking up under the island closer to the cap.
Yeah, indeed. Totally balanced, pretty much in the same position that Lulu was in. And so they're definitely going to have to watch out for Bonks doing the same thing, pushing that Ohio down through this gap, kind of in a surprise. I mean, I think we were all surprised by that move, pushing the Ohio into the B cap. So that doesn't look like the current plan, but we'll keep an eye on Hattie, see whether they're going to push it to C or push it to B. Marceau
Hattie's got his spotter up looking for a shot, but he doesn't really have great vision. He can see the Shiki de Mosfa and the Republique over on the western flank, but doesn't seem to have a good line of fire to take that shot.
No, I'm guessing they were hoping that maybe the Z from the middle, or maybe the Shima would spot something like the Moskva. Yeah, just I think a spotter plane of opportunity, really. Okay, gearing of Battleship Nagato, just getting into position to reverse. You'll often see destroyers do this. For those of you who are wondering, like, why do you always see the destroyers go backwards like this? They usually like do this touch and go thing where they'll use the island to stop and then they'll reverse back in. And the reason for that is that you don't want to be nose into a cap if you're going to be radared, because that means that you have to pretty much just deal with it face on, and you have no option to run away. Whereas if you reverse in like this, when Horny Wiki radars, Battleship Nagato can just take off forward and get behind the island. So you'll often see destroyers taking this approach. So watch what happens if Horny Wiki radars, which may not happen just yet, because it's only Horny Wiki that can actually shoot right now. Well, they will want to get the reset at some point.
Yeah, but we've seen Oh Boy hold their radars from when you might expect. They're like, in a random battle, for example, you would pop that radar immediately, try to find the guy, get him reset, drive him off the cap. But in competitive play, there's the radar finally coming up now. But they'll time this a little differently for maximum pain, or the ability to get angles, because Nagato probably doesn't realize that Endern and Totally Balanced are over there.
Yeah, they were definitely holding that for as long as possible to see if Endern would be able to get a little angle around this island. But ultimately, they definitely want to drive the destroyer off the cap. Okay, Marceau in the middle. Marcelo has pushed into B and is taking 2 torps from Whale Biologist.
That's a big hit. That's a huge hit from Whale Biologist.
Also, within the hydro of Whale Biologist.
He's locked up.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at their view. Yeah, Whale Biologist is not spotted. Stalingrad currently not radaring. I suspect that radar is currently on cooldown, so Marcelo is going to be lucky to get out of here with the ship.
Brilliant torpedo salvo from Whale Biologist. He does finally drop off the hydro. Marcelo sneaks away on 2,400 HP.
Yeah, no shells in the air. Marcelo is currently safe, but that is not good for Oh Boy, because they really need that destroyer in there to contest that cap. And one more exchange, one more spot, and I suspect this Marceau will be down.
Reunited is right here. He's waiting for Whale to step onto the cap. There it is. His teammate will now tell him, "Oh, cap's contested. I'm waiting for Reunited to pop that radar." I'm certainly he's got one available.
Actually, the Moskva pops. So that was Azuki.
Yeah, that was Azuki's radar from over at sea. They're trying to catch Marcelo. There's the Stalingrad radar from Reunited. There we go. So now everybody will be shooting at Marcelo.
Ohio, bad dispersion, but perfect shot, unfortunately. Whale Biologist may be the one to get the kill. Yeah, he's paying for this, but hopefully for Bonks, this will be a kill on Marcelo before it disappears around the island.
Oh, they're going to lose him, I think. He's getting away on 1,500 HP.
Yeah, Whale Biologist actually paying for that quite dearly to only take off a few hundred hit points. Yeah, although Marceau, hang on. Marceau is once again stopping in front of the Central Torps. I don't think he's in danger as long as he keeps going. No, he's fine. He's fine.
Those went by the Stalingrad. Those have been spotted.
Yeah.
I think their failure to convert that kill is going to come back to haunt them.
Quite possibly. Absolutely.
We'll find out.
Shikishima Eternal Titan has pushed up, which at the moment at least, rules out any possibility of shooting over towards Charlie, although there aren't really any targets over there right now. Eternal Titan instead aiming up towards the north of the A-cap. Todd Howard's converting the A-cap from red to green, although Pink Camouflage will push in.
Pink taking some chip damage there from the dual Venezias over on the 1-2 line. Nothing catastrophic. It took about 2,000 or 3,000. You always hope for more with the Venezia, but you didn't get it that time as Addy takes a huge full pin or something through the bow because Republic doesn't really care about your armor with those 431s.
Yeah, Addy's in kind of a nasty position here between the Shikishima, who is definitely aiming that way, and the Republic, who's obviously...
Todd is in a bit of a pickle too if he's not careful. Okay, Pink Camouflage looked like he might go around the corner and try to just run him down. Seems to have declined that for the moment.
Yeah, I think that in front of two Venezias, that would be a risky proposition. That would definitely end up being a trade. But let's not rule that out just yet, because they may end up needing to take out that Shimakaze.
8.5 minutes gone. Bonks the only ones ticking up points right now. They managed to retain control of B while contesting A. And after all this time, still nobody owns C. We haven't really looked over here in a while, but Battleship Nagato down quite a bit of HP. Obviously, he and Horny Wookiee have been trading shells, or at least Wookiee's been pushing him back off the cap.
Yeah, Battleship Nagato is in a nasty position with these two ships just here, the Des Moines and the Gearing, because that means that when Nagato is radared every few minutes by the Moskva, it mustn't back off too far, because it means that Totally Balanced and Endon can potentially get shots. And of course, the Des Moines is also covering Battleship Nagato with radar, so there's going to be, not constant, but it's going to be pretty frequent, that radar.
They do succeed in pushing Todd off the A-cap. That means both teams ticking up a cap. 30-point difference. We're getting close to the halfway mark of the game. No clear advantage, although I will say, for the moment, Oh Boy seems to be trading better. Marcelo's Marceau notwithstanding.
Azuki taking 2 torpedoes there from Endon's Gearing. Having to damage control, so Des Moines now just waiting for that DCP to come down to try to get a fire. No fire will be possible until that DCP has run. Which should be down any second now.
Whale biologist just getting hammered out here. I'm not sure if he's radared or what, but he's down to 2K. I think maybe he got caught by Stalingrad radar.
Yep,
and here comes Hattie.
Pushing forwards to get that shot. Yep, gets him.
They do bag whale biologist as they're gonna push Hattie into the B cap.
Well, isn't this familiar? So Hattie pushing through.
Seen this game before.
Hattie pushing through, aiming at what was Lulu, what is now Totally Balanced in the Des Moines. So yeah, that's not a set of guns that you want pointing at you if you're a Des Moines, that's for sure. Marcelo still on 1500 back there, unable to contest the B cap now.
Yep, lurking in the back. Oh Boy up a ship. Both teams working a cap, but that early kill gives Oh Boy a noteworthy health advantage. Todd trying to sneak back into the top of A under now Podnike's radar from Moskva. Gonna give up some more HP for getting caught out here, basically.
Yeah, these teams very much use the destroyer's health pools as resources. You are expected as a destroyer to be taking damage. You just try to take as little as possible in each exchange.
Amazingly, over at the C cap, Endern is the one who looks like he might finally bag the cap on behalf of Oh Boy. They've done such a brilliant job of neutralizing Nagato. There goes the Moskva radar. That's Azuki putting up his radar as Nagato steps onto the cap to block it. And here comes the shells.
Yeah, and I think Bonks really suffering from here, having only 1 radar on the cap compared to the 2 that Oh Boy have, which is finally enabling them to get Endon into a position to cap.
Totally Balanced moved up, and now Nagato definitely firmly radared in there. He's got to snuggle up to this island nice and close and just hope it's enough cover.
Endon trying to lob that island, but not able to get the shells tight enough to actually be able to hit the Gearing. Gearing smoking in preparation for reversing back into the cap.
Oh Boy looking really good stats. It's hard to find a place where you can look at Bonks and say, Yeah, they're gonna pick this one up, or they've got an advantage there. They just seem to be kind of on the back foot across the board. They're gonna lose Todd. There he goes.
Yep, that's gonna give them A, and those points are gonna keep ticking.
Yep, that's huge. That gives them a 2-ship lead. Now both teams ticking up a cap, but it's a 200-point lead here for Oh Boy with 7 minutes to play.
That's the thing. If you have 1 cap each, and there's no way that either team can get into that opposing cap, the team with the points advantage has a massive advantage because, of course, clawing that back is going to be very, very difficult. And it doesn't look like C is going to go to either team until one of these destroyers goes down, basically.
They've now pushed Azuki's Moskva up into the cap.
I think what they're trying to do is Azuki is able to get some cap points on the board, which will enable Nagato to reverse back in once it's done a bit of a oh, actually, no.
Nagato getting hit now. He pulled out too far.
Yeah, and can't actually straighten out because the rear end of the ship is fouled on the rocks.
Yeah, he can't go out there if he can once the radar drops, but
yep, I'm currently on the red team view, so you can see what they can see. And Battleship Nagato is definitely still spotted.
Endern taking a big hit as Azuki does manage to bag C. That's points that Bonks badly needs. They're still down 200 points. It's technically enough for them to win if they don't lose another ship, but I find that questionable. I think they're going to lose somebody else.
After having said that Bonks can't do anything about A, they've actually pushed Turret Bonks Venezia into the cap.
Yep.
In order to flip that.
They want to win this match. It's time to get creative.
Yeah, and actually that's a pretty safe position because if you look at the positions of the Shikishima, the Moskva, the Republic, can't touch it. So that
Apache just getting hammered. The Repub taking a big chunk out of Apache here in the middle of the board. He's probably about to draw a lot of focus fire. He's trying to keep his bow to the Stalingrad, but by doing that, he exposes his starboard flank to the Republic.
And that's not good for the security of Turret Bonk's position. Because with Apache gone, that opens up the possibility of maybe Eternal Titan pushing up a little bit, maybe Pod Nike pushing up a little bit, and putting some pressure on Turret Bonks in the A cap. But currently, all 3 caps in the green team's hands.
There goes Apache.
So points clock 3 minutes 10 seconds for a Bonks win. But I'm sure this won't be the last we hear of Oh Boy.
That seems unlikely. They're going to try and focus Hattie out now. He's very alone here in the middle of the board. Doesn't really have any support. What can he see? I know he can see the Shiki and the Moskva, but that's literally it. He cannot see Marcelo's Marceau. That is just pounding him with fire and HE.
Yeah, this is very clever positioning here. The Marceau able to lob that island without being spotted just by just keeping the corner of the island in between the 2 ships. Preserve the health ball, take Hattie down.
Wow. The failure to kill the Marceau is absolutely coming back to haunt them now. Again, they own all the caps, but they're upside down 4 ships. At this point, if you're Oh Boy, you could probably just do a full court press and pull this off.
Pink Camouflage in a little bit of a risky position against Turret Bonk here. Turret Bonk takes a bit of a smack from across the map. But SAP out on the Marceau. Nose in.
Nose in SAP can hurt you, but I don't know. I mean, he did take a good chunk of his health away. But he's got... Turret Bonk's got 2 battleships gunning for him. He's got very few places to hide. Yeah.
And
I should say 3, because the Stalingrad kind of counts as a battleship, too.
Absolutely. And from 3 red caps, I think we're very shortly going to see 3... from 3 green caps, I think we're very shortly going to see 3 red caps as Oh Boy just walk into all 3 caps at the same time.
Indeed. When you have this much of a firepower advantage, there's no reason not to just push. Only 4 surviving ships for Bonks, and they're quite low.
Yep,
Can't really nothing to stop it.
Nothing that Addy can do. Azuki will push forward into Charlie, but will meet the Gearing, the Des Moines, and the Mosfar at the same time. This is the only really even fight on the map right now. 3v3. AP out from Des Moines.
But the Des Moines is about to end Azuki's game.
Yeah, and Battleship Nagato, not enough hit points there to actually have a gunfight. Yep, Azuki goes down as well, and that will clinch
there it is.
3rd place for EU and Oh Boy.
Both teams going home with some prize cash, but Oh Boy going away with the bigger share of it. I think it's 5,000, something like that. Anyway,
Certainly more than beer money, that's for sure. So
that's very much so.
But well played to both teams. We've enjoyed watching both these teams go through both of their respective regional tournaments, and we've enjoyed it thoroughly. So thanks to both teams. And we'll now be moving over to the grand finals and a bit of analysis about this runner-up match. Thank you very much, and back over to Chrysantos.
Congratulations to Oh Boy taking the last map of the enemy, and with this securing the 3rd place in the International King of the Sea 12 tournament. Well played to both teams, but Oh Boy is showing a very impressive showing here, especially towards the end of the match. Now let's bring in Bonks and Private Penguin to talk about this. And Bonks, where did it all go wrong?
Well, I think that it was a really simple scenario where Oh Boy just had better positioning. They traded better, and as you saw, it just lasted until the very end when Bonks was forced to make some Hail Mary plays with the battleships that ended up. It's like tossing a juicy steak into a spider's web, and everyone just dogpiled the Yamato, then dogpiled the Ohio. But really, it went wrong for Bonks when the Des Moines and the Gearing tag teamed up on the 10 line and just sat there with impunity, tag teaming with the Moskva radar of was it Horny Wookie?
Yes,
is his name. They kept the Gearing spotted outside of the A-cap the entire match and just chip until there was nothing left of him, and did so with just, again, zero respect for the Ohio of Sergeant Hattie Bonks, who had to move to get into the B-cap. So they just a simple example of just excellent play outplaying the enemy team.
Yeah, I think Chrysantos is looking critical. We do have to replay, right?
We have to replay, but I know that Conway is currently preparing the next match, so I wanted to show him very sneakily, please give us the replay, so we can finish this up. But yes, I mean, Bonks was a little bit unlucky with not being able to convert certain kills, right? As for example, the Massot on B, which I think made a huge difference. Just the amount of damage that Massot was allowed to dish out on the battleships that were in between A and B. But yeah, overall, I mean, nothing surprising here to see from Oh Boy with pushing the 2 Massots into the A-cap. We've seen this, done by Oh Boy so often, basically going for the early cap, just discouraging anything from the enemy team on the A-cap, at least with the initial push, putting their battleships in positions where they have really good shots, not only on this area here, but also with the cross shots. This is what was highlighted earlier, right? To be able to counter whatever might be coming in here, or also have shots on here. So this is really, really strong positioning by Oh Boy. And I was surprised to see that we didn't have the Yamato being able to pressure here this position, because this is what we've seen done against Rain, for example. Having the Stalingrad here and then just pressuring it from 2 angles. The Oh Boy flank on C worked out much, much better, right, Migu?
I think the point here is why this Moskva didn't get under pressure from this Yamato is because there were only a Venezia on this side. There was no smoke train going on here, like we've seen with in another match with the Worcester putting a quadruple fire actually on the Stalingrad sitting there. So, and what Boxy figured out now while we were watching the match, there was, I think the biggest problem was there were not enough radar ships in the lineup. There were 3 Venezias, and they rely on spotting. And of course, we do have Shimakaze right there trying to spot. But on the other side, there was only the Moskva sitting here, not being able to radar the Des Moines because she was too far away. But this Des Moines here was able to radar this. The Moscow was able to radar this DD, like Boxy just said. That the Gearing were not closely close to the cap of capturing this. I think Oh Boy did a really, really good job. I mean, we've seen this tactic before. We have seen a double Marceau, just like I said. On this side, we have seen a Shikishima long-range sniper, Stalingrad pretty potent in the middle, and a Moskva as well. And in the end, it came down to better spotting, better trading, and having the high ground, I guess.
Yeah, I think overall, like, it seems like Oh Boy has one of the best grips on this map in general, and not making like any major mistake. I mean, they had the Marceau in the middle, taking two torpedoes early on in the match, right?
Oh yeah.
But besides that, they played it so very well. And I think the one thing that impresses me the most about Oh Boy is not just the HP pool management, but once they see a target, the focus fire, the positioning, fantastic. Like, it's just like, you out. They just pick a target, right? It's like, you out. Next ship, you out. The way they use that HP pool, the way they just manage to always select the right target and just focus him out of the battle, being able to convert the points from the ships, not through the caps, but actually by killing ships, and then being in a position where they say, yeah, you know what, we have like 150k, 200k HP advantage. We'll just take the caps now from you. Thank you for your cooperation. So really well played by Oh Boy. I mean, Bonks put up a really good show. It wasn't quite enough for the last match, but overall, both of these teams definitely on the same level and really well played. Phew. Great match. Great match. And that, of course, brings us to the grand final, where we have two SEA teams from the Asian cluster fighting it out to claim the title as the International King of the Sea 12. And that's a new situation. We haven't had this before. It just shows how well the server has performed and how impactful they have been. So now the question is it going to be VOR? Is it going to be FPM? We'll have to find out. The final set of matches is going to be a best of 5 because it's the grand final. And I feel a little bit bad for these Asian teams because it's not a hit. I mean, they're playing on the other side of the planet, right? So definitely give props to these teams for sticking around for such a long time. And now they have to play best of 5, but I think it's going to be worth their time. We do see here the 5 maps that were selected. And if Mr. Conway could show us the picks and bans, thank you very much. So we do see that VOR themselves says, okay, no clay bears, thank you, and FPN banning the Harugumo. And I mean, these teams have faced each other, of course, right? They were playing in the regional finals where VOR won 3-1 against FPM. So FPM knows what these what kind of ship is going to be the most interesting to ban, and it's really interesting to see. It's the Harugumo. What do you read into this, Pingu baby?
Actually, I'm not sure why they banned the Harugumo. I think, in my opinion, both teams try to make use of the Marceau again. Maybe we will see a mirrored strategy right there. Marceau, Wolfpack, or Crack Duck, I don't know how you called it, against each other. So I'm really excited about what we are about to see here. I mean, Harugumo is a great ship for providing support with smoke for light cruisers. Supporting with highly potent destroyer torpedoes, 12 kilometers. The Kleber might be a ban by 4 because maybe the Kleber is a good pick against a Marceau Wolfpack. Because if you can pack together several Klebers, they can gun down a Marceau pretty easily. I'm not quite sure, but I'm super excited. What do you think, Boxy?
I think we're going to see a lot of Marceaus, and I think in return we're going to see a lot of Nevskis and Venezias to back them up. I have a feeling these guys... I did not see the finals for the regional finals for SEA, for their cluster, but I have a feeling that these guys went up against each other. I have a feeling that they went up against similar teams and are used to these sort of strategies, so... I think we're finally going to figure out how to counter these strategies because they're about to counter themselves. I'm looking forward to it, frankly. I want to know if VOR does the death ball of Marceau's through Land of Fire here on the first one again.
I think the EU and NA teams are going to be sitting here now like this. It's like taking notes. What did they do? How did they do this? Yes. The interesting aspect, of course, is again it's Land of Fire, which means it was actually VOR's pick. We're not surprised. VOR has been absolutely dominating on this map, and we'll have to see how FPM will try to work their way through it and take it off of War. The next map then, Northern Waters, is for FPM, and then Crash Zone Alpha is War's pick, Warriors Path FPM, and then of course the last map is the randomly selected one, which will be Trap.
I just wanted to rudely interrupt and just give a big shout out to both VOR and FPM for like sticking around to play this match. I've been told that for the majority of VOR, it is currently 2:30 a.m. and FPM has a player from New Zealand, where it is time to get out of bed and go to work soon. It's 5:30 a.m. So guys, we really appreciate both of you, like all of you, sticking around to, you know, like bring us this great entertainment on our Sunday. And well, we hope that we can make it worth your while by giving you some money afterwards. But yeah, cheers, guys. Thank you.
That should make the night worth it. But yeah, I mean, this is War's chance after missing out on the title last International King of the Sea to get that title, and they know their opponent very well. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. The teams are slowly but steadily getting into the training room. The final preparations are being done, and then we're going to head into this battle. Chat. This is, of course, also your opportunity to tell us who do you think is going to win this one. And Mr. Conway, I would have to look it up because we did run the predictions, right? And I'm really curious to see how many people predicted potentially FPM to win this title and how many people went for VOR, not picking the EU or NA team to go for the title. So I see frantic scrolling in our internal chat with the organizers to find the graphic, because we got it earlier today, but we didn't find the time
Here we go.
to talk about it. There we go. Okay, Conway.
Okay, so
illuminate.
top favorite for placing first internationally was actually VOR. And FBM had only 11% of people guessing they're gonna make it to first place, and 39% to second place. So yeah, they're the underdogs here for sure. Like at least like sentiment.
But they have been throughout the entire tournament, and I think that might also be a little bit of an advantage with maybe teams not really being like, for example, EUNA teams not being very familiar with FPM as a team and potentially underestimating them. It's something that you shouldn't do, of course, but you know, I think sometimes the names have a different kind of weight to them, right? If you're like, oh, we're going to be up against Rain, we're going to be up against 07, we're going to be up against VOR or BanCV or whatever team it is that, you know, has a long-standing history within these tournaments, it feels a little bit different because you have to feel like, okay, it's like the Goliath I'm going to fight. But with FPM, they just kicked out a lot of winning teams from other regions, and now they have the chance to take it away from VOR, who took away the regional title. So this should be very spicy. I'm very happy to see this and see what kind of crazy setups they might bring. For me personally, one of the best things about international clashes that you see different mentalities, even though we haven't really seen such a huge difference in terms of setups, Pingo, right?
That is absolutely true. I really like to see all the different metas clashing into each other. And having the teams kind of struggle to adapt, I mean, that makes up for super interesting gameplay scenes and situations we've seen so far. And I really like King of the Sea right now, and this season especially, I really like it, and I'm really looking forward to the battles we will see right now.
Yes. Boxy, how is it for you with being in a similar situation, being like a very odd time for you to now do this? Do you think this is a factor for the teams that it's very late for them potentially, and you know the concentration might not be at 100%, but maybe only 95?
Yeah, I mean it's not only you know, to speak more to what you were saying earlier, it's not just that it's 2:30 in the morning for probably the Chinese or Japanese or Southeast Asian players. It's 5 in the morning for anyone from New Zealand or Australia. And it's not just that time. They've also been playing for the last, 4 hours? I mean, you know, some of them have been, of course. It's got to be incredibly taxing on your attention span, on your concentration, on your focus. I'm surprised, frankly, that we haven't seen more fatigue from these guys that have already been playing, just because the shots are still there, the positioning is still there. And the attention to detail is still there. So, you know, it's fitting at least that it's two SEA teams that are going against each other, because at least they both know they have the same set of circumstances working for and against them.
Yeah, I mean, it might make the slight difference between, eating a torp and not eating a torp when it's about like millimeter work on a map. But yeah, we'll have to see how it impacts them. Overall, it's just great to see that we managed to build this here and have teams sign up for it and play even at odd times, to bring it to you viewers, so you get to enjoy all of this competitive gameplay at, I would say, prime time for most of the viewers. So I hope you enjoyed. And I've seen a lot of you actually dropping in chat what you already got out of the King of the Sea collection. So don't forget, today's the last day to be able to get the last mission for one of the King of the Sea containers. And then once you finish it, you will get a tier 7 ship. And if you already have all of the ships, you will get doubloons. So the match is starting. So Boxy, Vor or FPM?
I'm going to have to say Vor. I mean, FPM has done really well throughout this tournament, and clearly they did well in their own regional, but Vor has absolutely dominated just about every single match we've watched them play today, and it's usually a steamroll. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't do it now.
I go with Boxy there. Yes, 4.
Okay, I'm going to go for the underdogs. I mean, Vor looks very, very strong, but FPM, I believe you might have the perfect strategy to kick them out at least off the first map and take it off of them. But we'll see it on the other side. So go enjoy the match, and let's have a great grand final.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, warshippers of all ages, welcome to this final match of King of the Sea 12. In a rematch of the Asian final, we have FPM, the Asian second place team. They will be retaking on, I should say, Vor, the SEA champion here, for a larger share of the prize money as we start this best of 5 series. I don't see a whole. I think we've got a restart.
We may have
going
a
on.
restart. We may have a restart. Both teams, I think, I'm not sure about the rules of the finals, actually. They're allowed at least 1 restart. For the final best of 5, it may well be 2 restarts during the series.
Yeah.
That has to be called during the first 2 minutes. So I think we will be going back to the studio.
And we are back with a restart. This might happen sometimes, so I guess one of the players disconnected, and now we're just going to restart the training room. It's just a matter of fair play, so that both teams have the same chances. If one of the players drops out in the first 2 minutes, that they get to reset it, and then we'll just start the match up again. So let's get back Pingu and Boxy and talk about the ships that we saw. And it's coming as a huge surprise. Both teams are fielding triple Marceau. What happened there? Unexpected.
Oh wow! What a beautiful match there. No, I'm super excited. As I just told, I want to see how they counter each other, and maybe the only counter is to mirror the tactics. And I really want to see a clash between those 3 Marceaus on both sides, 6 Marceaus fighting each other. This would be so beautiful.
We've actually talked about this in chat. I would like to hear your opinion on this, because it's a controversial topic. We've had this, like in clan battle seasons. This is sometimes being brought up, and it's also, of course, a topic for tournaments. So, would it be better to limit teams to, for example, to be only allowed to bring 2 or 3 ships of the same type? Like, for example, only 2 or 3 Marceaus, and not limiting it by class or anything, but rather say, like, you can't bring, like 5 or 6 of the exact same ship. So Boxy and Pingu, we talked about this a little bit earlier, and chat, please let us know what you think about this. But Pingu, what do you feel about potentially limiting this as one of the potential rules one could set up? Not saying we're going to do this, but I think it's an interesting discussion point.
I mean, it could be interesting. I like the ship bans a lot because they bring a lot of variety to the field. But limiting, to be honest, I do like setups using one ship in a pure mass, because it's such an maybe unpredictable lineup. You can surprise enemies with it. I really like how games turn out with having so many ships on one side, with as one Clébers, for example, or the Marceaus. And looking back at the games we had already, I mean, those matches were super enjoyable to watch with the Marceaus, right? So I'm not a fan of putting a limit on one several ship or one specific ship. I would rather say just give them more ship bans in total, maybe. Maybe a third ship or a fourth even to ban, so they have to rotate more. But what is your opinion on that, Bonksy?
This may be an unpopular opinion. I'm less in favor of limiting the ship numbers because I feel like the stats of a ship or what have you, the balancing of a ship can be massaged to fix that sort of thing. And I really feel like, to be honest, the Marceau Kleber ball it's very strong, but it's not so strong that it can't be countered. We've seen it. And it is more fun as an audience member, I think, as well as a player, to have a more diverse comp. And I don't mean like every comp has to be a Highlander comp where you only see one of each ship, but there's two types of diversity. There's, hey, how many different ships did you bring in your first lineup? And then there's also how many possible combinations of ships are there? And when you start restricting, you can only bring 2 of each one or whatever, you technically are limiting the total number of lineups you can bring in order to increase the total number of different ships in a specific game. And I don't know. I like it that someone can have the option of throwing a wild card of 3 or 4 Klebers or 3 or 4 Marceaus in, unless, and this is the big thing, unless, of course, it's uncounterable, and the only way to beat it is to play the exact same thing, only better. Which, for example, I feel like that's sort of what happened in Clan Battles last season with the Mogadors. They were so good that the only way to beat it was to play it better, which is why it got the restriction.
Horny jail.
Yeah,
it went to horny jail.
It went to horny jail. Yeah. Because for me, like from my perspective, it has exactly that problem of like potentially limiting the total amount of setups that people can bring, right? Because you might have an interesting setup that only works if you bring 3 or 4 of the same ship. On the other hand, when I think about the potential matches you might see, if there's like one very strong setup where you have like multiple Marceaus or multiple Klebers, then you might end up seeing the same game over and over again because a lot of teams might be bringing it on specific maps, and then it kind of gets old. It might be fresh, like the first time you see it, the second time you see it, but then it kind of loses that surprise flavor. So I'm really interested to see what people think about this, because I see both sides of the equation here, and I would even be the evil guy to say, like, I would like to see what a limitation of that would do to teams in terms of, would it bring more variety because you cannot do like these very like one trick pony kind of setups, or would it actually be exactly the opposite of being locked into like the double setups that you have with certain ships? You would bring 2 of these, 2 of these, 2 of these, and that's kind of it. So we will have to see. But I think the ship banning did achieve to bring more variety to most of the matches, and I think by now most of the teams also really like this kind of setup, and we'll have to see what we're going to do with the next King of the Sea tournament, where we are of course trying to improve things and make things as interesting as possible for both the teams and the viewers, right? The teams are still setting up, so Mr. Conway, if you want to, you can jump in here and join us in this beautiful discussion. You look a bit bored.
What if I don't want to? No, it's not. I'm not.
Then
bored.
you know what?
I'm watching. I'm watching Twitch chat right here, and I'm talking to Twitch chat, and I'm watching Discord and in game, and I'm plenty busy. But I'm excited to see this. It's a bit of a shame that we're running into some slight technical difficulties now. Like considering we are already behind schedule, but such is life sometimes, and let's hope that we can get the guys in game as soon as possible. There's one player missing right now, and I believe he's just joined the training room, so we should be on our way shortly.
Yeah. Lemon Eagle, for example, on YouTube Twitch is asking, why not host it on Asian server if both teams were from Asia? So the thing is, we have 4 clusters, and we kind of have to pick one where we're going to host this on to, first of all, like have all of the people in the same place to be able to organize this. But also on the other hand, it's about giving them accounts. Of course, players can bring their own accounts, but we prepare, especially for the final stage, we prepare special accounts that have the same setup. So everybody has access to all of the allowed ships, and you can pick from them. There's also a reason why you see so many ships having the very shiny steel camouflages, because Mr. Conway loaded them up with a lot of them. so you be able to, so the teams can bring it. And we cannot simply say, oh, now suddenly we have 2 Asian teams in the finals, so let's do snipping our fingers and suddenly have these accounts ready to go. Players would have to set them up and so on, so it actually costs more time.
And the reason that we play these international, the game is counting down, international sessions on the EU server is because it is the server that has the best ping, like on average from all over the world.
So what Mr. Conway is trying to say is EU server, best server.
EU just has the best connection to the other regions. But yes,
okay, you can massage it, but that's what you want to say.
Well, without further ado, let's hand over to this game 1 of the best of 5, the grand finals. Enjoy. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, warshippers of all ages, welcome once again back to the final match of King of the Sea 12. As we're looking at a rematch of the Asia Regional Finals, spawning in green to the north here, FPM, the Asia's second place team, they are bringing a Kerr first. A lot of eyebrows going up over that. A Kremlin, Venezia double Stalingrad, and opting for 4 destroyers, a Daring, and triple Marceau. Stats, what about the Asia champions? Talk to me about Vor.
Or down the other end in red here for this best of 5, bringing a 3 destroyer lineup. So we have Ohio, Kremlin, double Des Moines, double Moskva, and then triple Marceau. And we're seeing again that triple Marceau group going together, doing their speedrun thing into B. But we're seeing that from both sides because obviously you've also got the group from FPM with a slightly different plan, maybe going to Charlie. But eventually, I'm hoping, honestly, that these 2 groups of 3 Marceaus actually meet each other, because that's going to be pretty amazing. That's going to be like a scene from Star Wars with the shells going backwards and forwards. So
it's hopefully not the Star Wars we all know where everything misses because stormtroopers, though, right? You actually want to land those shells.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. We need some precision aiming here.
Exactly, but it is going to be fun. I really do hope to see these 2 wolf packs bump into each other at some point. I think that would be pure hilarity. I don't even think we could call it. It would just be like, shut your mouth, sit back, and watch.
Should we talk about the large German elephant in the room?
Yes, by all means. Let's talk about the large German elephant in the room.
Well, there is one. So to not see this ship at all, really, during certainly the EU part of the tournament and then the internationals, this is the first time we're seeing this today, or even yesterday. So why? I think is the main question.
It's a really good question. We saw, I feel like Zath and I cast at least one game somewhere along the line that did have a GK in it, and we were both really intrigued. Like, oh, let's see what they do with this ship. And I forget what stage of the tournament it was in, so you'll have to forgive me. But I do remember thinking at the end of it, they didn't have a plan for that ship, right? He got focused out and dead fairly quickly, and they didn't really get a whole lot out of it. So, like probably everybody watching, I am fascinated to see what plans FPM has for this GK, because a team doesn't make it to this level of play and take this ship without having an idea of what they want to do with it.
No, you might see this on day 1 of King of the Sea with a more casual team that just wants to have a go, and they're like, oh, well, which ships have we got at tier 10? Oh, well, we've got a GK, let's use that. It's good at, close range with the secondaries and the armor scheme and stuff like that, so we'll see. But with Deadeye currently still in the game, this GK actually at range is not that inaccurate. So it can play both roles, but I'm wondering, why would you bring it over in Ohio, which is probably what most teams would use for this role, and indeed you can see that Vor down the other end have done exactly that. So yeah, gonna watch Noob CV here with interest and see where they put it.
I don't know. I tell you, to me, stats, as I look across these team lineups, as the caps start to fall and Vor starts to take up an early lead here, I have to look at Kokone's Daring and think this guy is the loneliest person on his team. Because of all the ships that he could run into, that Marceau Wolfpack, you have to live on the edge of your seat, just live in total fear that these guys are going to stumble across you, trap you, and wipe you out, and your game will be over before it really begins, because that's literally what it's designed to do, that little 3 Marceau Wolfpack.
Yeah, Kokone will be wanting to stay as close as possible to the support of the other members of the team, so particularly the Stalingrad for the radar and the Kremlin, because at close range, Kremlin's guns can be pretty devastating to a destroyer. Daring definitely will not want to overextend forward into those Marceaus, and Daring undoubtedly will be running radio location. It will know that there's at least one destroyer just over there. So we'll see. But 2 of the Marceaus from FPM have come over to B, So we might be about
We
to
might
see.
get our wish.
Yep. It's not going to be 3-on-3, but there is the
No.
daring there as well, of course. And daring's guns are not to be underestimated either. So we'll see. Let's have a look as these Marceaus wheel around the bottom of B. And
They dipped Roselia in. Roselia dumped some port torpedoes down that way. Now Roselia is going to reverse into the cap. Very much keeping things open here.
the GK, I'm just watching on the minimap, is proceeding on its own over towards the 10 line.
So you think, as seeing that position, I think perhaps the intent of the GK, we've seen teams try to push an Ohio, for example, down this 10 line gap. Maybe this is FPM's answer to that. They're going to do it with a GK instead.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't have the same armor vulnerabilities that Ohio has in terms of coming around those islands flat 90-degree broadside that you have to do on some of those corners.
Here we
So,
go.
we'll
Some early radar catching Roselia at the top end of the A cap. All the Marceaus firing at him, but Roselia declining to return fire. Good fire discipline there, just backing off the cap, taking some damage for his trouble. One of those Moscow radars from Dark Templar now used up.
That was some excellent juking there from Roselia. You notice that Roselia didn't just go left, right, left, right, left, right, or run away in a straight line. It was more random, a bit of left, a bit of straight, a bit of left, a bit of right, and trying to not be predictable. They're going to send Daring in instead, so Daring obviously has a Hydro and better detection, so probably better able to actually try to cap B.
Vor doesn't get that exchange for free. A late salvo from Nairs Stalingrad does ding Classic now just a little bit. As Arusha's actually sailing into torpedoes. He's going to sneak through. Woo.
Yeah, the spotting by the front Marceau enabling Renegade to actually put on the brakes.
They're out here looking for this Daring. What they don't know is that Kokone is out there.
And Munan is on the side as well. This is going to be a bad time for Aruha.
We're absolutely going to get our wish. Aruha's going to get, as Zath would say, Robocopped here. All kinds of shells. 4 different ships firing at Aruha. It seems that is who FPM has selected for extinction with this little trap that they have laid in the middle of the B cap. And for all of that, they're going to lose the B cap, and Vor's going to lose Arusha's Marceau.
So that means that triple Marceau group that FPM is still able to field is going to have a massive advantage against the now 2 Marceaus of Vor, and they can also throw a Daring into the mix as well if they want to. So
a really well executed play by FPM.
Yeah, I really hope that Vor's plan didn't hinge entirely on that group of 3 Marceaus, because otherwise that plan is looking pretty shaky right now.
Well, it's getting worse because Khanhana's Kremlin has driven into the top end of the A cap. He's going to be able to sit in there, and he's going to be hard to dig out. It's hard to dig a battleship out of a cap like this, especially when the Marceaus are somewhere else, and the battleship in question has got some friends around. Khanhana backed up by 2 Stalingrads.
Just watching I Am Noob taking broadside shots onto Best Naomi, who's giving as good as it gets, both exchanging about 10k. We'll watch where that GK goes, whether it goes straight down the 10-line border or whether it turns in. I suspect it'll try and push the Des Moines. Kremlin of Yanaya pushing into A under fire. There are torpedoes coming in, but I don't think they'll have range. Didn't see exactly when CVN 18 launched those. So it's going to be close.
Looks like we're going to be setting up for a battleship staring contest at A. Both teams shoving a Kremlin in, but Yenyai, I think, is going to eat 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Really, really, really good torpedoes there from Roselia.
Yeah, they were well within range. The Marceau must have dipped in. They're 9-kilometer torpedoes in a Marceau, so must have dipped in, launched, and then dipped out again. Yanaya fighting to survive here against Roselia and the Marceau of CVN 18. And the Daring of Kokonoe. Nothing that they can do to hide this Kremlin. It can't really push up against the island. There's no smoke available. So
I gotta say,
pretty bad.
I gotta say, one of the things that I've enjoyed the last couple of days about watching the Asia teams play, they are not afraid to fight. They're not afraid to take risks. It doesn't always work out, and that's just the nature of the game. But they're fun to watch because the games are usually not boring.
Talking of not boring, I Am Noob CV is down to 32k after pushing down the 10 line. Not being super effective. I'm not sure what Neeb's plan is here. A ram does not...
His plan is to run aground, apparently.
Yeah, this Des Moines doesn't get an advantage from a ram for the team because they are down on ships. So just pens him through the nose.
Basically got nothing out of their GK. He
So,
sailed around the edge of the
yeah.
map and died.
Yeah, 1 out of 10 would not GK again.
No,
I
don't think so.
And I don't think, honestly, with that move, I don't think an Ohio would have done any better.
No.
I think that wasn't so much the ship. That was more a case of why did you push a battleship there?
Well, especially when you have a ship lead, you own all the caps. Why are you pushing at all? Like, what's the need? Hang back, make them, force them to make a play, make a mistake, something along those lines.
Yeah, if they'd held this battleship back to maybe the next island up, this move that this Des Moines is currently doing and as Fidelis is doing behind would be much, much more difficult.
Iwa's going to get T-boned by his own teammate here. He's broadside to YBB's Mosfa to the south as he's trying to go bow into Dark Temple's Mosfa in the middle of the board, trying to find a place here in the A cap.
Yihua exchanging shots there with Dark Temple. This is what I was talking about yesterday, where when you try and take this A cap, if there's a ship sitting on that middle island facing you, you have to be really cautious that you don't get pushed from the one line, because if you nose into that center island, you're showing your broadside to the one line and vice versa, right? So you have to be super cautious of what's on your side.
Well, we're about to watch.
Here comes Classic now.
Double Marceau charge. Yep. Well, it's not just Classic.
It's both of them.
Classic in front, but Renegade is in the rear. 4 is not out of this yet. They're under 900. They're upside down 900 points. They know they've got to make a play. They are going to get Yuhua off the board.
Classic now.
Catch up on ship kills.
Probably go down to Roselia. They will trade.
But Kanhana's guns are looking the wrong direction to fire back at Renegade. This is all up to Plan CVN to try and do something with Renegade's Marceau here. Kanhana's might get his stern turret around. It looks like he is going to get his stern turret into action. His front turret's just now coming into action. And he does get the kill, but not before Renegade gets his last rack of torps off. They're going to get the Kremlin, aren't they? No, not quite enough.
Not quite. I think, well, Marceau's torpedoes don't do that much damage compared to Clabert, so, yeah, not able to get that kill.
Stalingrad,
not healthy, but...
Stalingrad's got Khan's broadside now. Khan's got to try and find an angle. As YBB's Moskva is now in the cap, that's going to be flipping over to Vor. At least, well, I should say that Kanhana's secondaries are resetting him.
FPM losing control of the Charlie cap over there after the loss of their GK.
They don't need it anymore. But they can't. I mean, they really should try. I mean, they're going to lose this Kremlin eventually.
Yeah, well, so it can either stay behind the island and not take shots from Dark Temple, or it can push forward and take shots from YBB and Dark Temple. I mean,
yeah,
there's no escape, really.
He's pushing up. I think he's trying. Yeah, he wants to get his guns into action to try and punch out Dark Temple.
Exactly.
He's willing to trade for that damage.
Gets 3k out of it. I wouldn't say that was a particularly good trade. But
it wasn't a great trade, but they're not like these double Marceaus are really going to keep YBB from capping, and we've seen what Marceaus can do to Moskva. If I'm YBB, I'm not super comfortable.
No, so it is 2 minutes 42 on the points clock at the moment for FPM. They do hold that B cap, but Vor are just leaving Charlie now. They've got the 2 Des Moines coming over to face off against Naya in the Stalingrad. Let's have a look at that.
Marceaus have now changed their targets. They're now trying to farm down Dark Temple as YBB seems to have backed off just far enough to steal some cover. But the push coming from C is going to be really interesting to watch. Nayer's trying to move up to keep his broadside safe from Niebieski. I think he's going to be able to do it. Looks like he's got the speed.
But the other Des Moines coming around, Niebieski is going to have to be very careful of Forrest Runus. in the Venezia, because Venezia, either SAP or AP, I don't think it would really matter, would really hurt. And so Neva's going to have to get that left hand down really, really hard here for this AP.
DM does get a big hit on Niebieski. DM does get good damage in denier, but he doesn't really have a great angle anymore. Oh, he gets it anyway. Oh, the American piercing.
Yeah,
improved
penetration angles in those Des Moines are often underestimated by players. Not at this level, but definitely in random battles.
Kokoye's daring now, flushing Dark Temple's Moskva. A few torpedoes, forcing him out to where the Marceaus have to deal with him. As they are going to lose control of A, the Moskva is going to bag that. That's YBB. Vor still up. Vor now up a ship and up on caps, but upside down on points.
2 minutes 27 on the green clock, but that is not going to stay that way for very long as the Des Moines push over into B. At least one of them will go into that cap. Dark Temple will go down. That's going to change the points a little bit as well.
Dark Temple will push them a little closer to victory. They can probably win on the strength of the B cap, except that the Des Moines are about to be on the B cap. And so now if you are FPM, you have to kill YBB. That's the play. You've got to get YBB off the board, and that kill alone will win you the game.
Yeah, the problem is
that can't lose a ship. Don't stop losing.
Yeah, Kokonoi is down to 1,000.
Well, he's radared. Still hadn't managed it yet. The radar's still active.
Yeah,
also should get at least one more salvo in. Here comes. Got him. Wow. Vor may yet find a way to salvage this game.
Yep, they will continue to pepper YBB, but a nose-in Mossfire is not going to be that easy to get rid of. The Des Moines in B now joining in. They are going to be shooting at CVN 18. All the caps in red hands. 2 minutes 14 on the points clock, 3:30 on the game clock. No points income for FPM right now, even though they have a points lead. And unless they can get YBB down and get over to the A cap in the midst of two radars, I don't see this going FPM's way.
Moskva's holding up better to the concentrated Marceau fire. Oh,
was that a detonation?
A detonation. Niebieski detonating, playing CVN in an international finals match.
Well, so I think they would have lost this anyway, but there's definitely going to be a conversation afterwards. Let's say.
Goodness gracious.
Because if that had happened earlier in the match, which it could have done, that would be yes.
And just like that, Vor owns all the caps. They've swept FPM off the board. A match they were very much upside down on, and here we are.
Yeah,
wow.
That player is going to have to answer some interesting questions because there is signals are not consumed in the training room. These are press accounts, which will definitely have signals available. So there is absolutely no reason not to run a detonation signal.
Yeah. Wow, what a convincing way. You know, you watch a game like that, and I want to go back and watch the Asia finals now. If these two teams played like that, I want to see more. But Vor with a stunning, to me at least, come from behind win, proving why they won the Asia bracket at all.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to see more. So this is a best of 5. So we will be seeing at least 2 more games here. So while they reset the room, let's go back to Prague for some analysis.
What? What was this? What a fantastic match. We were just sitting on the edge of our chairs here, screaming out loud, and what a fantastic piece of action. This has been my favorite match so far of this weekend. I think so many things happened. I think we need some extra time to be able to look at the replay and just go through all of the bits and pieces. But let's do that together with Pingu and with Boxy and just look at this match. And Mr. Comet wants to be in as well. Just we cried out unisonus like detonation. What happened? Oh man! I mean, I think that might not have made the difference, but still. Seeing that in a King of the Sea International finals, that's different.
Yes, and I also just wanted to point out, we don't have that time, but we'll go as quick as we can. I'm going to leave again, but
Fantastic.
I can't even.
Fantastic match. So, Boxy, exactly mind blown. What was that match? Fantastic.
That was
match.
absolutely incredible. We saw the double pairing of triple Marceaus show up. We saw each team do the death ball to one cap. We saw them do a sort of interesting mating dance in the B cap in the center, and it looked, for all intents and purposes, like FPM had Vor's number, caught them, schooled them, killed one of the Marceaus right out of the gate, positioned very well, and then as time went on, Vor just demonstrated exactly why they won the Asian regional COTS. And on top of the detonation, which I don't think affected the game, but was just icing on the cake, there was a gross occur first in COTS International Finals. I didn't do anything, but it was great to see.
Yes, I had high hopes for this because they must have had a reason to bring it, right? But then it was, I don't even think I agree with stats. I don't think it really made a difference whether it was a Cool First or an Ohio, but because the position didn't really make that much sense. But crazy how they managed to come back from this. And we actually have the replay already ready. Thank you to the teams for being so fast. And I'm sure Mr. Conway will give it to us in I guess, like less than 30 seconds. No pressure, Conway. Not at all. We just really want to look at that replay. But yeah, it was really, really great to see how the triple Marceaus were doing the mating dance. I love that expression. That's pretty fitting. And let's just start it off and see how these teams played with each other and against each other, right? With the Marceaus going to different caps and avoiding that initial encounter and just basically going for, hey, we'll take that cap. And I loved how Vor went, you know what, we'll go for center and then for one of the corner caps instead of going for the corner cap first and then potentially being pushed out of the center cap, right?
Oh man, it has been such a sad game actually, because I was cheering for FPM there and they did such a great job at setting up a trap. I assume it was a trap if we keep moving the replay, because you can see right now on this position one Marceau stays at the C cap, maybe just because she wants to spot enemy Marceau movement, or she tries to be there in time, because right now you can see what happens next. Is they are setting up their trap right now at this position. The daring comes in, closes the gap between itself and the Marceau, spots the Marceau. Everything can open fire because the Marceau started firing. The daring smokes itself. This Marceau is ready to spot this Marceau, and there we have it, a perfect trap for the first ship. It was like down in seconds.
It was like hell opened up and just spewed out all of the shells. It was really crazy to watch. Like you just see, like that's like the Marceau just being gone within like 20 seconds, just like melted away.
That is exactly what I wanted to see. And yeah, Boxy, you can go on.
Well, it remains to be seen. Like I honestly want to know was. Obviously, they put the FPM put the daring in front to specifically spot the Marceau first to get that first wave of shots off. They clearly had the Stalingrad. They brought the Venezia to that point specifically to aid their Marceaus in fighting the other Marceaus. We were watching this. We were just thinking, oh my God, there's 6 DDs about to slug it out in B, each one backed up by a radar cruiser with high velocity shells, and then there's the Venezia off to the side, but. Pingu pointed out, he said, look at the other Marceau who stayed in C. It's like, I think he did that just for vision, and he was absolutely right. So as soon as one of the Vor Marceaus opened up, he's stuck. He's spotted, he cannot get away. I don't quite know why the Vor Marceaus decided to go up so far north. I'm sure they're smart guys. I'm sure they had a reason. We thought, legitimate right there, we thought, okay, critical mass has been done. This is FPM's game to lose. And lo and behold...
It was.
And look, on the other side, look at this position right there. After that...
You want to see how a Kremlin melts within like a minute?
Exactly.
Can I just say, right, I'm just looking at the training room chat in the background, and other casters just saying, like, if this is how Asia teams play, next COTS I'm going to be streaming Asia.
Yes, I mean, I think you can hear it also in our voices. Everybody's super hyped about this, right? Fantastic opener. This was not the last match. This was not like everything on one card. This was the opener, and I loved the positioning of FPM here with the like pushing in the Kremlin. If we just jump back a little bit, right? They managed to push their Kremlin up here, basically scot-free, while the enemy Kremlin paid with the entire ship. And then it went wrong from this point, right? They had the cap advantage, they had the point advantage, everything was kind of in their favor. So let's take a look at what went wrong, right? So
the thing is, I think the Kremlin was a little bit too overconfident on this position and went back too far to this position right there. And the thing is, maybe.
It's a great tool, but we're just learning how to use it.
I think we should just ask Not Your Father to remove the S button because we clearly can't handle it.
The thing is, this Kremlin just ate a massive amount of torps from the Marceau sneaking in, and she lost almost half of the HP, and that opened the door for both the Marceaus to look at this move.
Yeah, I'm going to pause it here.
2v4. 2v4.
That was such a fantastic play. I mean, I love how our team like War sits there. It's like, we lost all caps. We lost our muscle. The enemy's in a really good position. You know what? This is the way we'll just fix it. And then, having all of these ships in position to be able to support this push here and just driving up these two muscles up there and just say like, you know what? Go wild. Deal as much damage as possible and we'll, deal with the rest. Because this is something that I think this is where the other big mistake happened from FPM side, disregarding this flank, because a double Des Moines with an Ohio provides a lot of DPM and damage potential. I don't understand why they lost to Kurfürst here in the first place, because we've seen Vor do this every single time on this map. They're going to have their 2 cruisers and a battleship, and you can put there a Kremlin, you can put there a Yamato, you can put there whatever. It's not going to withstand that firepower on its own, just backed up by Venezia. So I was really, really surprised to see this. If they would have had a battleship, let's say even the Kurfürst just up here, right? They could have, with the Venezia together, having some at least a little bit of vision, could have had some crossfire on these broadsides, but they couldn't. And just let's just run it. But you can see just like how it turns into like a not so big advantage for FPM and actually struggling so hard.
The Stalingrad in the trap between those 2 Des Moines.
It was something that we highlighted. I was sitting here with Conway. It's just like you can see it already, like a long time before. You can see like the Des Moines here is saying, okay, you know what? We'll split up around the island. They know this is going to happen. They know where the Stalingrad has to go. So they split up, and then it's really like shark attack, bam, and they caught their prey. And the Stalingrad was not able to really do something about this. The Venezia got a really good salvo on the Des Moines, but it's not enough because within the next salvo it would be angled. So, what a match! There's still so much more we could say about it. I think the teams are slowly but steadily readying up, but that promises to be a fantastic opener for hopefully 4 more really fun loaded matches. Just crazy to see how aggressive these teams play, not being afraid of taking any risks. It's not like the YOLO in, right? Just to be clear about this, it's not like these teams are just like, you know what, let's just go in, see what happens. They play very methodically, but on a much faster pace and with more aggressiveness than other teams. So, yeah, well, I'm super happy to see more of this. Yeah.
I'm so sorry, gentlemen. I'm going to take 20 seconds. My cat got itself stuck in between 2 closet doors and is freaking out. So I'm going to go be a hero. You're right.
we have a big heart for cats here. So yeah, the next map is going to be Northern Waters, and this was a fantastic match on War's home pick, right? They picked Land of Fire. This was their match to take, and now we'll get to see Northern Waters, which is FPM's pick, and I hope it's just going to be as entertaining here as it was before. Do you think, Pingu, that FPM is going to take a bit of more of like classic approach? Because if I remember correctly, we've seen them play more, let's say, like a European or North American team on this map. Cat is safe, hopefully.
Oh, cats are idiots.
Now you should have brought her on the stream. So that's
she's embarrassed.
Okay.
It is so hard to answer this question because both teams surprised us. Well, It wasn't really a surprise, to be honest, that they went with the triple Marceau there. And I really liked it. On this map, I think a triple Marceau setup is maybe a little bit too hard, because of the way the map is designed. So I could think about a more stationary gameplay here, but I hope they prove me wrong, and because I really like the dynamic gameplay both of the teams show us, and I like the back and forth. Haragumo is banned, Kleber is banned. I'm not quite sure if we see a smoke train, to be honest, like we've seen in the matches of the EU teams and the NA teams. I'm excited. What about you, Boxy?
Yeah, I have a feeling the Marceau comp is not going to quite work out the same way that it has on the other maps. I feel we just saw Oh Boy use several Marceaus to great effect on this map. However, when we had sort of been thinking of Northern Waters as not a Marceau Kleber centric map, so I have to suspect that these two SEA teams are gonna, well, they're not gonna deviate from what's working. Let me put it that way. Too much. Whether we see the death ball or not, I don't know. I suspect not. I suspect we'll see a little bit more even coverage. But again, the ability for the Marceau to reposition and then to pump shots into something and then find something else to harass, it's so effective that I do think we'll see quite a few. And whether we see a smoke train go up the seaside remains to be seen.
We'll have to see. I mean, we've seen FPM, if I recall correctly, actually making it super hard for Bonks on their home pick, because I think this was a Bonks pick on Northern Waters, and ruining their A approach with having the Marceaus in the right position to punish the enemy the more in trying to get onto that A, A5-6 island. So, yep, I'm super hyped to see this, and we'll have to see what they can do to win this one. Now, chat, this is also, of course, up to you. I hope you had as much fun as we did with the first match, and of course, there are going to be plenty more. So let us know in chat who do you think is going to take this one home. It's very, very interesting, and I think both of these teams showed that they're on equal footing in terms of skill. There's not like a huge difference. It's the small things that make the difference in these matches, right? Being able to get it from the enemy team. Whew. So, would you give this one to FPM being able to take their own home map, Boxy, or do you trust in Vor?
I'm going to actually say FPM on this one. I think that they have figured out very carefully how to deal with Vor. I think they've paid a lot of attention just based off the last match. They've clearly done their homework. They've practiced. I think they're going to be ready to counter Vor. The question is, will they bring dead flags this time? I mean, you don't have to, but it's generally advised. It's a press account. They're free.
Definitely. I go with Boxy there. I really hope FPM can make the victory on this battle. They have been super strong in the match before, and yeah, I'm sad it turned out like it turned out. Actually, no, I'm not really sad because it was super funny to watch. but I hope they don't flower it this time. Okay, so go for it. Take the victory.
Yeah, I would say the same. Like, I would really love for FPM to take this one and make it really hard for Vor to take it off of them, and then see this. Like, this is definitely a series I want to see go to match number 5, because it promises to be very, very interesting. Now, these teams are currently sitting in training room, and I think there's one player missing, so we'll just take hopefully only 1 or 2 more additional minutes for them to get back here. And I think there's Wild Mr. Conway joining us.
As Jingles used to put it when he used to... Jingles, by the way, we miss you. Please come back someday to King of the Sea. This is the point where we do the so-called monkey dance, where it's our job
dancing?
to keep everybody entertained and happy. But I know someone who's an actor. I'm sure some dancing lessons must be included in the general curriculum, right?
Actually, you know what? If Jingles is missing, I can do my best to fill the void by So everybody, when you go to COTS, you forget your detonation flags. That's a paddling. That's the best I can do, but You guys need to make up some kind of award for detonated in COTS. I mean, usually when clans create a Discord server, they have a special role. Lots will have it detonated in clan battles, detonated in COTS, what have you. I think there should be an achievement for it.
Can I just quickly give a shout out to my tournament coordinators? Please make a role on the Discord server and attribute it accordingly. Thank you.
Are you now encouraging finalists to drop the detonation flag to get basically the rarest award you can get is like, hey, detonated in a final, still participated, or even won.
Yes, it needs to have a really cool color. It can be something along my own pink. But,
we can have two. We can basically have one like detonated, still won, detonated, reason we lost.
Nice. Well,
hashtag not worth it. Definitely not worth it.
Guys, make it happen. In the meantime, we have 15 seconds for the game. I am giving this one to FPM on their map. They played so well. Like, really. Let's hope for another exciting match. Any last words?
No. Have fun.
Good game.
Enjoy.
Welcome back to Game 2 of this Best of 5 Grand Final between FPM here in green, the Asia second place, and VOR down the other end in red, the Asia first place team, currently 1 up against FPM, who couldn't quite hold on to that advantage they got initially in that last game. The lineup for FPM here in green is Conqueror, Kremlin, Des Moines, double Stalingrad, Daring, double Marceau, and Shimakaze. And down the other end for VOR, what do we have?
Opposing FPM from the south spawn. VOR in the red this game, fielding Kremlin, Ohio, Des Moines, double Moskva, triple Marceau, seems familiar, and Renegade in a Shimakaze.
Yeah, so VOR running a very similar lineup there, but FPM changing it up. They've dropped the GK, which I think we both agreed was not entirely effective in the last battle.
I think that's putting it mildly, sir.
Yes, we're actually chatting between the matches. They were actually chatting, and I think we've decided that pretty much that was the linchpin for FPM losing that last match because they couldn't hold on to the CCAP without something there. So, yeah, glad to see them drop that, and I don't think it would have fit this map anyway. So, yeah, they're going to run Conqueror and Kremlin instead. Immediately, I noticed VOR going super duper heavy over to A. Following the little train here, we've got Ohio, Moskva, Des Moines, we've got a Marceau, 2 Marceaus, 3 Marceaus.
This could get real exciting at A very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to be uncontested because you've got the 2 FPM Marceaus in the middle there.
This we have not seen much of. Usually when teams have rushed Marceaus or Klebers over to one of these edge caps, they've done it almost kind of in a vacuum, but that is very much not the case this match, or this game, I should say.
We've got, it's almost like a ships of the line kind of thing here with the 3 Marceaus facing off against the 2 Marceaus. Roselia is the chosen focus for the VOR 3.
There's contact. All the fire going in on Roselia. It's just Marceau's. No other VOR ship is even close enough to respond. Roselia responding very well, holding fire so that he can sneak away and not take any more shots than he has to.
Yeah, Roselia getting away with 12k. That could have been a lot worse. I mean, that looks bad, but it could have been a lot worse. Yihua was able to get a few shots down there onto a couple of the Marceaus as well. And Asphodelis from VOR is able now to move into that position. Because I suspect at some point, Shimakaze, Word of Warships, is going to try to smoke Yihua down to that island.
So, earlier, last game, we saw Noob CV take a GK,
yes,
and it was not the best game we've seen a Battleship player have in King of the Sea. But now, as he crosses the map in his Conqueror, he just got at least double, if not triple, citadeled from Best Naomi's Ohio, went down to just under half HP, and is trying to recover as much as he can with that fancy Conqueror heal.
The HE out from that Conqueror over towards Rashia. I don't think... No, it does find a... No, actually, no damage. Yep, that volley missed as well. Still
one
exchanging...
radar from Asphodelis. They're trying to farm down Warships here.
Yep, that's a lot of shells going in on Warships. Pretty good so far, only down to 18k. Let's go to the red team view here. Yep, Warships is still spotted, running away under radar from Asphodelos. Probably just going out of range there. A few more blind shots going in. Warships down to 15, 13.
Takes another good hit there from the Ohio, but really well done. Both of FPM's destroyers preserving their health is quite well there at this exchange, but Vor does bag A and B very quickly.
Okay, I suspect Warships' plan here is to go over to join Yihua, and this Des Moines will start this run that I don't like. I get very uncomfortable whenever I see this run, right?
Yeah.
So this is, I suspect, this is why Yihua is here. So we'll see, but they may decide not to do it with so many ships sitting underneath the cap. We'll wait and see.
It seems dubious. You pointed out last time we looked at it, if they've got a cruiser here and there is Asphodelos' Des Moines here ready to punish such a maneuver should they attempt it, I'm willing to bet we won't see it. In fact, Warships already kind of backing away from Yihua. He's headed just back to A in general.
Yeah, although Vor are moving off, the Marceaus are actually leaving. They're going to swap with Renegade to do some spotting on A and do the contesting over there. Because Vor know that Des Moines is up by the island and has no radar coverage of A, so the Shima will be able to contest A against Warships without being radared. The Marceaus will move over towards Bravo, where Munan is currently stationed. Not quite sure why Munan isn't down in the cap.
Good question. Probably trying to see if they can bait Dark Temple's radar or push him far enough back. That's the trick. Right now, he's avoiding the Moskva radar. He's about a click and a half outside the Moskva radar bubble, but he's got to push. They've got to push Dark Temple way farther back for Munan to be able to get into the cap and not get radared. 5 minutes gone, and Vor out to an early lead, about 120 points here. But you can see FPM working on the A cap, Word of Warships Shimakaze, and they did manage to bag C over here on the other flank. On the back of Kanhena's Kremlin actually sailed right through that cap, never took a shot, picked it up, and now he's comfortably ensconced over here along the 9 line.
Yep, the Kremlin of Yanaya and the Moskva from Vor over there. Just in station keeping, basically, and not really able to contest Charlie, although I suspect this Triple Marceau division may have something to say about that in about a minute's time.
Yeah, I'm looking. If you kind of look at the middle of the board, you can see like all of these Marceaus all charging. It's almost like they're reading each other's minds. Like FPM knows, they know that Vor's next maneuver with these Marceaus is to go to the opposite cap, the weaker cap, if you will, and try and either farm a ship down or bag the cap or whatever. And for a time, their Marceaus were moving to react. Now they've pulled up Plan CVN and Rosellia north of the B cap, and they're going to push Munan into that cap. It looks like. Have they finally pushed the Moskva back far enough? They have, just barely. As Munan gets into the cap, Dark Temple's Moskva is almost 13 kilometers away.
I missed it. Yihua is actually doing that run without a smokescreen. Not necessary, because there's no spotting there at the moment, apart from Renegade, who I think will... Yep, so Yihua just being spotted there by Renegade. But way too late for Vor to do anything about it. So FPM will take up a position behind this island. And normally you would see a French destroyer here in opposition down on the 1 line ready to rush, but there isn't one there.
The Marceau Wolfpack trying to farm out Kokonye's Stalingrad. Getting lots. They're supporting Kokonye with the Marceaus and the Daring from the B cap. Munan not able to cap B. Now moving off, but Kokonye is just burning from stem to stern as he does finally push his damage control there. I think he just waited until he was burning everywhere to push it.
Yeah, very sensible if you've got that amount of HE spam incoming, because you are going to take a fire eventually, so you might as well wait.
Oh, the Ohio! I watched those shells come in.
Yep.
22.5 kilometers from Best Naomi.
Very common tactic in King of the Sea at this level is to try and get a ship to reverse. Because even just psychologically, the player may not even be aware that they're really doing it. You have all this stuff coming at your face, and you start to reverse, and before you realize, you've actually gone too far, and you take a cross-map shot.
Vor executing just a textbook move there, basically assassinating one of FPM's Stalingrads. They're up on health and points and ships here. 8.5 minutes gone in this Game 2 of the International Finals.
Vor are looking like they're going to move into A. They already hold A, but I think they're very uncomfortable with Yihua's position there in the Des Moines, so they're going to try and do something about it by pushing Naomi up. Maybe taking the Shimakaze around the back.
Warships is kind of point over here, I would think, would be to prevent a push like this from Naomi, but he's not going to be able to. His torpedoes, you can see them off to the south, well south of the Ohio. Looks like maybe Naomi might have taken one. There's some gaps in those salvos, but whatever it does, it's not enough to prevent this push.
No, I think Shimakaze's reload is probably too long to do anything about this now. Maybe it'll just be back up just in time to catch Naomi. As Naomi pulls around that rock, Yihua is obviously going to reverse to try and avoid being smashed in the face by the Ohio, but Renegade, of course, is ready for this and is going around the back.
Unfortunately for him, French destroyers aren't the only ones that can execute pincer maneuvers. As Renegade, actually, I'm surprised that this Renegade's going to pull up. Oh, they're just going to use this to proxy spot him, I guess, to make sure that he doesn't reverse all the way around and try to escape, perhaps.
We don't want to lose Aoshima, but we don't want Yihua to reverse anymore.
Yeah, well, and so far it's working. Yihua doesn't have the ability to get an angle there. Well, now he does. He's got a couple of shells in.
But that's just, all that's doing is giving Naomi enough time to push forward. It's not going to be too much longer, although Renegade is losing quite a lot of health just sitting
It feels like Renegade screwed this up. Like, he's actually going to come under the fire of all of the Des Moines guns at this stage. They're going to lose Renegade.
Yep.
They're going to lose Renegade before Naomi's in position.
Can't quite get off that rock.
Wow.
Naomi may take some Shima Torps here as well. Yep, 2 Shima Torps. But Yihua still has to deal with Naomi and Asphodelis' Des Moines. I can see lots of shells going backwards and forwards the other end of the map as well. Let's just go and have a quick look. The triple Marceaus and the Kremlin fighting against Force Runus, Roselia, and Konhana.
They're going to burn Runus out. At least that's the plan, is to burn Runus out with these Marceaus. But YBB in the back getting incredibly low, now under 2,000 HP. The right combination of shells and lead will potentially end his game.
Yeah, Runus was able to reverse, and because the travel time on these shells is quite long, so Runus was able to reverse and juke the first set, but once they get their aim on, Runus now running triple fire. Now make that quadruple fire.
He's going out, right? This is why we've started to see fewer and fewer Stalingrads at this level of play. Is that they've just become, with the changes to the cruiser skill tree, they've become too easy to just burn out with this kind of focus fire.
Yeah, especially if you sit them stationary next to an island like that, which is generally where they're played.
Which is generally how you play the ship.
Yeah, because if you're going to take it open water, you would take a different ship. So
now, FPM's going to lose Yihua over at A, but he's selling his ship dearly. He's just punishing Naomi while he can, making sure to prevent any return salvos from Asphodelis coming in. He might actually win. He might actually kill Naomi. It seems unlikely, but it is theoretically still possible. He has a small health advantage right now.
5-second reload. AP coming in.
He's going to burn him out. He does. Goodness gracious.
Trying to keep the island. So Asphodelis is behind the island, so no shot currently on Yihua.
Yihua is just an absolute MVP of this game right now. As FPM goes up 30 points, both teams taking a cap now. As that's again, Yaya's Kremlin steps onto C, but man, has he got an army of torpedoes out looking for him.
Yeah, it's hotting up over at C. That's the Marceau of Rashia down. Points advantage here with FPM currently, although Vor applying a lot of pressure over on this C cap. Konhana may well go down, but Yanaya is also taking damage. YBB really low in the back there. They're trying to keep that Marceau out of the way. I think what they do with these 3 Marceaus is they try and keep the healthiest one at the front. Kremlin forced onto the border.
All tied up on kills. Vor working a 50,000 point health advantage.
Mid-rush. Roselia is rushing on Moskva of Dark Temple.
He's going to get it, too. It's going to cost him his ship, I think. Maybe. No, it's not. He's going to get away with it. That's a huge kill for FPM, but that leaves them in control with a B cap. They're up 110 points now. continuing to grow with 6 minutes to play.
So there is this force of Vor coming through C, but Yanaya is very low. YBB is not going to be able to do any gunfighting at all on 1600 health.
Well, FPM's going to bag A. It can't be stopped now. They have no way to spot Warships, and they're seconds away from the cap. They're going to retain B, and they're about to burn out Yanyaya over at C. I mean, I'm not sure Vor can recover from this.
No, I think Yanaya going down is going to be the nail in the coffin here. You've got Konhana up in the Kremlin. Could also go down to Niebieski. But the map control is very much in FPM's hands with 854 points. I don't see what Vor can do to bring this back.
I don't think they have a play here really outside of an FPM mistake, which could still happen, or they can still kill Konhana. Right, Konhana running literally in B10, running north, healing now. It's if they can get him off the board, that's points they can claw back, but they can't. I don't think they can get back onto any of these caps comfortably.
No, they're sending the 2 Marceaus back over to B, but
when you do that, Munan or Plan CV is going to come right into C.
Yeah, the thing is, so FPM have 4 destroyers. Okay, one of them is on 2-2. But the other 3 are pretty healthy, and Shimakaze's guns are still guns, right?
Yeah.
So you can definitely take out a Marceau in one volley, no problem at all, if it's on 1600 health.
Yep.
So I think what they'll simply do is bring these 4 destroyers down and try to anticipate where these 2 Marceaus are going. They undoubtedly have them on radio location from at least one of their destroyers.
They're bringing Word of Warships into B. That's going to cover. He outspots both Marceaus. And he's backed up by Rosselli, and now Rosselli is quite low. At the same time, if you outspot these guys, Rosselli can still chip in some damage, and if you kill a ship at the right time, timing is everything.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Roselia has backed all the way off to make sure that it's not the focus of fire. Shima is going to be the focus. Interestingly, Warships going for the higher health Marceau first.
He didn't see him. He spotted the ship in the lead, and that's when he started firing. Yep, they didn't know YBB was there until he opened fire, but the 1 kill does it. And just like that, FPM back in this series, tying things up at a game apiece.
So just a reminder, this is a best of 5 in the grand finals, so there is at least a couple more games coming because it's going to be best of 3. The first 2-3 who wins. So 1-1, we're going to be seeing some more games from these 2 teams, and I'm sure they're going to be just as close as these first 2. So
I hope so. These have been fun.
I hope so too. It's been amazing. So this really is the pinnacle of King of the Sea. So back to Prague while they reset for game number 3.
Wow, another fantastic match. What a game here from FPM versus Vor, and FPM taking their point, and now it's a draw again, 1-1. And let's discuss with our co-casters and see what they think about this match. Whew, this is so much fun to watch. Like it's kind of like also energy draining just watching and wanting to see like what's happening there, what's happening there, what's happening here. So many things happening in parallel. So we'll try to split it up a bit and analyze it. But Pingu, what an interesting matchup.
It was super interesting to see that, and of course there she is again. Not now, please.
Maybe she's just trained to listen to it.
Yeah, I think you've given her a signal. Every time you ask me a question, she's coming for it.
Well trained.
The thing is, I thought we just discussed it right before the match started, that we think the triple Marceau combination wouldn't work out that good on this map, but 4 actually did stick to the triple Marceau. There, FPM kind of stick to it. They took 2 Marceaus, and the Shimakaze and the Daring. On the other side, 4 had a Shimakaze themselves. I think because of the good concealment and
the sneaky cat.
And the sneaky cat. I'm so sorry.
Don't be. It's glorious entertainment.
Yeah, I'm super happy actually to see that the position on the E1 line at A, the small little island we can see later in the replay, seemed to work out, and I'm not quite sure how it was even possible for 4 to not knock out this Des Moines there. I mean, we will talk about it in a moment. I think there was a big misplay there made by the Team 4 that might have cost them the victory on this map. But congratulations to FPM there to take the victory. What do you think, Boxy, about?
Yeah, I mean, FPM definitely rising to the occasion and making a real fight out of this, taking us to game 3, which is fantastic because we're getting at least 4 games, and I'll tell you, man, if it takes 5 to determine, I will love every moment of it because these games so far between Vor and FPM have been just absolutely incredible. I agree with Penguin. I think when we get the replay here, we'll see exactly where the moment happened where I think it went sideways for Vor. On the A cap, the Shimikaze seems like he hit an unknown reef over there and got stuck, allowing the Des Moines to steal his lunch money. But it was very interesting to see the way that Vor chose to use the Marceaus. They were pretty effective still. They just, I swear, man, FPM's watched every single Vor game so far and it's been like, okay, here's what we're gonna do, guys. It's very exciting. It's also been the series of watching Kremlins run away in order to live, and that's been hysterical. So,
yeah, I love how they play, and also like how they do the trading and the back and forth with ships, because I think War had a good opening, being able to take 2 caps initially, right, off of FPM, also trading very nicely on the A cap by taking off half of the HP of FPM's Marceau, and then not really paying for it, taking the cap. So they had this initial advantage, but FPM had a really good way of getting back into the match, not panicking, not anything, but being very methodical about it, knowing that the Marceaus are going to back off. We'll see this once we have the replay. But I was very interested to see like how the daring would act on B. It was very, very careful. Didn't take B early on. And when you would have expected the daring to say, oh, you know what, it's slowly but steadily time to go into B, he knew these Marceaus are coming back. I'm not going to give them like an easy time to deal damage to me, and rather focus on A and C, getting these caps, and then fighting it out over the long game. But wow, what a interesting match! Like, I feel so bad for these teams that they now have to like. I'm sure they would also want to go to bed at some point, but we're just sitting here like, no. Game 5, guys. Game 5. This is what we want to see. And I think chat also has a fantastic time watching these 2 teams fight it out, because there's so much action happening left and right. I just said to Conway, like, I would love to challenge the EU teams to provide the same level of action throughout an entire match, basically from the beginning to the end, because some games can be rather slow. Also on specific maps, right, where teams would be very slow to advance, and then roughly towards mid game, like the 10-minute 12-minute mark is like, okay, now shit gets done, and they have to kind of push. But here it's constant action, constant redeployment, and I love to see it. This is a very fantastic World of Warships to watch, and we actually have the replay. Fantastic. So let's quickly just grab the link. Just as a reminder, guys, you can use this tool as well at home. It's going to be hopefully soon a part of the official Discord, but if you want to use it right now, it is a bot. We just send in the replay, and the bot will automatically turn it into into this video file that you can use for yourself. And we can head to the Dark Lab Discord, where Not Your Father made this, and it's a fantastic little tool to take a look at your game. And he was so kind to actually rewrite the entire bot when we said like, hey, this is super cool. We want to use this for King of the Sea. Can you change it? we want to see both teams' perspective. And then we had the special snowflakes request like, hey, could we draw? Could we ping? He actually managed to add all of this within just like a very short amount of time. So thank you so much for doing this. It makes this post game analysis so much easier, and being able to show this to you guys. So I'll just click the W button, and one of you can just stop and highlight a situation if you want to. Actually, I will do it. So this is the situation that we saw initially, right, with the triple Marceaus going in here and pushing the double Marceaus back from the early cap, and the Shimmer very sneakily from War sitting there to go and get the B cap, with the daring also sitting close to the B cap. It's kind of like roughly a mirror that we see from both of these teams, right? They do deploy here only 2 ships with a Stalingrad sitting up here. But overall, kind of like a strong destroyer push here on A, and then just waiting for the opportunity to cap here on this side. So very, very interesting. What do you think made the difference for War after they got the first 2 caps to kind of lose towards like mid-late game?
I would say it's the moment where they try to push out the Des Moines on the left side. Right now, as we can see, it's looking pretty good actually for Team 4. They even started to move their Marceaus to this side. Boxy and I were curious about whether they would engage on the B cap or attack the Stalingrad, and Boxy figured out relatively early that yes, they are indeed going for the Stalingrad. And that's what they did. They started farming down the Stalingrad, which was a little bit risky though.
It
and
just disappears.
It just disappeared, and this is something I wanted to highlight here.
Pingu called this
right?
one. Pingu called this.
I called it because I saw the Ohio on this flank shooting somewhere to this side, and yeah, of course, it was this position right there. And I have to point out, this is a good position for the Ohio. 4 did it really, really well on this side, in this situation. But and that's another thing why I thought 4 will take this victory. They were in lead, and Ella is back again. But now the situation comes where they decided to push this Des Moines. And I'm not quite sure why exactly this Des Moines didn't move up to this side or even remotely close. Now Ella stands in front of my monitor and I can't see anything. Not even remotely close to a position where the Des Moines could support her destroyer. This was the first mistake there. The second mistake is that this Shimakaze stands like is angled in a position where she were not able to launch the torpedoes, and she even beached herself while the Des Moines tried to fall back because of this Ohio. And we haven't seen it. There we go. There's the Shimakaze, and there she's gone. And this Des Moines at this position should never be on this point. She should be there, or even stand there, so she would be able to give supporting fire on the Des Moines. Heavy AP shells would have killed this Des Moines really, really easily. But I think that was the biggest mistake there from 4 that cost them in the end the battle. And I mean, Boxy can keep going on here.
To pick up from this point right here, Vor just got a huge setback by losing the Shimakaze at that point right there. Like suddenly the entire plan to take and hold the A cap has just been thrown out the window. It's still an Ohio and a Des Moines versus a Des Moines and a Shima, which means they have to get rid of the Shima before the Shima gets rid of the Ohio. It's sort of the ticking clock element here.
I have to be unfortunately super rude. As much as we would love to, just keep the replay running, but the teams are already ready to jump into the next one.
Oh, okay.
So Crash Zone Alpha is Vor's map pick. So very quickly, Boxy, Vor or FPM?
On Crash Zone Alpha, I'm going with Vor on this one. I think they know the right way to handle these big wide open maps.
Bingo?
I say 4.
Okay. You know what? I think War as well. But let's see what they do. We'll hand over to the casters, and we're going to have a great third match, I hope. So let's have fun.
Welcome back, everyone, to Game 3 of this incredibly entertaining match between FPM, the Asia's second-place team, and VOR, the Asia's first-place team, as they are here in the international finals of King of the Sea 12, playing for a bigger slice of the prize pool. Starting with the North spawn here in green, FPM coming to the dance with Conqueror, Kremlin, Des Moines, Venezia, and Stalingrad, fronted by Daring, and once again, we see the triple Marceau.
Yeah, once again, they're together, and down the other end for Vor, we've got Ohio, Kremlin, Venezia, double Moskva, and then 4 destroyers with triple Marceau again, and the Shima. So once again, we're going to see these 2 triple Marceau divisions bombing around the map together in little groups. And once again, hopefully they'll come across each other at some point and we'll see some action.
I made the joke yesterday about singing La Marseillaise and having it buzzing in my head, and I just can't get it out of my head today, Stats. It's just still there.
Yeah, it was somewhat more poetic with a French team running it, but I'll settle for a team running it. I know that Chrysantos is not a massive fan of this comp, but I have to say, it does produce quite a lot of action, so I'm all for it.
It is absolutely entertaining to watch, right? If nothing else, right? It certainly may not necessarily be fun to play against. It's certainly challenging to play against, right? Because I think you and I have both had the misfortune to run into teams built in this fashion in clan battles, for example.
But it's very hard to do as well. I mean, we tried to run in Throw. We tried to run that division of the as many destroyers as you can, basically, and the skill needed to put the destroyers in together and rotate them out as they take damage. It's actually really quite tricky. So, and you will notice these teams, as the front Marceau gets damaged, they will try and rotate it to the back and put a more healthy ship at the front.
Very quickly now, we see Renegade Shimakaze bag B, middle of the board, going to Vor here very early as the Marceau Wolfpack at A does its thing. Vor will start ticking up a couple of caps here, as the overwhelming majority of FPM's force is at the C cap. They have 7 ships on this flank, leaving behind only a Kremlin and a Venezia. That's Kanhana and a new player we haven't seen yet. That's Imanka, I guess is how you would say that, to kind of hold back things over on the A flank.
Yeah, indeed. That's going to cause some rotation to happen. So FPM obviously are going to push into C, maybe through C. We'll see whether they stop there and try and contest B, or whether they continue to push Dark Temple and Yanaya off the C cap. And then, of course, the other end, rotating in the same direction, you've got the Vor Triple Marceau division coming up and probably about to start raining fire down on the Venezia of FPM.
FPM already kind of starting to wheel a bit here at the C cap, bringing in Coconier's Daring, trailed by at least one. Actually, they got all 3 Marceaus now trailing him into this cap, just to make sure that if Coconier spots something, they're available to deal with it. I thought they were going to turn Runis' Stalingrad straight down the 5 line here, but instead they're going to snuggle him up to this island here, kind of with his guns pointed to the east. His radar will still cover the B cap in case they need it.
I suspect we've just seen Vor's Marceaus that I've had on camera just do a complete 180, and I think the reason for that is that they didn't know where the Daring was, and they were just checking, is the Daring coming down the 1 line? And it wasn't, so they've turned around and they are going to head straight back to B.
Yeah, if you're going to, I mean, I say that Vor is taking a bit of a risk. It's not a huge risk because of the spotting advantage the Shimakaze holds over every opposing destroyer. But by running just any destroyer off by itself with these wolf packs roaming the board, it can be very risky. You can see Coconia this time. Last game, he was kind of off by himself a couple of times, or excuse me, in the very first game at Land of Fire, he was off by himself a little bit. This game, not so much. He's very much tethered to his teammates.
And this is somewhat similar to the tactics that we were seeing yesterday with using one ship out the front to do the spotting, and then you've got the other ships behind to do the shooting. And yeah, Renegade needs to be really aware that if Renegades get spotted, he's in for a really rough ride, and not much support. If you look at the minimap, there's not much in the way of red support nearby, although the Marceau triple group is coming.
Things are going to start to heat up in the middle of the board here very quickly. 5 minutes gone. Vor working a small lead as FPM now holds a cap advantage. They're starting to close that gap a little bit. Still early going. No significant damage on either team. I mean, a little bit on the Vor side, but nothing catastrophic.
No, basically not much fighting gone on at all yet. Both teams jockeying for position, but I think this is a brewing storm.
I agree.
Yeah, the cyclone of Marceaus circling around B. It's like watching a group of sharks.
That's a really, really good analogy. I mean, these things are so fast, and they have they have really good teeth. I mean, let's be honest. That's a great analogy.
The thing is, because they can move together so quickly and redeploy, the other team's going to find it really hard to react, especially if they're not exactly sure where they've gone, because of course most of the time when they're doing this, they're unspotted. So they can say, the caller can say, okay, the next target is, let's say, Dark Temple, who is currently nose in here. So these Marceaus may well be going around to try and lay some fire down on Dark Temple, chip the health down. They could also be anticipating the triple Marceau division from Vor coming around underneath B like they are right now, trying to head them off at the pass. So we'll see what happens, but I think inevitably at some point they will come together.
At the moment, neither team completely aware of where the other's Marceau wolf pack is, and I think that's one of the reasons we're seeing some of the cautious play that we are, certainly from Runis, who is depressingly familiar with what it's like to get burned out by all that Marceau fire. They are trying to bring, it looked like they were trying to bring in Temple's Moskva to potentially radar the Daring at B, but they've instead just used Renegade to spot him because, of course, the Shimakaze is stealthier than Daring is.
Yeah, indeed. And I suspect also it's going to be, if any of these ships have radio location, it's going to be the Shimakaze and the Daring, and they are closest to each other. And so the Marceaus will not be lit up by that radio location.
Here we go. We just saw some shells going in on Roselia, but Roselia declining to return fire. Plan CVN not feeling any such compunction. But at this range, they're not going to land a significant amount of damage, it doesn't look like.
No, both sets of Marceaus not able to land any shells. I mean, these are very small ships. They're very maneuverable, and the shells are reasonably floaty. Yeah. Anything beyond about 10k, really, you're going to struggle to actually land those shells.
C remains contested, but there's some Shimakaze torps coming in. Munon's going to have to juke and just get past them. It looks like Roselia is going to pause and wait for them to go by.
Yeah, Shimakaze torps are not that stealthy, so these, for a Marceau, they're not that much of a problem to deal with. For some of the bigger ships, for example, though, like the Conqueror in the background, not so easy to dodge. And they sting. Yep. They really sting.
Those Japanese 610mm torpedoes definitely leave a mark.
Venezia and Kremlin from Vor have gone all the way down the 10 line and are starting to rotate underneath the sea cap now. I think they will be looking for an angle. I'm wondering whether maybe they will start to focus the Stalingrad. I think the FPM Marceau group was there to try and, as you said, stop Force Runis from coming under too much fire. But I think the Venezia is moving up to do exactly that and try and get some fire in on Forced.
They got eyes on Roselia again, but they put a torpedo into Renegade Shimakaze. Takes a Daring torpedo in the stern. A minute ago, it looked like Renegade was kind of hung out to dry. The Marceaus were over on the 8 line, and it was just Renegade. And I thought, man, now's the time to try and push these Marceaus in and try to hunt him down. But that did not occur, and now he's got plenty of support nearby. You certainly can't take that risk at the moment. But Okonye knows he landed one, and he's pretty confident he landed it on that Shimakaze.
And now they know exactly where Renegade is sitting. They're going to be able to keep just pushing torpedoes towards that corner. And it's partly luck, because obviously the dispersion of the torpedoes within the spread is going to be slightly random. But eventually you're going to create a gap like this one that's kind of hard to dodge. But Renegade, obviously a very experienced destroyer player, is able to keep it calm, just put on the throttle, little bit of turn, and you're out of the way.
That's going to allow FPM to tick up a few extra points off the B cap they haven't been getting. The game is almost half over, and we're about to basically be even on points. Small lead change in the near future unless Renegade can get back on the cap, and he will, but it's going to happen after FPM takes over the points lead.
And when you have a match that's this close when you have a game that's this close in a match that's this close, every point tick matters, because you can win on, one tick. And we have actually seen that before in King of the Sea. Renegade's going to have to be... Ooh. There is a gap which is... Oh, okay, never mind. They didn't quite have range. Marceau, 9-kilometer range. Darings will definitely be in range, no question at all. But I think Renegade has wisely moved over a little bit. Can you see he's gone over about 1 kilometer across the cap, just to make sure that they're not pushing torpedoes right towards him? He's spotted.
Yes. Yep, they changed his position as Runis is finally going to put up his radar so they can get some shell damage into Renegade. It's not going to be catastrophic. He'll probably take 3,000 or 4,000 damage before he can sneak out of range, and he's finally off the detection there. But it does tell them that Aruha's Marceau is headed towards the cap. That's going to give them a chance to beat him up a little bit as well.
Roselia are actually taking some return fire there from YBB and Classic Noun, taking about the same amount of damage as Renegade. You can really feel that both teams are really aware of the fact that these destroyer groups can really put out some damage. Because, you know, as eager as they are to do damage to the enemy, they also don't want to get caught themselves.
Runus coming out from behind his protection. He's now out here where at least 2 of the Marceaus can have their way with him if he wants. At the moment, Munan's Marceau and Runus have both been throwing HE at Dark Temple's Moskva. That seems to be the play for them at the moment.
Yeah, I think FPM trying to break this deadlock here by moving Forced Runus over.
Not sure I like this play, if I'm honest.
It is risky. That does open Forced Runus up to being radared. And basically be perma-spotted in front of a lot more ships than the previous position.
Now, something else we might not really have talked about much, but if you look in the back at Best Naomi's Ohio and Noob's Conqueror, they're both getting kind of low as well. I mean, there's still 8 minutes to play, but 30,000 damage is you know, starting to get a little dicey on that for a battleship.
Yeah, A has been trading shots back and forth between the Kremlin, the Venezia, and the Ohio and the Moskva. Obviously, Best Naomi coming under more of that focus fire.
I feel like FPM's moving Runus up here is a mistake. They're going to lose him here in probably less than the next 60 seconds.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a trade with Naomi. 4-5.
You think so?
No, Naomi's
sure.
Naomi's running a heal.
I say he's got his heal up, but Runus is going to go out the next few shells that land on him. There
Dark
it is.
Temple also coming under a lot of fire here. I'm trying to keep an eye on both Naomi and Temple at the same time.
FPM retains control of the B-Cap, but they go down a ship. And honestly, it feels like a ship they didn't have to lose.
Yeah, potentially. It is also opening up. You can see in the background there, Yanaya and Niebieski in the Venezia moving up now that the Stalingrad is gone.
They are continuing to harass and beat the crap out of Temple. They do get Temple. A big kill. They
Shima,
those points.
Renegade laying a smokescreen for Naomi to try and get that escape, but the heal is already run. AP from the Kremlin.
And just like that, FPM up over 900 points, under 60 seconds to a win here in Game 3.
So Vor have to get into B and block. They also need to try and push up to C, although that's a very long way to run in 1 minute and 20 seconds. I don't think they can actually physically get there. So they're going to be relying on kills here.
Oh, Aruha and Roselia now both getting very low here. Lots of focus fire going in on Aruha, but Roselia under 1,000 now, going out here on at least a couple of fires. Oh, points FPM can't afford to lose.
Yep, so you can see here the lower health Marceau being rotated out under fire. Aruha running away on 4,800 with Classic Noun and YBB staying in the fight. 908.
Konya under focus fire here. It's a little bit of smoke giving Plan CV a bit of a breather. Plan's gonna have to con his ship carefully. He can't afford to T-bone there. He's got torpedoes coming in. He's good to go. They're pulling YBB out. That's going to leave FPM in control of the B-Cap. And once again, we're 60 seconds from an FPM win.
But with one cap ticking, all FPM need to do is just preserve their health. CVN18 is very healthy compared to the Vor Marceaus on the other side.
The Conqueror strikes as they burn out the Venezia way over on the 10 line. And once again, still taking up a cap. They keep pushing Classic Noun back. So now we're only 9 seconds. Classic can get back and lengthen it, but I don't think it's going to matter. FPM should win this game.
Points ticking on one cap. That's going to be 3 ticks now. 1 tick. And that's going to be an FPM victory.
Indeed.
Don't forget, this is a best of 3 series. Sorry, I keep saying best of 3. This is a best of 5 series. It's the first 2-3. So that is not over. We will be coming back for at least one more game as FPM fight to win and Vor fight not to go out and try and level it up 2-2. Let's see if we can get, come on Vor, let's see if we can get a 2-2. That would be great, and we can go to a 2-2 grand final. That'd be amazing. And now back to Prague while they set up for game number 4.
course. Oh, now. Wow, very impressive. Also very impressive, Mr. Conway. Quick reaction, though. No, I want to say, wow, very impressive by FPM here, taking a Wars map off of them. And that puts them into the lead with a 2-1 score at the moment. And if they manage to take the next map, that might be already it. But I'm sure that War has something to say about this. So let's get in Bonksy and Private Penguin and talk about this match. Phew. A little bit slower match, but still a lot of things happening. Penguin, what was the mistake potentially that War made here?
I wouldn't say there is one part in the match where they did a big mistake, like in the last one, where they lost this battle. Both teams did really well in playing with their Marceau, with their pack, being really careful, going from one cap to the other cap, trying to seek out their victims they can potentially take down. We had some situations where they tried to engage, but it was not that of a I don't know how you pronounce it. I mean, in the end, the focus fire was better on the other team. FPM did a really great job at that. They maybe Boxy can us help here because it's not that easy to point out where the match turned around.
Yeah, it's funny. Watching FPM versus Vor, to me, it really reminds me of actually an assertion I made about the top two teams from the NA server, or usually the top two NA teams, which is 07 and then the clan called Yikes. You might not know, it's basically the clan that's centered around Gaishu and his friends, but I describe watching the two of them play each other as like watching the left brain and the right brain play each other. Because one is extremely orderly and efficient and systematic and a little predictable, but really consistent. The other is unpredictable and wild and creative and unpredictable, and they both kind of complement each other in a variety of ways. That's what I feel like I'm watching here. I feel like Vor is the brain. Can't remember which one is right brain and which one's left brain, but Vor is fluid and creative, and they adapt to things very quickly. But I've noticed that they tend to lose on the consistency trades with FPM. FPM, we watched them there on the offsides, besides the Marceaus. FPM was consistently out-trading on the flanks, the battleships and the cruisers. So I think that really was pretty decisive when it came down to the final battle where, hey, someone needs to get a kill. You look around at the map, and FPM managed their HP better and managed their trades better, and they were able to get a final shot on that Ohio and then the Venezia to secure that win.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you take a look at the replay that is already visible here, we can see that Vor did start off with a 2-cap advantage, sending the triple Marceaus down to A, with the Shimmer securing B, and FPM actually having like a very C-centric push going up there, where I thought is like, that might be maybe a little bit too much, putting all of your eggs into that basket. But it was really interesting to see that after they capped C, they had, I think, a better grip of how to secure B and kind of keep B throughout the match, right? The Daring here would contest with the Marceaus, pushing out together with the Stalingrad Raider, the Shimakaze, securing the cap, and then with the Daring being in there, like not having the such a huge disadvantage compared to the concealment from the Shimakaze, just being able to say like, hey, if you want to get this, you will have to bring significantly more than just the Shimmer. And then they brought the triple Marceaus. But here, I think this is where we can see like the lineup, right? We have kind of like this line here being deployed. And I'm not sure whether it would have been like the best plan to just really push this in here and take the hit. But yeah, it was interesting to see how these two just dance with each other, like this triple Marceau group with that triple Marceau group, and everything kind of rotated around this B cap. And I was just impressed how FPM was able to hold on to this and just fight their way through it throughout the match and never really taking the loss of B. So
yeah, I mean,
Pingu.
Right at the end, you've seen that both of the teams managed to get so many points. They were like at 800 to 800 points, something like that. it was really, really close. And in the end, one team lost the Stalingrad. FPM lost the Stalingrad. They pushed the Stalingrad forward to the B cap to gather this, to secure the B cap a little bit better, to get a grip on that. But I think we can see it right now. Stalingrad is going to this position right there. And there it starts. That almost so. Look at the HP, and she's gone. And there she goes. And they started up firing, and so fast the Stalingrad died. But in the same time, FPM didn't sleep. They managed to push down this Ohio. They managed somehow to attack on the Moskva there, and the other DDs trying this as well. So they managed to get back their kills on the Moskva and the Ohio, and then the points flipped again. And yeah, in the end, I mean, it was a close one, but in the end, FPM managed their HP trades better than 4, and therefore won this map.
I think it also is worth pointing out that FPM had a really good knack for knowing when to separate their Marceaus and let the Marceaus split and start putting damage onto ships in a variety of areas, whereas Vor really tightly kept their Marceaus together, which did allow them to get the Stalingrad, but I think caused them to maybe lose out on some positioning advantages that ended up ultimately handing FPM the W for this one.
Also, we shouldn't forget that if you take a look at the HP pool that we see here right now with the Marceaus, I think the problem was also for War that 2 of their Marceaus were super low in HP, that you cannot really play that aggressively, because that's, a lot of points being flipped and you lose out on that firepower. So they can't just go into B and take it by force. Kind of being in a really bad position to make something happen just with the DDs. They need the rest of the ships, and as you said, they lost the HP on the other ships, so kind of losing the ability to make a significant push or play. I think made them also make like desperate moves, for example, pushing the Kremlin, the Venezia up the 9-10 line to be in a better position, and then this Des Moines up here. Wait, let me just quickly open it. This Des Moines up here. I mean, he played with fire throughout the match, right? But he also managed to just keep them busy for such a long time, together with the Conquer up here, not making it easy for this Kremlin or Venezia to get into a better position where they would be more helpful on the B cap, or to potentially even be able to get the C cap. So, yeah, really well played. And once more, a very entertaining match. And we'll now transition to the next map. If Mr. Coleman can bring up the next map, it will be, of course, Warriors Path, which is now FPM's chance. It's their own map. And now it's up to them, basically, to take it and turn it into a victory in King of the Sea. Just as a reminder, Vor actually won 3-1 in the regional finals on the Asia cluster, winning the regional King of the Sea there, and now FPM has the chance to get it back and actually get the big international prize pool, which is a lot of money. So, well, it's gonna be a very interesting match. So War is going to start from the Alpha spawn, while we'll see FPM going for the Bravo spawn. So I think we can probably expect, at least two Marceaus, again, at least per team. I did like this about FPM, actually, not going for always a triple Marceaus, but opting to go for the Daring, a Shimmer, and double Marceaus, still getting the kind of the advantage out of the Marceaus to be able to go into a cap, not entering like a trap of like, okay, it's 3 Marceaus against 1 Marceau, but they still have the firepower, but they still get to disengage. It's not that easy for the Wolf Pack or Quack Pack, whatever you want to call it, to jump on one of these DDs, but getting the advantage for the Daring with the Hydro, with still being able to smoke, having better concealment. So I kind of like that. I like that approach. What do you think, Pingu?
Actually, yes. I really like that they brought the Daring to the table, because the Daring is a really good all-rounder DD. It has a better concealment. It has the ability to single launch torpedoes, and it is super capable in terms of close range engagements, especially if the enemy DD is showing broadside with the AP shells and the good out-of-bounds angles. So the combination, we've seen it in the first match, where FPM managed to kill one of the Marceaus pretty easily because of the Daring spotting him. He opens fire, the Marceau opens fire, got spotted by another Marceau and went down. So I think in this map, especially here, a Daring can come in really handy in the Bravo cap. I'm quite interested in whether there will be a smoke train on either side, either flank, or if they just ran full Marceau again and try to move their way around. I mean, we've seen on the right side, like in every match, there was a smoke train on the right side, I think. I'm excited how this will be played here. What about you, Boxy?
I don't know how Smoke Train works with teams that are full of Marceaus, so I'm actually curious to see whether one of the teams decides to be bold and gives up the Marceau ball. I feel like the other times we've seen them play this map, the Marceau ball tends to go away. They tend not to bring it. So I'm curious to see if one of them blinks and takes a risk here and brings maybe, Des Moines and Gearing and what have you to use that 10 line smoke screen to really good effect. It'll be interesting, but these games have been so good so far that I don't think it matters what they bring. I think these guys are going to absolutely have a good match regardless.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is a map where I think like the team that I liked the most in terms of positioning and how they kind of had the map control, HP control was Oh Boy. Oh Boy had a really good grip on this map, and I think they kind of leveraged some of the tactics that we've seen from the Asian teams with using like double muscles to kind of zoom into A, just secure that cap. Then leveraging partially, for example, the smoke aspect on the 10 line with having a Gearing and the Des Moines just being smoked up there and being able to just constantly apply pressure, having a Moskva next to the island next to sea or Stalingrad. So I think that maybe they might go for something more hybrid, kind of like the Oh Boy approach. But on the other hand, they might also just surprise us with like something really crazy. I mean, the Massos do work well here if you want to go for like early caps, but maybe towards the late game it might be a little bit more tricky. But I think Oh Boy showed that you can use Massos very efficiently here. Even if you eat 2 torps from a set 52, you can still sit behind an island and just relaxed in a relaxed fashion, just snack down in Ohio with the DPM you have. Of course, joking here, but was really good. Oh, and I see the teams are ready and jumping into the battle. So, Boxy, is FPM going to take this one home, or is Vor saying nope?
That's a good question. I actually think that FPM is favored on this match. I think this match favors a more methodical approach. I think that Vor will 100% be favored on trap though. So they got to survive, man.
Bingo, what do you think?
It is a pick of 4, so I think 4 will take this.
It's actually FPM's pick. So
it is?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, my bad. Then of course FPM will win.
Okay, but I think Vor is going to make this very interesting. So that's going to be an easy win, and I'll give it to Vor because I definitely want to see the 5th match. So guys, let's see what Vor is going to do here with FPM, and hopefully it will be a win for them.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. This is game number 4 of Vor versus FPM, the all SEA final, where Vor are fighting to stay in. This is effectively a tournament point for FPM if they win. So let's see what Vor has in their lineup. In green here, we have Ohio, Kremlin, double Moskva, triple Nevsky, Marceau, and Shimakaze. Down at the FPM end.
From the South Spawn, FPM looking very much like 4th verse, same as the rest of them. We see Ohio, Kremlin, Des Moines, Venezia, Stalingrad, and sticking with triple Marceau and Daring. Now, I want to point out something. We've now seen Noob CV drive a battleship in every single game of this match. His first outing was as a Kurfürst back on Land of Fire. Didn't go that well. We talked about that at the time. He's driven a Conqueror for 2 games, and now here we see him in an Ohio.
Yeah, I think, as you said right at the start, at this level, it's not just, oh, well, let's take a GK because that's fun. There definitely is some thought behind these choices. And on this map, Ohio has the ability to do reasonably good long-range shots cross-map, and then also push if necessary. So I'm sure that's what the plan is for this Ohio. Sitting mid, you can get cross shots across to above B, and you can also push A if necessary.
Now, what was it you said to me in the training room before we were kind of getting ready? You looked at the map and went, "Oh my!"
Yeah. So these teams have been playing pretty aggressively, and okay, so they haven't both gone with the triple Marceau comp this time. We've got the triple Nevsky instead, which is quite different. So that's still very mobile. It still puts down a lot of HE DPM. They are sticking the Nevskys together. So it's a similar thing. It's a similar concept. It's just in a different form. You've got 3 cruisers pushing around instead of 3 destroyers. But it makes the map very dynamic. These are pretty aggressive teams. And this map, especially with this channel in between B and C, does make this map prone to, let's say, sudden action as ships push into interesting positions. So yeah, there's some potential here for some pretty interesting plays.
That is one way to describe it. But on the strength of their destroyer advantage, you see here FPM going up very early on caps, bagging A and B as at last Vor responds by grabbing C. So here we are, just a few minutes into this game. 3 minutes, not even 3 minutes in, all the caps owned. As last time we saw FPM set up a weak flank with a Venezia and a Kremlin to kind of, bend but not break, kite a little bit on that left flank over on CZA. And now here we are, we're seeing Vor do basically something similar with Naomi's Ohio and YBB's Moskva north of A.
Yeah, and so that means that Vor must be planning to try and take B and C because they've got no ships that can take A whatsoever. But B and C are they're kind of both linked and separated at the same time. You can easily move between them if you've got good map control because you've got that channel going between them. You can set up radars easily that cover more or less both caps. But also these islands actually block shots between the islands, between the caps. So you need to carefully position to make sure that you can hang on to them.
FPM sort of kind of rearranging their pieces here a bit. They're digging in Runus' Stalingrad at B, pushing Noob CV's Ohio up through the bottom end of the A cap, flanked by Imonka's? Whatever. I'll get it wrong anyway. Yeah, there we go. His Venezia. The Marceaus had run all the way to the D line, but I think they were, like before, I think they were looking to see if there were any destroyers over here. They've realized, no, that ain't a thing. So they have turned around and are moving back south.
And with FPM already controlling B, pretty much they're already in the position that they want to maintain for the rest of the match. They've already got two caps, and all they need to do is just defend those 2 caps. And so I'm kind of surprised, honestly, to not see these 2 Marceaus turning around and heading back towards the middle. But then, again, that would give Vor the ability to turn around and push down. So that does kind of make sense that they're keeping them there.
Yeah, we're absolutely going to see a rumble over B as Dark Temple's Kremlin turning into the channel already. We're not even 5 minutes into the game, and you can see what this is going to just shaping up to be a real interesting time here in the middle of the board.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got Konhana and Yihua over there on the 9 line. They've been pushed off. Shimokaze is trying to keep them spotted. Renegade's going to be keeping an eye on them, throwing torpedoes towards them because they're reasonably stationary. And you've only got to land a couple of Shimatorps to make a difference. And the first spread actually is widespread. Just basically they're put them down range and just hope that they hit something. But also we talked yesterday about the shepherding quality of these torpedoes. If these torpedoes arrive and you're sitting broadside to them and you get lucky with the first volley, you're going to think very, very carefully about your orientation because there's definitely going to be more coming.
That's putting it mildly. First radars of the game going up across the B cap. Runus' Stalingrad from the south, radaring, discovering whose Marceau was that? That was Classic Noun's Marceau on the edge of the cap there. They got some good damage into him. As Moskva counter radar, they put a little bit of chip damage into Kokonye's daring, but the goal there was just to push Noun off the cap as FPM is out to a 150-point lead already.
Apologies to the audience there. I nearly blinded everyone with Moskva's steel camo in the sunshine. Yeah, these press accounts, obviously the players can mount whatever they like. So, yep, Moskva sporting the steel camo there. Munan taking big damage over, trying to run down the 5 line away from the cap under fire from both of the Nevskys and the Moskva. Shell still coming in down to 16k. Classic Noun has backed into the cap and is capping currently.
Dark Temple's Kremlin has taken a very aggressive position as well as he's working into the bottom end of the B cap. Dark Noun does flip B. I'm kind of curious to see what Konhana does, because if Khan would to flip his guns around, he'd have a brilliant shot at Dark Temple's broadside. In fact,
Yeah.
it looks like he's trying for that now.
And I suspect that's why the Shimmer is there, because if you can keep throwing torpedoes at Konhana, who's going to want to turn in a certain direction with the ship to shoot Dark Temple, that means that opens up the possibility of landing those torpedoes more effectively. So, and if Konhana chooses to be less risky with the torpedoes, then it means, you know, not quite as good shots on Dark Temple, maybe.
So Konye, look, you can kind of see the wheels turning.
Yeah, exactly. Is this... are you stopping Konhana, or are you going?
Can't tell what he's doing. He's not proxy spotted yet. They just put up a radar, so they wanted to know where the Marceau was. Kokonia goes out there. The Marceau absolutely can help cover him a bit. Now he's going to smoke and take some free damage on the Marceau while he can.
Yep, AP.
But he will not be able to get out
effective.
there to put
No.
not be able to get out there to put torps into Dark Temple.
No, but there is the Marceau here as well, so Munan is around. So that may be an eventual plan. Try and get Munan to rush the Kremlin. But remember what we saw before. Marceau's torpedoes do not do that much damage, and that is currently a more or less full health Dark Temple. So it's
Konhan is
take
actually, they've
more.
lost sight. They've lost sight of Dark Temple's Kremlin. He hasn't fired in a bit, and they can't see him anymore. I guess he's not even proxied by the Stalingrad through the island, which is a little surprising, but he's not.
Also,
he's dark in that position.
Have you noticed that Vor have taken both their Nevskis all the way over to the top of A, considering they went to C initially, and have joined up with the Ohio and the Moskva, and are now pushing down on on Alpha, which is not something that I expected to see, and is maybe going to take FPM slightly off guard here, because they are not prepared to defend A very well.
9 minutes gone. FPM working on about a 60-point lead, but the gap is narrowing. Vor has stolen away B. FPM unable at the moment to get back into that gap. And so the gap continues to close.
The Kremlin and Des Moines of Konhana and Yehua have been pushed all the way down to pretty much the J line here.
Roselia and Munan kind of starting to look like they might go around to remove Dark Temple.
Yep.
One or both. Hard to say.
If one Marceau can't kill a Kremlin,
maybe two can.
Maybe two can.
Actually, I say that, but then, well, I was going to say, Roselia looked like he might be kind of just turning to pause and farm the Moskva for a bit, but now he's going in. The Conga line torps from the Daring are also going down range as well.
Yeah, I don't think any of those are going to connect. Possibly one of them, but Dark Temple's still reversing there. No, I think that's going to go straight past the nose. Yep,
Nope.
they're all a bust.
Okay, Roselia holding short. It looks like maybe they're trying to get the timing down to try and pincer Dark Temple. Or maybe they're waiting for Classic Noun to reverse back behind the island.
Honestly, I think they were hoping that some of those torpedoes would land.
Dark Temple now moving forward again. Maybe that's it. Yep, there's the go. I think there's the go command.
Yeah, that was... They must have done the maths, and they're working out, okay, how much damage do we need to do, and what's the health on the Tremlin need to be in
Temple
order
was
to
waiting.
get it down.
Temple was waiting with the HE, but he doesn't get the torpedo disables he really
Ha.
needed.
Roselia running 3 fires there. Will
They're
they...
going to trade Roselia for Dark Temple.
Okay, gets one set of torps out. Munan coming up behind. Classic Noun going up to intercept, and of course, Munan right in front of Asphodelius in the Moskva as well. Dark Temple
Munan
charging
is
forward to avoid the torps.
probably going out here. He's going to miss all of his torps from that second set. And they get him just like that. Vor is up 2 ships.
That has pushed Dark Temple forwards, though, and the Kremlin is here, although that is quite a long shot for a Kremlin. 17k. Here comes the AP.
It doesn't feel like Konhana and the Des Moines down here in the bottom of the map have been all that effective this game.
Yeah, maybe a bit too cautious of that Shimakaze. But
They do
Dark
get some
Temple
good damage into Temple.
down to 6-5. Almost certainly ran a DCP during that attack, although Kremlin's DCP cooldown is quite fast. Ohio, in the background of Best Naomi, has pushed into A. So that is now 0 points income for Forced Runis with, for FPM with 924 points on the points clock, make that 868 with the death of that battleship.
Conhana does bag Dark Temple. That buys a little bit of breathing room for FPM, but at the moment they're pushed off all the caps, pushed way back on the map. I mean, just look at the map.
Yep.
They don't have any ships farther forward. Their farthest forward ship is just the UF line, and that's Noob CV. I mean, they're not. It's not looking good for them.
This is a problem when the only way that you can possibly win is to get into all the caps to stop the enemy winning. If you're not even near the caps, you can't even do that.
It's not going to happen. I don't think they're going to be able to put Noob CV into A. That'll slow things down a bit, but they can't really push Runis into B. He'll just get burned out by the Nevskis, and they have no one close enough to get to C on time.
Yeah, and it's always that one cap that's still ticking that's going to be the thing that seals their fate, because no matter what happens, those points are still coming in, and the closer you get to 1,000, the closer they are to winning.
They're going to need to bag a kill if they want to extend the clock. Time is ticking.
Marceau is going to rush Best
seconds.
Naomi here.
It's not going to happen in time, I don't think. I don't think the Marceau's torps are going to hit hard enough. 7 seconds. By the time the torpedoes land, the game will be over.
That was a double fire. Torps, nope.
Doesn't matter.
Not going to happen.
It's going to come too late. VOR is going to level this series at 2 games apiece. And as we were hoping, Stats, we're going to get our wish. We're going to go to a winner-take-all Game 5 here in the International Finals of King of the C12.
Absolutely, it doesn't get much closer than this. So while these teams, obviously, they're going to want to go and have a bit of a leg stretch. You know, it's very early in the morning for some of these players. They're going to want to go and maybe just shake their heads a little bit and have a chat. So while they set up for this last final 2-2 game, we'll go back to the studio.
This series does not disappoint at all. Really well played by both teams, and Vor back in the game, equalizing the score to 2-2, and that means we will have a final match which will decide who's going to be the international king of the sea. It's going to be an Asian team. The question is which one it is. Also, did you know that the Marceau is available in the armory for 236k call? Now I almost fucked it up. So if you're interested in the ship, you can buy it, actually. Apparently, it's very popular. No, but jokes aside, a very, very interesting match here with a different strategy from War. Let's discuss it together with Boxy and Private Penguin and potentially one of their cats, depending on whether they want to show up. So, Boxy, the initial deployment was very interesting from War's side. Let's maybe start off with this.
Yeah, so Vor initially, Vor deciding to shirk off the usual triple Marceau comp this time in exchange for a 2 DD strat, but 3 Nevskis. And Penguin and I were both surprised to see the 3 Nevskis all heading for C. So we were expecting a sort of a smoke train push around that corner. But right about the time that the Marceau from Vor made it into C, he found out, oh, I'm not contested. There are no Marceaus here. The Nevskis sort of went, okay, change of plans. And they all scattered, and they repositioned in a way to basically help them take B. Because I think they realized that the C cap was free, they're never going to lose it. They go, okay, what's the best way that we can support our DDs trying to slowly make it into B? And then the Kremlin went through Suicide Canal and became the absolute linchpin to Vor's strategy for victory.
Definitely. As soon as we have the replay, we can show it to you guys. But we've seen it in the past on this map, that the position between the island where the Kremlin was moving is basically a trap if you have enemy DDs in your flank on the line 10 that can provide torpedo support into this gap, which was not the case this time because there was a Shimakaze going for the spots, followed by a Nevsky far behind her, and there we have the replay. Chrysanthos can just start the replay until I have it ready for myself.
There we go. You can see it working now. And yeah, here
exactly.
We have the opening move, right, with the double Marceaus, actually triple Marceaus, but the double Marceaus capping A, the daring capping B, looking like a very strong opening for FPM here, right? But then things changed, and for me it was really interesting to see how, like, if you just jump back here, you see this initial push of, like, okay, War going like, okay, we're going to do the sea, and then the sea push. And then you can see here, they decide, nope. Just take a look at how they reposition here with the Nevskis, saying, no, okay, we have to do something differently. And I was really happy to see this, because having like putting all of your eggs into one basket of saying, okay, we'll just go down the sea cap. Usually teams get stopped. The enemy team will not make it easy for that push to continue, and you can really lay a flank even with just like a few ships, and that's what I would expect. So I was really happy to see that War decided, okay, we're going to do something different here. So Pingu, please continue. I'll just let it play.
Exactly. What I just pointed out is the position right now of the Shimakaze being a supporter for this Kremlin, making sure that there is nothing that could potentially damage this Kremlin. So the Kremlin has a free play here in the middle, can support anywhere on B, and even make it further. We've seen it, Boxy and I were a little bit surprised by the fact that the Kremlin just moved forward, showing broadside to the other Kremlin right down there, and then turned around and sticked itself to this island. And then at the same time, we have to mention that this group repositioned their Nevskis and started to push back down here. And then things started to get a little bit messy for the other team, for FPM, because this Shimakaze is playing around with these two ships, the Nevsky as well. So those are distracted. And then I'm not quite sure why, but firstly FPM tried to attack the Kremlin with the Daring. The Daring fought the Marceau, the Daring backed up, tried to torp the Kremlin moved backwards, dodged all of the torpedoes, and then something happened what was actually, in my opinion, and Boxy's as well, a big mistake played there by FPM. They lost two ships trying to push this Kremlin. They didn't manage to land enough torps to kill the Kremlin off. They lost both of their DDs in the middle. Oh man, and I think that was the point where it was over.
Yeah, if I can take a moment to just back it up a little bit here.
Of course.
This tool is so fun. So right about, I want to say, the Kremlin pops in. The Kremlin pops in, takes that island, which is a very, very strong position. But, here we are sitting back watching with a bird's eye view going, right across the street from this rock is a Daring who has the ability to single fire 10 torpedoes into this Kremlin's nose. Like, that's a big bloody nose, even if it doesn't fully wipe the Kremlin off due to maybe saturation or torpedo belt or what have you. So we're sort of waiting for that. And I think that Vor knew as well. So they literally positioned their Marceau out here just to say, if you want to trade with our Kremlin, we're taking your Daring with us. And so the Daring got kind of cold feet and ended up not making that push when the Kremlin was stuck there. The Kremlin is stuck right now. He's nose on, and he could not get away, and the Kremlin went, oh, okay, and backs up, and this is what allowed them to basically keep that Kremlin there, which they just sat on the B cap the whole time. So from here on out, I think they maybe have missed an opportunity, because the two Marceaus just don't have the torpedo alpha strike potential, and just to let it go there. They just don't have the torpedo alpha to kill this Kremlin, especially if they're not capable of landing all their torps. And that was sacrificing two Marceaus for nothing. And unfortunately, that's how it ended up looking. Unfortunately for FPM, I should say. War's happy about it.
I mean, of course, if you throw away two ships to kill one ship and you fail to do this, it's definitely a big problem. But I have a question for you. So, I mean, that Kremlin obviously is a really big thorn in your side, right? It kind of blocks these two ships from getting out of that position, being in between a Kremlin here, getting farmed here, and having the Shimmer Torps coming in all the time, right? But what I was wondering about is, for the actual B cap, it might not be the most relevant ship, because you do have the Moskva sitting up here, you do have the Marceau here, but if you manage to get the Moskva out of this equation, and of course you have to keep an eye on this Nevsky, but it's all about taking the cap. Being able to take out the Moskva would have opened up different positions, in my opinion, on B, and kind of naturally solved the problem with the Kremlin. It's like they either push the Daring in initially, just go and take it out, to get rid of it, and then it should be easier to deal with the Maso and the Moskva alone, or focus down the Moskva and take advantage of islands, and then they do have the advantage here, right? They do have a Stalingrad, they do have an Ohio, they do have 3 DDs around this area. There's so much firepower concentrated here, which might also be the big problem that they faced, being kind of like not having the opportunity to use different angles as this team would be able to do, or at least being able to support. So I think this might have been the big problem for FPM, having all of their firepower in one place, but not being able to actually use that firepower to deploy the DPM. We talked about this earlier, about like applied DPM that you're able to leverage. And I think they were just so caught up in getting rid of this Kremlin with like, oh, are we going to use the daring? Oh, you know what? We have 2 Masos. Let's move in the Masos, do a pincer move, get it out of the way. That they were so caught up on this that they kind of forgot about the rest of the map, and just then after it failed, of course, to make this main move happen, it kind of lost the game. So yeah, really well played by War, and it taking the map off of FPM. And that, of course, means we're going to go to the 5th map, which is going to be played on Trap. So that's going to be a very interesting match. And Boxy, you said that you would see the map Trap being in favor of Vor. Can you maybe elaborate a bit why you think that way?
Yeah, so I feel like Vor's use of the Marceau. Sorry, let me adjust here. Old man, I'm crotchety. Vor's ability to use their Marceaus in sort of novel, aggressive manners, I feel like is a little more on point than FPM. Like I was saying, I feel like from what we've seen so far, FPM is a little more structured, a little more rigid, efficient. No question about it. It's efficient and it's consistent. But I feel like on a map like Trap, which has traditionally not been a COTS map, it was sort of unusual to see it in this time around. I feel like it actually rewards sort of novel, unusual strategies and use of the space. And because it is so big, I think that the triple Marceau division making interesting, aggressive choices is actually going to be a benefit on this map, rather than the consistency that a team like FPM has shown. But I also thought FPM would do well on the last map. So what do I know?
I mean, it's of course, it's very hard to kind of judge these teams, especially if you haven't seen them many times, play this, clash with each other, to know them in detail and how they react. But I think overall, like we have now a better understanding of how these 2 teams will clash with each other. But of course, they play the same mind games with the enemy, right? They know that, hey, you know what we do. Maybe we can surprise you, or we bring a completely different setup you might have expected. So we'll have to see what they do here. Pingu, what's your take on this map? FPM or War? Who might be in a better position?
I think maybe 4 is in a better position. I think we will see something similar like in the first battle we've had, and I hope we don't see another detonation again on the side of FPM. I guess a großer Kurfürst is no option on this map, but who would have thought on the first map that someone would bring a großer Kurfürst to the field? I guess we will see a lot of Marceaus again, and I guess we will see a lot of fluent and dynamic gameplay playing around the caps.
I mean, this map is perfect for it, right? You have towards A and B, you have a lot of open water where you can leverage this. Even C, you have a lot of cover, and we've seen Masos play around this. Might also be a good area for a sneakier DD like a Daring or a Shimmer. But overall, lots of different plays we can get, and of course we do have a prediction running right now, and it's so cool to see. Chat is pretty much even in terms of who will win Trap. We have a million channel points for each of the teams, which shows that chat is struggling as much as we do to have a clear, like a team that we would put our money on. And I think that's a great thing about a final match, that we are not able to say like, oh, you know what, this team looks so strong, let's put all of our money in here, or there's such a strong advantage that they have. No, they don't. These teams are definitely playing on a equal footing. And we'll see whether they are either going to try to make their Massot and general composition work, or whether they're going to try something very different to kind of catch the enemy by surprise and turn it into a victory. I'm almost sad that this is going to be the last match, especially like these last 4 matches have been so interesting to watch, and it kept me on the edge of my chair that I would like to see more. But it is going to be the last one, and we'll have to see who's going to take it home. The teams are still readying up, so we'll give them another 2 or 3 minutes, hopefully, and then they will be able to jump into this. Please keep in mind that it's very, very late for them, and they might also have some issues because we're all playing here on the EU server, and these teams are tuning in from the other side of the planet. So we of course, want to give them the time they need so we can have a great final match. It's also interesting to see, Mr. Conway, if you want to jump in here, the teams didn't they want to have a break? Or did we not provide them with one?
Look, normally when we run these tournaments, I dictate times when we start, right? Like teams don't get to tell me like, "Hey, Conway, I need another 10 minutes." No, there's announced start times for the matches, and they may change as the day goes on, as we have like delay, or maybe sometimes we have to pull things up earlier because it goes 2-0. But now, because it's so late for them, I've just said like whenever they're ready, they go. So it's entirely up to the 2 teams. Whenever they're ready up, we can jump into the game.
Great.
Yes. We checked, by the way. So both teams are Chinese players. So I think it's about 4 a.m.
It's rough.
That's rough. I know how rough I feel, right? And it's like we're barely scratching like 10 p.m. Tuesday is going to be interesting because I'm going to be having to be here pretty much as long as they're playing now. So,
but you're not going to play competitive World of Warships. You're sitting here having like funny chats on live stream.
That's true, but
that's
I
the
have
difference.
to still.
Right? I mean, you have to keep in mind that these guys have to deliver their very best performance. They have to be on point with every single move they make, and they have been doing this for the last few hours. And now it's all about the bragging rights, the money, the fame, all of these aspects, right? And it's. Can you just imagine like being the guy who makes the mistake? You don't want to be that person, right? So I'm sure there's a lot of caffeine going around, being handed out to the team, saying like, guys, we can do this. It's the last match. We'll just have to win it. The pressure is definitely there. Because I see here a lot of questions again about Twitch drops. So just as a final reminder, how it works. So if you have any problems, let me walk you through it. So Twitch drops work just time-based. It's view time-based. So if you watch 90 minutes on any of the channels that are eligible for specifically the King of the Sea drop, after 90 minutes, you get to claim it. We know that there are some issues on Twitch with the updating of the progress bar. My recommendation is go into your drops inventory, which you can find in your profile. In there, do press F5 because it's not automatically updating. If you have an issue, also try another browser and just see whether it's updating there. And then once you claimed your Twitch drop, you can find it in-game after you logged into your account. So if you're currently logged in, you won't be able to see it. You have to re-log into the account. If for whatever reason all of this doesn't work, the most successful way of dealing with this is, first of all, trying to relink your account in your account management, because that kind of triggers any kind of stuck Twitch drop. And if all of this didn't work, you can contact our customer support. Just do it right now so that tomorrow morning our customer support can take a look at it, help you, and, for example, credit you with the mission to be able to get your Twitch container and finish your King of the Sea collection, or at least make some progress. If you are missing some items, because I saw some guys saying, like, guys, with this last drop, I'm on 15 containers and I need the 16th. There's not going to be another way of getting this, but of course there will be more ways to get King of the Sea containers in the future with the next King of the Sea tournament. So don't worry about it. You will be able to finish your collection sooner or later, depending on when the next King of the Sea is happening. Good. So that was my text here for informational purposes. What was a ship you have been missing so far, Boxy? Is there any ship you would have liked to see, or you would have expected to see to be brought in this international final set of matches, but it's not there?
I miss the Smalland. I really liked the Smalland. I think it's a great boat. I wish it was still around. I understand why it's not, but
it is currently not available. So players can't bring it. What about you, Pingu? Any specific ship you would have liked to see, but you're not able to see?
I've been able to see every single ship, I guess. I wanted to see. There was a Minotaur, there was a Kursk, there was a Kavarsk.
You've seen everything by now.
Was there?
We've seen
Except, of
boosters,
course-
exactly. By the
Yeah.
way, so I see the match is starting. So give me your final prediction, Boxy. Vor or FPM?
I'm going with FPM this time. I think these guys have surprised everyone with being so dominant in the 2 victories they had. They have a great way of adapting to Vor when Vor adjusts something. I think this is going to be the moment where they flip the switch and they come away with it.
Okay, Pingu.
I think War will take this because I voted for them.
Okay, Vor, I think this is the time where you might actually get it. I think both of you deserve it, so we'll just see who's going to be the better team. Wish you all the best and enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, warshippers of all ages, welcome to the very last game of King of the Sea 12. We're here at the International Finals, and we are graced by FPM versus VOR for the last game of the series, as FPM fields Ohio, Kremlin, Salem, Double Venezia, Stalingrad, Double Marceau, and Shimakaze here from the North Spawn on Trap. Talk to me about Vor stats.
Absolutely. Vor on the south side, where the red coloration is Ohio, Kremlin, Des Moines, Triple Nevsky again, Daring, Marceau, and Yueyang. I heard you pause at the same time that I had the thought that maybe this would be a restart because there was a bit of friendly fire, but I think that was just the FPM players joking around. So
that threw me off my game. I had my whole spiel going, and it was like, wait, are we restarting? Should I pause? I don't know.
No, I think it was just the Ohio just being a bit cheeky to the Shimakaze there. No problem.
All right, well, Double Marceau headed up to C, so that's going to allow FPM to bag that one very quickly. Looks like I'm not sure what Warships is up to. We were seeing Oh Boy take a very aggressive spotting position down here south of B. I wonder if they might be trying to push Warships up for something similar. It's a big risk if they are.
Yeah, this map, I think you have to push a lot further forwards than some of the other maps to get that early spotting. So Sheeps may just dip into the cap here. He could possibly be trying to actually spot this Marceau. But he's going to have to go a lot further forward than that to actually make that spot. If these were Kleber's being run, then this would be a different story. No, Shima is carrying on trucking. Well, we'll see what happens here.
We did see Vor play this map yesterday against Smile with basically this lineup. They're sending their 3 Nevskys down to the A cap. They're probably winding their way all the way down into the corner before finally reorganizing themselves and so on as they try and come back up the 2 or the 3 line.
Yeah, these 3 Nevskys can lay down a lot of fire, and that Yueyang is undoubtedly there to lay a smokescreen for them. So if they get an opportunity to all focus fire on, for example, the Venezia of FPM, that's going to be a lot of damage very, very quickly if they can land those shells.
2.5 minutes in, both teams grab a quick cap. Nobody on A yet. We talked about Warships. I thought maybe he might go to A, but nope, he's still kind of playing mid. Luck Chuck 20-kilometer torps headed down the line, looking for one of the Nevskys or maybe even Dark Temple's Kremlin.
Yeah, those ships, the ones at the front should be absolutely fine, but yeah, they may well catch Dark Temple. Or if they turn and kite, it could be the 2 Nevskys at the bottom actually do turn back into them because they're not that fast, those torpedoes.
I think they're going to pass in front of Temple.
Yeah, I think you might be right. They're going perfectly in the gap between Rashia and Temple.
Really are.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Warships there. Undoubtedly, those were spotted, so Dark Temple was close enough to spot at least one of those torpedoes, so they will know that it is Warships that is above the cap there.
Well, he was, but he's not now, as he ducks into the far side of B, opposite Classic Nouns Marceau. Now, Vor has no radar at this cap. They have no way to spot Warships to try and convince him to leave the cap. So at the moment, that's going to allow FPM to start ticking up a small lead on the basis of the C cap.
Naomi is in an interesting position. Once the blob, the Nevsky blob, pushes into A, If they manage to spot the Venezia or the Ohio broadside, Naomi is going to be able to drop AP lovely over that island and take one of those ships full broadside. And can also reasonably easily reverse and shoot the other side of the map, or push forward and shoot the other side of the map if the opportunity presents itself.
Once again, you're kind of seeing one of the things on Trap that we talked about earlier in the day. We've talked about a couple times over the course of the tournament. Is spotting is a real challenge on this map. We're just now looking at things from the VOR side. We're just now down at A, starting to get a view on Imonka's Venezia. Whereas if you look at things from the other side, they are just now catching a glimpse of a Nevsky because he opened fire. That's the only reason that FPM can see any ships on that flank at all.
I think, yep, there it goes. I was about to say, I hope that the Yuyang smoke screen for these Nevskys, yep, they're all going to head towards that smoke screen. Yuyang is brought because it has several short-term smoke screens that can be used to smoke up these cruisers. So it's not going to last as long as a gearing smoke, but it does make it more mobile because the Yuyang can keep putting those smoke screens down for quite a long period of the game.
Yep, they've got a quick reload, so they come back pretty fast.
So the three Nevskys choosing Konhana as the focus fire here. Already down 10k. Dark Temple has more torpedoes on the way, but as long as Dark Temple keeps the throttle on, yep, should be absolutely fine with those torpedoes from Warships in the cap.
FPM now kind of reacting to what they're seeing. They see the smoke and the Nevsky spam. They know what that means. So at this point, it's going to be a race to see if they can keep Konhana's ship in the game, or at least how long they can do it. They're starting to reposition a few of their pieces. Frost Runas' Stalingrad had kind of moved in that general direction to start the map down towards A, but he's looped around. He's now kind of bow in towards the B cap with his guns looking south.
While this blob here on A does mean that FPM can't really contest, well, can't contest A at all, it does give them the signal that the rest of the map is very weak from Vor's point of view. So they are starting to push the Salem around the top. You can see Roselia here starting to push the Salem round onto the 10 line versus YBB's Des Moines, and also Kremlin pushing across the cap. You've got the Venezia of Yihua coming over. Munan is pushing down. So they're able to be super aggressive on this side with the confidence that those Nevskys are nowhere near.
Indeed, FPM knows that there's at least 5 ships in or around the A cap. They can see the Kremlin. They can see the 3 Nevskys, and they've seen the smoke, so they know the Yang is there. Because now they've pulled back CVN. They've pulled back Sheeps' Shimakaze. They've shoved CVN's Marceau and Runas' Stalingrad into the B cap. They're going to bring Warships down, I think, to try and punish this push with the Shimakaze torpedoes.
Absolutely. It makes way more sense to have a Shimakaze over here. You know, what do you want if you've got a blob of cruisers and battleships pushing? You want something that can throw lots of torpedoes at it.
Something that can slow them down.
Exactly. So, yep, sheep swapping. Marceau, of course, has the backup of Forced Runas, which is a radar cruiser, and Vor do not have a radar on B, as you pointed out before. So that does definitely give FPM, at least currently, the advantage on B, although that blob is soon going to be able to fire on B as well.
Speaking of radar, YBB's radar over on the 10 line at C going up, so they can see Munan for the moment. Munan does not know where Nebieski is. It looks like they might try and kind of pincer YBB here a bit. I'm wondering if YBB, this is not a position he can maintain, I don't think. I'm wondering if they're going to just go for the ram.
Ultimately, I think FPM would benefit from that ram because they've got the Kremlin in the cap. The Marceau probably beats the Daring in most situations in a gunfight, so yeah, they'll probably see how this goes. They'll try Munan around the back, and then if that doesn't work, Roselia will just go forward and ram.
Imonka's Venezia loses the DPM race over on the 10 line. Sorry, the 1 line. Not able to stay in the game just because Nevsky spam will eventually wear you down, and that's exactly what happened. Whoa! CVN just takes a massive hit here. They pushed him around trying to get in on Classic Nouns Marceau, but the Ohio was loaded for bear and ready, and that failed.
Kremlin just smacked, sorry, Des Moines just smacked Roselia.
Oh, no!
Yeah, so that's gone wrong. They didn't even get the ram off, so Munan is now chasing YBP in a Des Moines.
Oh my lord.
This is not a position you want to be in a Marceau.
Everything going wrong for FPM.
Yeah, I mean, I think Munan still has one side of torpedoes left. So let's see what YBD does. YBD's got the guns on the other side, so Moonan's going to try and go round.
CV's actually got Kremlin shells coming in. Doesn't really get much.
Is Moonan going for it? No, Moonan is going for the tops. I thought that was going to be a ram there for a second.
He's getting as close as he can to try to basically prevent YBB from escaping, and he's going to bag him. There it is.
So that keeps Charlie in FPM's hands, but that didn't really go according to plan.
Not in the least. Now the Nevsky spam is going to try and farm out Runis here in the B cap all by himself.
Yeah, I think although FPM kind of won that trade, that should have gone very, very differently, and they're really going to start to feel that now, because the ships that they could have brought from sea, which would include that Salem, that Salem's not there anymore, so they have no backup.
Even the Kremlin is firing HE at Runis' bow as he sits in the middle of the B cap. Sooner or later, the Nevskys are going to light some more fires, and Runis is going to be even more upside down on health than he already is. Now, FPM is doing a great job of beating up on Dark Temple. He's been taking some Stalingrad fire, among other things. But I'm afraid that if they do bag him, it's going to come too late. They're going to lose Runis very soon.
Absolutely, Runis ran a double fire and had to damage Con, so any fire is going to kill, but it doesn't matter. Yep, that was actually a fire kill. Dark Temple SAP incoming, down to 5-9. There are also lots of Shimakaze torps coming, and there is no way that Dark Temple is going to get out of the way of those torpedoes.
No. Shima-torps are going to seal that deal. They will bag Dark Temple, but they're upside down nearly 300 points. There's only 9 minutes. I mean, we're barely over the halfway mark of the game, but FPM ships are just dropping like flies. They're upside down 4 ships.
3 minutes 34 on the points clock for a VOR victory in this grand final to decide who takes home that first place prize and who goes home with the second place. Classic Noun is owning the B cap right now, but Yihua's Venezia will probably try and come in and contest. FPM do need to get in there.
You know, they brought Warships back to play this position with the Shimakaze, and while he did bag Dark Temple, it doesn't feel like he's gotten nearly as much out of these torpedoes as you would have wished.
No, I think maybe they sent Warships up to anticipate these Nevskys turning in towards B, but they haven't done that. They've kept going north, so they're still facing nose in towards the Shimakaze, probably because they've seen the torpedoes coming from that way. So, yeah, those torps not finding home. But there is a lot of, not randomness, but there's a lot of luck involved in whether you land one of those torps or not. So
well, certainly the kinds of ranges that Warships is engaging them at, right? Probably 10 or more clicks, because, you know, Nevsky's got a 12-kilometer radar. If he doesn't want you to get all that close to fire your torpedoes, he's got a button he can push that will highly encourage you to be elsewhere.
Yeah, these are more kind of area denial and shepherding rather than targeted torpedoes. Okay, the Ohio is coming under quite a lot of focus fire, although it is quite long range. Nearly 2 minutes on the points clock for VOR. World of Warships will smoke up Konhana.
Well, he's going to try. It doesn't seem like they coordinated that very well. Warships starting the smoke after Khan had turned away from Sheeps' position.
Monan is coming around on the Daring in the B cap. Last desperate push from FPM to try and take B with the Venezia and the Marceau. Ohio HE just missing.
Don't think it's going to matter. Munan looks like he's going to get between the secondaries and the Daring primaries. He should go out here.
Yihua taking a desperate blind shot into the smoke there, trying to find Niebieski. And Best Naomi is in the cap with Venezia. Venezia torpedoes are out, but Naomi, I think, is stopping.
It's all over but the crying. The Yu Yang torps are about to seal the deal on Konhana. Oh, they run out just shy of the hull.
Doesn't matter. Marceau gets the kill anyway. And Best Naomi is clear of those torpedoes.
And that's it. VOR is going to win this game. They're going to win the match. And Stats, you and I said this before the game. If you go back and consider how close FPM came to winning Game 1, FPM very nearly swept this series. And if you go back and you pick one play, you look at that Grosser Kerr first play down the 10 line on Land of Fire, map 1. If they don't make that mistake, they win game 1, and this series was over 2 games ago.
Yeah, absolutely. If I had to pick one turning point, I agree with you. It was that point, and I'm sure they'll be reflecting on that as they have a chat after this match. But it doesn't matter now, because that is it. It is all over. That is the grand final, done and dusted, with Vor taking the grand prize of first place to win this tournament. FPM taking second place. Fantastic matches. It's been a privilege casting with you, Sea Raptor, and I'm sure I'll see you very shortly on the camera for the final goodbye.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Guys, let's send it on back to the studio for Chris. Can't wait to hear what Chris, Pingu, and Bogsy think of this.
Really?
Yeah.
Congratulations to Vor finally being the international king of the sea. Really well played.
King of Kings.
King of the king. So is it king of the kings of the sea? Convoy? Since you wanted to make this joke. Okay, let's say they're the king of the kings of the sea. International for at least tournament number 12, and very well deserved. What a great showing from both of these teams, and I just have to say the Asian teams have been really, really impressive this King of the Sea. I mean, of course, also the ones before, but we had just a final match between 2 Asian teams, and we could see why they got here. So congratulations, and let's bring Pingu and Boxy. I think we're going to skip the post-game discussion, because now the only thing that matters is that they did win, and they also did so in a convincing fashion. So we'll just say congratulations. I think this was, in general, like just very, very fun to watch. And
Yes.
yeah, exactly. Chapeau. Also from my side, really well played by both teams. With War also, kind of like this is the only thing where if I'm FPM now, I'd be so mad at losing that first match.
Definitely.
That's like, but I mean, you don't have any influence on this anyway, right? They played very well. And then War was just a little bit more consistent and always believed in the chance of winning and clawing their way back into the battle, which I love. I love that philosophy, like not saying, okay, this is over, let's jump into the next one, but always giving it until the very last second.
By the way, I just have some experts on Discord in the background saying that, did we notice Salem lost both front guns in that duel with Des Moines? That's why Des Moines could just turn out broadside and get all guns on target.
Because we I saw that, because if this is something I love when people zoom in, for example, on like if you have like a slugging out going on between, especially ships like the Des Moines. The Des Moines main turret can be really annoying sometimes, because it's quite easy to actually take it out, and sometimes it's really about, that's why you see the players aiming at each other's main batteries, trying to take it out, because you see the amount of DPM it can put out, and being able to just disable 50% of the DPM that a ship might put out to you bow on is crazy. But losing both of the front turrets, oof, that's very, very rough. Because in a Des Moines versus Salem trade, I would usually put my money on the Salem just because of the better heal. But that was unfortunate. But I think it's not the only thing that made them lose this match. But well played. But sad to see that the turrets got taken out.
We were trying to take a look up there at it, and all we just saw was half the Salem disappear, and then the rest of the Salem disappear. And we couldn't quite figure out what happened, other than we thought somebody must have misplayed and accidentally turned the Salem a little too far out for the advanced pen angles on the Des Moines to take it out. But we did not catch that. I guess both gun turrets were broken. That's tragic.
Yeah, it's a bit rough. But yeah, from my side, congratulations to Vor for taking first place, but also congratulations to FPM, a second place. Like, they are de facto the second best team of World of Warships players in the world right now, and that's an achievement.
Yes.
Should we bring in our casters and get them in on the party?
Of course.
Hello.
Oh, Sea Raptor.
Raptors.
Sea Raptor, you have to push
He's
that button if you want to talk with us.
twice today.
It's you're trying to be consistent when we start the stream, when we end the stream, to just stay consistent. That's good.
That's what it is. I'm just looking out for your best interest. That's what it is.
Perfect. No, really great job with casting today, and what a set of final matches, right? That was very, very interesting and intense throughout all of the matches. So, oof. So, Sea Raptor,
Not.
just go ahead.
I was gonna say, not one of those games felt boring to watch or to cast to me. And I think I said it back in game one. I was like, one of the things that I've grown to appreciate about I watch the Asia teams in this event and in previous events is they come to fight, right? We've got some teams on the day like this. We had a couple of events, several events ago. I said this about some other teams, but it's like, they show up and they want to win, but they don't want to sit around and lob shells at each other and set up next to the island. They want to fight, right? And it's fun when teams that want to fight get in and get their hands dirty, and because sometimes things go wrong. Sometimes things go hilariously wrong, right? If you go back and look at game one, how many things went hilariously wrong for FPM for them to lose a game that they had that kind of advantage in? I mean, I said it at the end of the match, but man, you go back and you look at that GK play, that was the match for them. If they don't make that play, they win the series. They swept this series. But instead, that one misplay, they lose that game, and they can't ever quite get back in to get that third win that they need.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is something that you pointed out very nicely. Is you see a lot of other matches. This is not saying like EU or NA teams are playing in a bad way, but it's sometimes a different style, very methodical, sometimes very slow. And you see games ending with like a team potentially having like 200, 300 KHP still on the board and not really using it, while here the teams are very low at the end because they throw everything in there. They make interesting plays. They're not really like shying away from using the ships they have to kind of turn it into points or the win. So that's very refreshing to see, and I think everybody enjoyed it. And judging by chat interaction, I think our viewers definitely agree with this. Statspark, what is your take on this final set of matches?
Absolutely. I mentioned it earlier. I know you particularly don't like seeing the French destroyer stuff, but it's just so funny because you, especially in one of the matches where they were basically circling the B cap, and they're aware of the power that each of those groups has against each other, and they're just sort of feeling it's like two really, really advanced boxers like just sizing each other up before the main fight gets started, and they're aware that they can destroy each other really, really easily. And so they're both trying to be aggressive, but then also being quite cautious and just making sure they've got the support of the raid, like the timing of the radars. This is something that Sea Raptor and I were talking about off stream earlier, was that viewers won't be aware of the amount of communication that's going on with these teams in terms of keeping track of radar timings and the counts and like whether something is DCP'd, how many fires it was running, and all this kind of stuff. And all that communication is going on. And I think if people could hear that voice comms going on, they would be totally fascinated by the amount of communication, the amount of information that these teams are tracking.
Also, especially with these fast ships, right? It's not like coordinating like 4 heavy cruisers and 2 battleships. It's like muscles just zipping around, and being able to kind of catch up with this and keep everything in motion must be very tricky. And I do agree that actually I was a bit cautious, because if you think back, for example, to last King of the Sea, when we had like a very Petropavlovsk strong meta, right, where of course they have more stationary ships, and kind of turned out to be quite boring in certain matches to watch because it's very standoffish. That's what I usually don't like. But I love to see what the Asian teams were doing with this. Every single match was just full of energy, full of action. It was super fun to watch, and it's not like the Masos kind of dictated everything. But they were a great part of the strategy. And then you could still see, for example, War deploying very different strategies, leveraging, for example, triple Nevskys against the Masos, and also coming out on top of it. So it's not like the break everything strategy, but really well deployed in the right scenarios, and then being well played. So yeah, really, really great to see. So yeah. Thank you for changing my mind, at least about the Maso setup. It was super fun to watch. I have to admit it. This was one of the best set of matches that I've seen so far, and I think my favorite set of matches from this tournament, at least.
Yep. So now that King of the Sea 12 has ended, and we have a new
your watch has ended.
King of Kings, right? A few little things I want to point out, right? So to all of the players who competed in Regional King of the Seas and, of course, in the International, you'll be wanting your prizes. We will hopefully start sending those out next week. To all of the players who played today and who are going to get a nice cash prize from us, I will be in touch with you personally by email to collect necessary details. Please make sure your team captains have communicated the final roster of players that played this weekend to your regional coordinators. Speaking of, I am going to have to start the mother of all shoutouts.
Oh no.
This
So I mean, it's
may
very
take some
necessary,
time.
right?
We
I'm
can-
just
we can
going
say
to while
goodbye to-
Conway is taking in the breath to be able to say all of these names. I also just want to say
It's 3 pages.
Thanks to everybody who was involved with this. Also, thanks to all of the viewers being here with us. We hope to have made a really great broadcast and brought it to your homes or wherever you are. That you enjoyed it. Unfortunately, sometimes there are some technical issues in between matches, so we kind of have to cover it. But I hope you liked what we did with the guests that we have here. And now I'll just let Conway talk.
Okay, so this is going to take a minute, guys. But look,
Grab a beer.
this tournament, even though we have taken control of it now globally to be able to improve and evolve it for and with the community, this is very much something that couldn't be run in its current scope without the help of many passionate volunteers around the world who I appreciate greatly. So let me start out with the shout-outs. In no particular order, we'll start with Europe. Thank you, Stewie, for his amazing Pigman bot. Thank you, Jester, for Google Sheets and team information. Thank you, Statsbloke, for rigging the draws as usual. Thank you, Sniping Cat, for team logos. And, of course, for his amazing moderation on the stream today and all his predictions. It was all him. Thank you to Painzel for obviously his help casting, and also the tech support he provided to all of the other streamers to make sure he can get the overlay working. And also a shout out to Conway's hair. I'm just reading things out now. Thank you very much.
Developed its own character,
Yes.
its own Twitch accounts. It's
Yes.
just like, did you really cut it, or did it just decide to leave you and be a separate unit?
It evolved. Thank you very much to EU referees. Bencho, CGETLP, Floppy, Helicopter Rescue, Inur, Longdong Silver. Still not sure about your name, dude. And Madragic.
Look, as long as nobody reports it, we're fine with it.
Sergeant Tank Slepper, Router, Adjudicators, Admiral Quirt, Fazium Jester, Oswiffer, the Big M 145. Big shout out for all of your heavy lifting on tournament and the rules as well. Yezod, Yozro, and our coordinators, of course, Captain Stewie, Rita Mel, and Sarah. In Asia, thank you very much to our Asia organizers, Swordmaster, the Azure, Uokad, Yuki Miku, Blemishine, the Adjudicators, Emperor Taizuku, Mega Harlequin, Taipan, Tenuji, the referees, Shiki Natsume, Suzuhara Lulu, ADM Dude, ICC AF 4590, World of Warships, Untitled World, and Koya. On King of the Sea North America. Sorry, guys. King of the Sea North America. Thank you very much, Duke, for making your streamers pack and the sign-up website for North America and Southeast Asia. Thank you, Sea Raptor and Zath, for their fantastic casting of NA Finals. Thank you, Stewie, for the amazing... He gets multiple shout-outs, apparently, from all across the world, for the Pigman mod, again. And thank you, Myra Draco, for help with emergency situation. And apparently also thank you to me for helping around midnight on a Sunday. And thank you to organizers, Duke, Wiz of Az, Quadrillas, Helicopter Rescue. Thank you to my adjudicators, Frice, Empire Strikes, Bonk, the annoying Italian, and Sea Raptor. And thank you to referees, Triarch, 00 Barroso, Alan Walker, Alpha Delta Epsilon, Amatsuka, Aurangi, Beast Gupta, Black Sniper, Boom Diada, Brooklyn 82, Can't Bonk, Captain Teardown, Exusier, Eagle Lance, JDS Nagato, Lando Calrissian, Lieutenant Sebastian, Omaru Polka, Onoki Tzalk, Sergeant Hattie, SFNL, Super Slayer 04, Timmy, UCC Master 1, and Viper Hex. If you were not your father for his awesome replay bot tool. So if I didn't mention you, I'm sorry.
You tried.
Blame someone else. Thank you.
I didn't know Lando Calrissian is playing our game.
No, not Calrissian.
No,
Calrissian.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Close.
That's I'm Conway out.
No,
Conway done.
guys, I know this can be like a long list of names, but you just have to realize that a lot of people are working on this tournament, especially from the community, to make it work. And it's a lot of time, and they're doing it for free. They're doing it out of passion because they want to have King of the Sea. They want to make it great. They want to make it a great experience for you as well. So if you see these guys in game, go give them a shout out. Just give them a +1 at least, if you see them. They're doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes that usually doesn't really get any visibility. So we're just trying to make sure that at least their names are being heard here while working in the shadows, making this tournament happen, because we couldn't do it without them. So thank you very much.
Yes,
thank you to everybody.
By the way, because so many people asked about the awesome replay minimap renderer bot, it is going to be available for your pleasure on the King of the Sea Discord server. A channel is being set up for it right now. We had to kind of keep it private for the weekend to make sure that our replays would get rendered first. But now you can all play with it. Have fun.
Indeed. Oh, there we see another cat. Actually, what's the name, Bonksy?
Well, this is the good cat. This is Bert. Bert's a fine boy. He never does anything wrong. The other cat is a monster, and she uses the bathtub as her litter box.
Nice. Sounds like a naughty cat. Okay, well, but maybe let's do final rounds before we hand off and call it a day. So maybe let's just go down this way. So, Boxy, I'm poking you to go first.
Well, I guess I want to say how grateful I am that I was able to be a part of this great broadcast during King of the Sea, which is absolutely the pinnacle of World of Warships ability and strategy and tactics and playability. So thank you to all my friends here who 100% helped me not be too nervous getting ready for this. Thanks Stats Bloke especially, and Private Penguin for providing fantastic post and pre-match analysis and commentary. And thank you both, Chris and Mr. Conway, very much for having me here. I appreciate it a lot.
Thank you for coming.
Yes, thank you very much. Handing it to Stats.
My turn?
Yes.
Oh no, Stats. Okay, go Stats.
No, Sea Raptor. Sorry, I wanted to say Sea Raptor, but why don't look? My game, my brain has been. It's too late. It's not working.
I guess for me, I just want to say thanks for the invite, guys. Zath and I have been doing. First of all, for me, I have to give a huge shout out to Lord Zath, who is my usual co-caster. Like I said yesterday, he and I have done several hundred games of King of the Sea now, more than 3 years together doing this tournament day in, day out. And it's normal for us to do the international finals together kind of as our own thing. This is the first time either one of us has been invited to be a part of the big show. And we appreciate it. I mean, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me. Stats, thanks for the great work, buddy. This was a lot of fun. I think...
You were saying that we have the best job of the four of us. We have the best.
Oh, yeah.
And you were saying that earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, we have the best job because it's like, oh, there's a game on, time to work. Oh, there's not a game on. Well, they got 25 minutes to kill. I'm going to get a drink, you know. But I think a lot of people when you do something like this, it takes time to develop a rapport with the other person that you're working with behind the mic because you're not seeing each other's face. You're not sitting next to somebody. People try to liken kind of what we do, sort of calling games to sports. It's more challenging in my opinion because if you're casting a live sport, you're with somebody sitting next to you, right? It's a lot more difficult here, and it's been really easy to work with Stats. We hit it off very quickly, and this has been nice. So thanks for the opportunity, guys. I was glad to come participate. Hopefully we'll do it again sometime.
Absolutely. I just want to mirror what Sea Raptors just said. It's been an absolute pleasure. We'd never worked together before, and we just slotted in really nicely. So that was great to see. So it's been an amazing tournament. Thank you very much for giving me the privilege and the honor and the nerve-wracking responsibility of controlling the camera. Hopefully I didn't do too awful of a job, but really shout out to the guys in the middle because they were the ones doing the filling the time and the analysis. Because basically once the match is finished, we don't have to remember anything. So those guys really have to be the ones who are on the ball and able to actually talk about the matches afterwards. So I did listen in a little bit to some of the things they were saying, and they were doing a great job. So shout out to them. And with that, over to Pingu.
Yeah, I think I make it easy for me. Everybody before me just said what I wanted to say as well. So thanks for having me. It was a great pleasure to be here today. Doing this in English because normally I'm a German CC. I'm streaming in German. This was the first time doing this in English. And I hope I was not too bad at that, actually. I'm really glad to be here. Thanks for inviting me. It was super fun together to analyze the matches with Boxy and with Painzer, of course, last weekend. So yeah, thank you very, very much.
It only took us like bullying for like 2 years to get you into King of the Sea. No, great job done. And yes, thank you also for highlighting Painzer, who was helping us, of course, last week with the EU broadcast, doing a fantastic job also with the commentary. So thank you very much for joining us. To all of you, I think you all did a really, really great job. I think we had a very fun broadcast with hopefully enough information for everybody. We're always trying to find, the balance between bringing this to an audience that is very, very experienced at World of Warships, but also people who have no clue about clan battles, what's happening. World of Warships, potentially very new players, are trying to give them an idea of what's happening and kind of putting it all into one broadcast and making sure it's great with no big issues. And I think we managed to do this. But chat, feel free to give us some feedback. So, yep, thank you very much, guys. You can find all of these beautiful gentlemen with the beautiful hair, apparently Pingu, of course, won again the hair contest, followed by Boxy, then Conway me with the same level. And then I don't know, apparently there was no more room for stats, and maybe it's also cheating for stats. To simply not have hair. And then Sea Raptor, I think you have to, for next time you have to level up your hair gameplay. Maybe what we call in German a Fokuhila would be great.
I'm good. My vote is still for stats for the best hair. I don't see how any of the rest of you can compete.
I agree. It's impeccable.
Trying to stay competitive.
Not a single hair out of place.
Not a hair out of place. Exactly.
Exactly.
And Pingu actually got, I think, like an important follower now. Arun is actually in chat. Hey, Arun. He says, "Is it just me, or did Private Penguin look particularly dashing today?" There's some romance going on in chat.
What now?
I can actually back that up. My clan likes to tease me about being too pretty to cast wows or something like that. They private messaged me during the cast and said, "You've been replaced by Penguin."
You can duke that out between the two of you. I think the rest of us, we're fine. We're just the regular old guys in the background.
It was pointed out to me that I forgot to mention Yuzura, who wasn't here today because he's currently, I think, in the fields of Verdun.
You also missed to name Captain Binya, has been doing a great job of moderating in general. Our moderators, Thank you for helping so much, and I'm sure that's also true for any of the other channels being live right now. Sometimes we do have to moderate, right? Because some of you are naughty. Or push it too far, so we kind of have to keep a balance. The chat is still nice, so thank you very much for doing this. It's also a job that is not very, usually not very appreciated by the chat. On the one hand, because we sometimes have to impose some rules that we love to have fun, we love to joke around, but certain boundaries have to be kept. So thank you guys for doing this.
Yes. By the way, great comment from Knuckles Nuclear says, arguably a $15,000 detonation flag.
I mean, please, guys, that detonation flag, it was not what probably lost the game. But of course, it's sad that losing the first game lost them the series.
Yes.
But because I saw some comments like show the winner screen. So just to recap, we have on spot number 1. Oh, Z-Raptor is kind of stuck, and the problem is
we're not going to change it. It's perfect.
Nobody wake him up.
So Z-Raptor, we would have to jump over this table because there's actually a laptop on the other side that has your face. Maybe just stop the stream and restream. But yeah, no, what I wanted to say is you can find all of these beautiful gentlemen next to us on their channels. So we have Boxy on his channel. It's not Boxy, but it's actually twitch.tv/BoxyTime. I guess because Boxy was already taken. The usual.
When I find the guy who took Bugsy, man.
Then we have Sea Raptor, who's so happy he closed his eyes for the rest of the broadcast. He's just happy to listen to our beautiful voices. No, Sea Raptor, I'll unfreeze you in a second, or maybe he can come back. Maybe there's the comeback. We'll see in a second. But yeah, you can find Sea Raptor on his Twitch channel or YouTube channel as well. But it's Sea Raptor 00. So twitch.tv/SeaRaptor00. Then we have, of course, StatsBlog. You can find throughout the week, who can also bring you a lot of cool information, for example, about updates and what is actually in them, which I love about his channel. So twitch.tv/StatsBlog. And then if you like German or maybe want to learn German, then Private Penguin is a great channel for this. But he also speaks English. You know this now, so whenever you go to his channel, he has no excuse to say, "Oh, this is
Exactly.
a German stream." No. You can just "Hey, I've seen you on King of the Sea. Speak English to me. You can do it, you naughty
Can't
German
do this
boy."
to me.
And we want to see the cat, of course. The cat Ella has been kind of like the fourth commentator here with us together, doing post and pre-game analysis. Perfect. Okay, let me quickly try to get Sea Raptor back so he can say bye.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, I'm rapidly running out of things to say. It's late, but it's been a sincere pleasure, and I'm very much looking forward to what we can do for King of the Sea 13. Maybe if the world goes back to like any semblance of normality, we can all get on some airplanes, go to St. Petersburg, and run it from like the comfort of a full production team, not just Mr. Conway. Sea Raptor? I don't know. Like I can't believe it was working flawlessly for all of 2 days, completely without a single issue, and then just right at the end, it just goes.
I tried to get it, like to get him back, but apparently, like
Sea
Discord
Raptor,
doesn't
can you
want to
still
do
hear
it.
us?
Maybe he lost connection. I think.
No, he's actually dropped off in TeamSpeak as well. I think his internet.
Well, then we'll just do a special shout out for Sea Raptor because he has been doing a very, very great job with the NA broadcast for pretty much all of the King of the Seas that happened throughout the last years. I'm very happy to kind of be able to bridge North America and Europe with the casting here and have a lot of information here. And I hope in the future we can maybe, depending on the situation, of course, with Corona, which makes it very tricky for us to have this broadcast with all of the people here and kind of get all of the regions and inputs in to keep it as balanced as possible and give you some really nice insights. I think we definitely have to work on getting somebody from Asia back in.
Lord of Droiders in chat.
A lot of droids in chat. Oh no. Hide the booze. We're nice boys here. No, I've seen him already in chat. And shout out to Lord of Droid also making this possible for us to broadcast this here with the nice setup that we have. This is the thing that I miss the most, actually being able to invite these guys here, fly them in,
Yes.
and do this in person. And it's the Corona challenge for all of us, right? We had to invite everybody digitally, and I'm very happy that this time quality is great, no big issues. Now I can say it without jinxing anything.
We've learned from like a long time of lockdown, right? But I really miss like the post-cots, like beers and cocktails, and in the future.
You mean
get
cold
back to
water
it.
and...
Yes, no alcohol is consumed in Prague by anyone. Ever.
Prague is known for being a very sober city.
Yes, completely. Okay, I think we're getting off track. I think it's time for us to say goodbye. However, if you, by any chance, have tuned in late or you don't have your King of the Sea drop yet, you are in luck because immediately after we're off, we're going to pretty much, well, not entirely seamless, but mostly seamlessly hand off to Hapafodder, who's going to do a bit of a post-COTS hangout stream, and I believe there'll be a few North American community contributors cycling in and doing a bit of streaming time on this very official World of Warships Twitch channel. So if you want to spend some more time with them or just have like a chilled out Sunday with Warships, just leave it running, collect your drops and enjoy.
Yes, I actually prolonged the drops campaign for COTS until, well, you have like 87 minutes left. Or when you hear this, 82 minutes. So until midnight CEST or 10 UTC PM. So you can still get your Twitch drops because the broadcast actually went longer than we thought it would. So I'll just prolong it so you can still get your COTS mission and work on your collection. So, well, and then I will say thank you very much to all of our guests here. I think we'll spend 2 or 3 minutes talking about future things that will happen over the course of the next few days. So thank you so much, guys. It was a pleasure to work with you, and I'm sure we'll talk soon about future projects. So thank you so much. Have a very nice evening.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye. Long day, long day.
The two of us. Yes.
Just the two of us. No, we don't want to get into singing. It has been a long day for the both of us. But I think this was a really great broadcast, and I hope you agree with me and you liked what you saw. A few things to highlight. So first of all, if you missed it earlier today, there's going to be a really cool NA-focused tournament together with Verizon, the Verizon Warrior Series, where you can do something good by playing World of Warships in a competitive fashion and help veterans in need. You can find all of the information on our portal if you just head to wo.ws/Verizon, which has all the information that you need about this upcoming tournament. It is for United States players, so if that applies to you, you can just participate, find out about this, and do something really cool. There is in total a charity prize pool of $100,000 being put up there, so I think make the best use of it, and let's have some fun together with that aspect. Then,
Also, check out that really cool AR app that Verizon did.
Yes.
Like the links are all over the place, but like honestly, it's quite cool.
if you want to try it, it's super simple. You go to www.verizon.com/5G Warships.
Yes.
I know this by now. I've said it so often. So you can just go there and you can just play around with it. That's a really cool thing. I think this might be very important for museums and other aspects in the future to actually do something like this and be interactive, kind of gamify the museum experience. Then we have a very, very short stream coming up on Tuesday, Mr. Conway.
God.
Do you want to talk about it?
Yes,
I
so-
think the
so
long
on
night of museums is not the long night because of the various museums we're going to have there, but rather
Because
because it's
for
like
Mr.
15,
Conway.
16 hours for us, and we're going to be streaming until 3 a.m.
A lot of droids suggest, by the way, ASMR Pingu edition in English. I like this +1,
Especially with the catches per.
So Tuesday, right, the 18th of May is the International Day of Museums, and we thought, what better opportunity to put together a stream to get in touch with and highlight some of those museums around the world that have really been struggling through the COVID times, not being able to have visitors, struggling with funding. And so what we're going to do is, what we did is we invited them all to a long stream. So you can look forward to 15 different museums. They're going to tune in live. Some cases, they're going to send us a video presentation. Some of them are actually just going to take a phone and walk us through the ship. You can ask questions afterwards. And we're going to start all the way over in Australia, and we're going to end all the way over west in Pearl Harbor. The stream is going to go, I think, for 16-ish hours. So there'll be plenty of content to look forward to. It'll start in the morning UTC. I think we're starting at 8 or 9 UTC, and it'll go all the way until the late night. So if you like naval history, if you're maybe interested in checking out some historical warships and museums, join us here with me.
So it was indeed apparently with Sea Raptor, he did have a
Chrysanthus.
power failure. I mean, look, out of all of the times this could have happened, I
Yes.
think after the last match, it's
best
okay
time.
to happen. It's okay to happen. But if you want to give him a shout out, go to his channel, give him a follow. Great guy with cool content. Also, I forgot to actually give a shout out because I'm a big fan, big fan, Maltese Knight, who did also a really great job
Big
in
fan.
doing the EU King of the Sea broadcast that we did. So I just want to say big fan if you want to check him out. Maltese Knight, really fun guy. Lots to learn how to play this game because he actually was part of the winning team that got the Verizon Warriors Championship and played for 07. So yeah.
Okay.
Go check him out. And I think the only final comment that I can make is probably if you had any issues with your Twitch drops, because I still see some comments and I'll just want to wrap it up. Look, first of all, make sure you claim it in your drops inventory. Once you've claimed it, relog into the game. If it's not there, then please try to relink your account. And if all of this didn't work, feel free to contact our customer support. I'll talk to them tomorrow morning and make sure that if you had an issue with your mission, that it will be credited to you so that you can get your King of the Sea container. And then that's it. I think we talked for a very long time. I'm happy to get a little bit of whatever's left of my Sunday evening, but I have to say it was really, really fun to be here. It's always a fun activity to be on King of the Sea, so I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did.
And one more time, congratulations to Vor for being the best players of World of Warships in the world.
So we actually, just to make sure that you know who was who, right? So Vor from Asia, the actual regional King of the Sea winner from Asia, got also to be the king of the Kings of the Sea, 12, by winning this tournament. Then on place number 2 is FPM, also an Asian team with a very, very great performance. Then on the 3rd place, we have Oh Boy, the E representative, the 2nd place team. And then we have on the 4th place, Bonks from the NA cluster. So these are the 4 top teams in this King of the Sea. Congratulations to all of them, putting up a great show, but also all of the other teams that played. But, just had to do the final ranking of the top 4. So, whew.
Okay. And with that, without any further ado, because I'm
sure?
really hungry, have a fantastic rest of your Sunday, wherever you may be, and join us on Tuesday. And if you want to have some more Warships, stay tuned. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.